What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, your Buck Ons and Buck Offs. It is Thursday after all. Plus, the latest with the NFL coaching carousel for the Dallas Cowboys about to make a stunning hire. We'll talk about the New York Jets and Jacksonville Jaguars decisions as well. We've got some college basketball to get into, a wild night in the SEC. We've got some NBA storylines to get into, including this Jimmy Butler saga going on in Miami. We've got Mel Kiper's first mock draft. We'll tell you where he's got some Longhorns going in his first mock of the 2025 season. A little Major League Baseball to discuss. And, a Costco story that the Buck is bound to love. All of that and a heck of a lot more over the next 2 hours here on Bucky and BK. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you?
Same to you, man. Buck, on to you. Sun is out here in Dripping Springs. A beautiful morning. Temperatures will move up a little bit. Remaining snow that's on the ground will be gone probably after today, but for the northeast and southern parts of Louisiana and Mississippi and Florida, man, good luck to those folks. Louisiana, wow. Boy, did they, and Houston area too. I got to throw them in there. Some parts of Houston, some people took a battering of 8 to 10 to 12 inches of snow. Man, they're not used to that. That's miserable. In Louisiana, to actually close down 10, the highway, close it down. They've got no equipment to move the snow. All of a sudden, that stuff starts to melt a little bit, and then overnight, that turns into ice underneath. What looks like pretty snow, underneath that stuff is packed ice. And as the roads get open on there, it'll be slick underneath, because what will happen is all the vehicles will warm it up. It'll melt away. But if there's any in-between time on some of the roads there, especially some of the outlying roads where you get a little bit of traffic, BK, and it melts a little bit, but you don't get enough traffic on it, that stuff just freezes up. And hopefully the temperatures are going to rise a little. I think the temperatures are going to rise all over the place a little bit this week. So, man, good luck to those folks there. Terrible.
Yeah, well, those people aren't used to 8, 10, or 12 inches, but I know you are.
There you go. I can take it.
Oh, you're going to be that excited when you admit that.
Man, I'm an old man. And by the way, my first Buck on would be to college football and to the players and the coaches and stuff. What a great year. It gave us a really exciting year. We didn't know what to expect. We thought it would be long. It was long. I know it had to be long for the players and the coaches, despite, those guys having to practice all those times and lots of practices, lots of meetings with coaches, lots of NIL money and people not thinking it was going to work that way. It worked out and the players made it work. And I thought we got a pretty good product. I thought we got some teams there. I know people would like to have more teams the SEC would like to have all their teams in the playoffs. So we already know that after being there for a year, they think they deserve to have every team from the SEC in it, no matter who it is. So, because it just means more. Right. But to the Big Ten, Big 12, they did a good job. That was a nice showing for college football, I thought, this season.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of people are complaining because people are prone to complain about everything. And there are some things that can be tinkered with. But overall, I think the first year of the 12-team college football playoff was a success. My biggest complaint is Texas didn't win. And I don't blame the committee or anything like that. Texas just couldn't get the job done. But, it was cool. I'm a fan of more football. So I get the argument against college football playoff expansion. I understand it, but I love more football. So the fact that this was the longest college football season we've ever had, and that's not something I'm going to complain about, because that means we got more opportunity to watch and talk about college football.
Yeah, my deal is let's get more of them on campus in December. I know for some places that's too cold, but hey, it's football. I don't bitch about games in Buffalo or Kansas City. That's just football. It's just if it's in the rain, in the muck, everybody's got to play in it. You may not live in it, but you got to go play in it. So it's okay. Just suck it up and go play in it, But
you don't feel as bad about telling the kids to suck it up and play in it because a lot of the ones who are actually playing are getting paid a decent chunk of change now.
Sure. Just go play. I mean, the better team wins in the muck or whatever, except for the Miami Dolphins. We know what they are. Anything below anything 30 and below, they're not going to win.
No.
That group, they're just not. It's not going to happen with them. Other teams that are from warmer the areas like San Diego, the Rams and stuff, they can go to places and play. Rams played just fine in Philly last week. They didn't look any colder than any other team that's going to Philly in the snow. They look just fine to me. So suck it up, Buttercup, and just go play. But love to have just maybe 2 games on campus in December. I think would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to change for the 2025 season, but in the 2026 season, when those TV contracts are up for the college football playoff,
right?
I think we're expecting expansion from 14 to 16 teams. And I think one of those parts that could come along with that expansion could be a second round of on-campus playoff games. Because, I think all 4 host sites love that. I had the opportunity to go to the Texas game here against Clemson. It was a ton of fun. It was one of the best crowds at DKR that I've ever been a part of.
Oh, yeah.
And then you look at some of the second round spots, games that were played at neutral locations.
Zach?
Is your dog okay? What's going on over there?
Yeah, Zach's going a little bit crazy because I told you the grass people are coming to do some spraying today. So he thinks I see a little weird looking little truck out there. So he's thinking that he's got to protect us from the sprays on the grass.
Oh,
but he's never out there anyway.
Well, may I ask what race the yard workers are? Because I'm curious if you have a racist dog.
He's black. My dog's black. Zach's black.
Well, you could still be racist if you're black.
Yeah. I don't. He just thinks he's a provider. He thinks he's a protector. A dog, one kick with a boot and he's gone.
I was going to say, that dog is about this big around. Yeah. He ain't protecting nothing.
Yeah, but he'll bite you. He'll bite you with his old teeth. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It won't harm you. It's like getting scratched. You might as well scratch you to death more so than bite you.
I like Zach, and I really hope Joyce isn't listening. And I promise I would never do this, but I think it's funny, so I'm going to say it. In Anchorman, when Jack Black's character takes Ron Burgundy's dog and punts him off the side of the bridge.
Oh yeah. He's puntable.
Do you imagine the hang time you could get with Zach?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and he's plus he's and he's got a little girth around his belly now. You know what I mean? He's an indoor lad, so he spends a lot of time up on the couch, up on the bed, he doesn't bark then. He only barks when people come around outside. And I don't even know. He can't see anything. He can just tell if somebody's in the yard.
Smelling?
Maybe.
He could smell the Javier.
Yeah, he could. Let me just take a peek and see where these people are here, BK.
All right. Oh, these people. Okay. I see what you're saying there.
Yeah, my wife is getting ready to get done with her workout and go and let those people in. And, of course, they have to do their spring in the winter. There's nothing growing. There's nothing living out there. But that's when they decide to, here's a couple extra $100. Let me spray this pre-emergent weed killer. Hey, by the way, there ain't no weeds growing out there right now. They're all cold and dying, too. Why do you need this? What's the spray for anyway? Yeah, that's what it's for.
Need some cash, baby.
That's all right. They got to work. The guys got to work in the wintertime. I got it. You can make up some reason for one weed that grew to say we got to get them all.
Hey, man.
But that's right. As long as I'm not doing it, my days of doing that are over with. When we got to this property, it was 3 acres. I always thought, boy, is it going to be cool to sit out there on the John Deere and do all that cutting of the grass and weed eating. I did that shit one time, and that was about it. Then I said, I need to call somebody because this isn't happening. I was not the best. I'm pretty good at riding. I'm pretty good at driving the golf cart, unlike that girl there. But when it comes to cutting properly in the grass and going the right way, there'll be a big patch that I missed over there, and I don't do weed eating. I don't get out there and do the weeding. I can't do that. I'm not
good. Let me make sure I have this right this morning. You said you are used to taking 8, 10, and 12 inches.
Yes.
And you're also very good at riding. Do I have that right?
Yes. I can ride that John Deere.
Okay. That's what you call them, huh?
Yeah.
John Deeres.
John.
You can ride that tractor, John. I got you, John.
Absolutely. But congratulations to college football. I think once again they did a fantastic job. I think we got the best team won. I mean, I picked Ohio State. Whatever people say about them, when it all said and done, they had the most. I don't know if they had the most talent, but they came together at the right time.
Oh, no, they did. They did. And that's not a slight at Ohio State, right? Roster building is a huge part of college football nowadays. Sure. But we talked about it going into the semifinal game against Texas. Ohio State had the best blue chip ratio of any team in college football this season. Like that, they had the highest percentage of their roster filled up with 4- and 5-star players in the country. And I saw this stat from Jim Nagy, who is with the Senior Bowl, does a great job. He's the executive director there. He's been doing it for a long time. He's got a great eye for talent, obviously. And this stat was pretty remarkable. We tweeted this out a couple of days ago. This is probably going to be the 6th straight year where the school with the most NFL draft picks wins the national championship. You go all the way back to 2020 LSU after that historic 2019 run that they had. They had 14 players drafted. Then Alabama in 2021, they won the title in 2020. They had the most players drafted that year. The back-to-back years, Georgia won the championship at 22 and 23. They had the most players drafted those years. Last year, it was Michigan who led the who led college football and NFL draft picks. And this year, Texas is going to have a lot. The Longhorns might have the second most, but odds are Ohio State has the most draft picks out of any team in college football. So it's always kind of been an arms race, but over the last 6 years, it's really turning into, hey, if you have more Sunday players than anybody else, you're going to win the national championship on Saturday.
Yeah, you're right. All right. I mean, once again, it kind of part of my deal is eventually the talent outweighs the coaching. It seems to work in college football. I mean, that's a talented group. They were talented from the get, and they had their little bump in the road, which that's what I like about this playoff system now, the way it goes. You can lose 2 games and still be in it. You can get it where you get a real boot in the butt at some time during the course of the season, and it doesn't really hurt you like it used to. Like you lose 2 and you lose 1 late, you're done.
Oh my God, if you lost 1, it used to be you were done. Like obviously in the BCS era, there were undefeated teams that couldn't play for the national championship.
Yeah, you get a chance to overcome. You get a chance to go right back to the drawing board, get it done, and get right back in there. And you're kind of forgiven. You can make it through. You have to win some games, but you get an opportunity. I like that.
Yeah, we always talk about how the NFL looks more like college football every year. Well, college football looks more like the NFL every year because, yeah, we've seen that happen. We've seen teams kind of limp into the playoffs in the NFL and figure it out, get hot at the right time, and find a way to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. Like, yeah, in years past, you lose your last regular season game. That causes you to miss the conference championship. That's your second loss of the season. Then sayonara, you're playing in some random-ass bowl game somewhere that nobody cares about. And when you lose, everyone says you didn't want to be there. Well, in today's college football, more like the NFL, yeah, Ohio State still gets the opportunity to turn things around. They did. They got hot at the right time, and they find a way to win it all. So it's different, but I don't disagree with you. Like you can lose 1 or 2 games and still have a chance to prove that you are worthy of competing on the biggest stage, and that's what Ohio State did.
Oh yeah,
but talent, talent matters.
I just thought, and it was fun. It really was. It's long. It's got to be long for the players, but hey, we're fans. We don't care. You're out there. You're making NIL money. You're not. You're more than just student athletes now. You're paid athletes, and you go out there and also for those student athletes, those paid athletes that have to go out there and play. Those guys, there's a lot of distractions out there in college football too. I mean, you got to put on a good product. Yeah, you're getting paid for putting on that product, but there's a lot of their time. We talk to Ethan Burke once a week. We do those guys. They're a lot of their time is taken up by what people say. Well, they get paid for. Well, those guys still have things that they have to do. They have to be on time. They've got responsibilities. Why they get their cash is people expect them to be there at certain times. You got to be on a podcast, at a store, whatever it is. That's a part of the deal. It's
sure.
They don't just give it to you just because you're good. There's some things that you have to do. Quentin Ewers doing it for the Fours. I mean, those guys have to be there and do things for these guys, and they do it more than once, and they do it probably more than once a week. So for them to still go and do the things they do, that's fine. I think they did a good job of that. It's a part of the deal.
The deputy of Fansville is a paid gig, Buck.
Yes. Yes. The deputy had to work. I mean, he didn't do that from his dorm room,
No, there's a lot that goes on with that job, and you got to get compensated for all the work that you do with that. So, yeah, it's a new era of college football. It's a new normal. I know people hate hearing that phrase post-COVID.
But it is.
It really is. It really is. And I thought there were a lot of good things. I thought the good outweighed the bad. Conference realignment around the country is still ridiculous to me.
It's kind of weird. Yeah. That whole Oregon bit and the Pac-12 being in the Big Ten, that's just a weird. It's hard for me to get over that one. It's hard for me to still get over Cal is in the ACC and Stanford. That's going to take me a little while.
I feel like a hypocrite saying that because Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC kind of started this most recent wave of conference realignment. And I think we're all pretty happy that Texas is in the SEC.
Yes.
We're all pretty happy that Oklahoma's in the SEC, considering how much they sucked this year. But that's the weirdest part, losing some of these rivalries and matchups. And that's the stuff that really, I think, impacts the sport the most. So I don't think.
But I guarantee you people are going to forget that in about another year or so.
Well, yeah, until it happens again.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I was just starting to get used to A&M and Missouri being in the SEC and, Nebraska being in the Big Ten. And then it's like, here's all this change going on. Get ready for this now, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's a mess. All right. Did you do the soldier shout out this morning, sir?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Indeed. Buck off to me for waiting that long to remind you. My apologies for that.
That's right. I should have remembered. I just got 15 different things. My mind is going about 50 different places. I thought I was coming up with a cold yesterday, and so I'm in a panic about that because, I'll never have the flu, but that doesn't mean that I don't get a cold. But now I've figured out I have not had a cold since I had COVID for the second time. That's been a while now. That's been a couple years and I haven't had the common cold. So I've been taking good care. And all of a sudden yesterday, I got a chill and I was like, oh shit. And I start sneezing. I'm like, here it comes. It's coming. Maybe I'm like, hope it's COVID because I don't want to have the flu. You know what that is?
You don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is. I haven't had the flu in so long.
You know why?
I'm loving it. Plus, I'm not hanging out with people sitting in waiting rooms. I've gone and I've had these doctor's appointments, but I'm the guy who stands by the door where the air comes in. I don't sit and I'm generally pretty, casual and talking to people. I don't really get up and talk to them that much anymore. Me, I make conversation in the restroom.
Yeah, it's a weird bit, right?
Except for Louisiana. I don't do that there.
No, because your feet are getting wet. You're trying to get out of there as quickly as you can.
Because the guy next to me turns all the way around and pees on my leg.
Yeah, he hears you talking to him, and instead of continuing at the urinal and just talking without looking, he's got to turn around.
That's what they do there. That's just part of their gig.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Do need to play this since you're talking about the flu.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
There you go.
Don't forget, just keep saying it. Keep saying it, and you won't get it. I'm testing it a little bit. I didn't get the flu shot this year. I usually do.
You do?
Year, yeah, I don't know. It's like my mom made me growing up, and then I guess it stuck with me, and now it's like
you're used to that. You're used to that stuff in your system. I have not had the flu shot since the first year I came to Texas. Got a flu shot, dude. I got the flu and everything else that went with it.
Oh.
I was sicker from that first flu shot than I was from the original COVID that I had. Dude, I was so sick. I said, I will never get this shot again. And you know what? I've never had it since.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Over 30 years ago, I haven't had a flu shot.
I don't blame you at all. Yeah, mine's like the exact opposite. Like I never got the flu growing up. I love how I just blame that on my mom. I've been out of the house for like 12 years. Like she still picks out my clothes every day like Kirk Herbstreit's wife does for him, that crybaby. But yeah, I got it every year and I would never get the flu. So I'm like, all right, I guess this works.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I'm just lazy. I don't really want to do
You're
that.
You're gonna test the waters and see if you get it or not.
Yeah, knock on wood. So far, so good. Hey, I've got the best flu remedy there is.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
You just say it and it'll work.
What more do we need?
You don't need any more.
That's it right there.
Oh, these
Oh,
people
man.
with their dogs, how they're little dumb dogs. No, I've got the dumbest dog in the world. I've got, the new Great Pyrenees I have. He's almost 2 years old now. Absolutely the dumbest pet that I've ever had. I mean, I had snapping turtles. I had a snapping turtle as a kid growing up in North Carolina that I let loose underneath our house, and there was water there, and that dude lived in there. I don't know whatever happened to the turtle because I wouldn't go back. That thing was so huge. I captured it in a crate down at the creek. I brought it and I let it loose underneath our porch, underneath the house. And dude, I thought that thing was a killer. I saw that thing take a snap out of a rat once and grab a rat and chomp that thing. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
But this dog I have here is the absolute dumbest thing. And everybody will talk about their labs being dumb. This one is the dumbest. Dumber than a goldfish.
Wow. That's a low bar right there.
Yeah, dumber than a goldfish. But that's all right.
Yeah.
He's there to protect us. He's fenced in and he can't jump over the fence. Now he would try to get over a 7-foot fence because that's just who he is. But he's been good, so he's learning.
There you go.
The other one's starting to fade away. Yogi's starting to have his day. He'll be 10 on my wife's birthday in February. So, and his hips are going and he's dragging along, but he's still trying to chase cars, dragging his backside. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous thing. I'm like, dude, you can't catch the cars. Like, you can't go up and down, but you're still going to give it a try. That's like me staying at the blue tees when I need to move up to the reds or the whites and just stay there. And then blaming it on when I'm 70 and then I'll move. Why can't I move now? Because I set a goal. I set goals.
That's you. That's on you. You're like, no one is forcing you to stay at the back. You're doing it by yourself.
They keep telling me, dude, move up for good. You're almost.
They want you to stay back there because they're taking your money back there.
That's exactly. No, nobody. They only say it one time. It's not like they say it every time we play. It's like, you can move up, but we're not going to ask you to do that again. We're just going to take your money at the end of the day.
Right. Just like that. That's all it takes.
By the way, as the boys are thinking that Friday's a good day to play, 55 degrees, sunny, but the temperature cold. You know that the low is 26. First of all, that's a frost delay. And 55 is not, I'm soft. I'm sorry about it, but my noon deal is 62 and above for golf.
We know that you're soft. You don't have to say that. We're well aware of that fact.
No, you can't do it. There's no reason to be out there in 50-degree weather. We have too many nice days here.
Yeah, that's fine. To take a couple weeks off. Maybe it'll help your game a little bit.
Dude, if I was in Pennsylvania, it was 55 degrees, I'd be sunbathing. You'd be in shorts.
Yeah, it's
not
different.
A chance here because the 55 here means there's wind out there somewhere, which means 55 is 50. No chance. I just can't do it anymore. I'm just soft like that. I can't play with a bunch of clothes on. You know what I mean? Jackets. Guys will get out there with a little vest on. No thanks.
But can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever taken a bath before in a tub?
Yes.
Have you ever considered bringing a toaster oven with you into that bath?
Never.
The Dallas Cowboys are making me think about that.
Wow. That bad. Schottenheimer's that close, huh?
I'm getting close to toaster in oven mode for the Dallas Cowboys right now. Is that
I always wondered if the toaster would do it. I don't know if a hairdryer falling in would do it. I think you'd maybe just knock out the power in the house, but I don't think you'd get a little shock, but I don't think you want to maybe try that first.
Okay. Hairdryer first.
Hairdryer, see if that just gives you a zap and wakes you up. It doesn't really kill you. I think the toaster may kill you.
I think the Kellner Moore hire would be hairdryer in the bathtub.
Okay.
But the Brian Schottenheimer
hire, definitely toaster.
That might be
4-slice toaster, big one.
4-slice toaster, air fryer, microwave, just the entire kitchen. Everything but the sink might be going in.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's getting close, boys and girls.
Sure sounds like it. It sure sounds like it. The Dallas Cowboys apparently had a second interview with Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, just one day after their first interview with him on Tuesday.
I don't know how you meet with a guy for 3 hours and then meet into the night the next day. What is it that you guys missed in the three? What is it that you missed?
Apparently it was 4. The first meeting was 4 hours, Buck.
What the hell did they miss for the second meeting?
I don't know. Like, what didn't they get to? 4-hour meeting, and they've got to meet again the next day?
They were doing shots with Jerry for 2 at least, probably.
Oh, my God, look, I get it. Schottenheimer's in the building, so it's not like, another virtual interview or you've got to pay for a guy to stay an extra night at a hotel in your city. I mean, it's a guy who's already here, and it's very easy to get a hold of them. But seriously, we got to talk to him twice in the span of 2 days. He's, as of now, the only candidate the Cowboys have met with multiple times, Buck.
Gee.
He's still the Vegas favorite out there, and, some of the top candidates are already off the market. We saw Ben Johnson take the Bears job a couple of days ago. Aaron Glenn, the Lions defensive coordinator, took the Jets gig yesterday.
And oh my God, 2 Aggies in the NFL as head coaches. What is the world coming to?
I didn't think about that.
2. Dos Aggies.
With Dan Campbell in Detroit and now Aaron Glenn in New York with the Jete Jets.
And how about that?
Well, Dan Campbell's gotten close, but can he win the big one? Because the Aggies usually don't. Well, the Aggies usually don't get that close, but they've proven they don't have the propensity to win the big one. So is that a risk the Lions are running? Is that a risk the Jets just took by hiring an Aggie?
Yeah, the Jet. They need to get one thing. They need to do is obviously get some offense going with a nice little running back that they have, an offensive line that got a little bit better this year. But they need to get their defense back in line. When Robert Saleh left, their defense started to disappear. So, but once again, you can pretend that you can win games with just defense. In the NFL, you got to score points. You got to have a quarterback and you got to score points. So I don't know what Aaron Glenn, he's obviously going to get what he thinks is the right offensive coordinator, but they still got to get their quarterback position right. Maybe Aaron Glenn keeps Aaron Rodgers, Aaron.
Aaron squared?
Yeah, maybe he keeps him.
Quadruple Aaron?
That would be okay.
Yeah.
It'd be okay for us. I love
there
it.
are some Jets fans who still want Aaron Rodgers to be the quarterback next year.
Of course they do.
Which is like, I know they had other problems besides him, but that guy didn't show me anything that leads me to believe he can win a Super Bowl anymore.
Yeah, that's the deal. I mean, you're going to have to eventually they'll have to start all over again anyway. They've got to get a young quarterback somehow, some way, because how many more years can he do it? I thought he was done after this year, and I still think he's done.
He's got one more year on his contract, so I
maybe
think
he'll do that. He would do that just to try to say, "I'm going to play out my contract. I know I'm no good. I know we're not going anywhere, but I'll show you that I'm a guy who's going to play out the contract."
Oh, he's going to take the high road. Look how good of a guy. I would never leave a contract early. I wouldn't do something like that.
He's going to know that's not him. That's not in him to do that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm a little surprised by the Jets' hire of Aaron Glenn. Look, I think he's one of the top candidates out there, and he was my second choice for the Cowboys, right? Ben Johnson was choice number 1. Aaron Glenn
was ever a place that needs offense, it's there.
That's the thing. Like, Robert Saleh was this exact guy. Now, every coach is different.
Sure.
But Robert Saleh, first-time head coach, defensive background. What happened in New York, right? Didn't make it very long. Got fired midway through his 4th season. They didn't make the playoffs while he was there. So I just kind of assumed that the Jets would go offensive with this hire. By the way, Todd Bowles, one of the other recent Jets hires, same thing, right? Defensive-minded guy. That was his first head coaching gig at the time. They didn't make the playoffs. It didn't work out. He got let go.
Yeah.
So I just kind of assumed, that the Jets would go offensive-minded with this guy. But, Aaron Glenn was drafted by the Jets, spent the first 8 years of his career there with the Jets.
True.
So obviously he's got some familiarity with the organization. Maybe the Jets saw what the Texans did with the D'Amico Ryans, right? Defensive-minded guy, first-time coach, but also a guy who was drafted by that team and spent most of his career with that team. Maybe they're thinking they can recreate some of that magic. Like, I think he's got the ability to be a great coach. Don't get me wrong. It feels like the Jets are doing the same thing that got them in this spot in the first place.
Yes.
And that's a little confusing to me. Like, I want the Cowboys to hire not Schottenheimer or not Kellen Moore, because that's the same as what they've done in the past that hasn't worked. Now, it's a little different, right? The Jets at least are going outside the building, while the Cowboys are trying to basically hire internally. So I like what the Jets are doing more than what the Cowboys are about to do. But you would think when you're a franchise that's had as much futility as the New York Jets have had, that you would maybe mix things up a little bit more. And I don't know. I'm surprised they did this.
All right, now give me the other news in the NFL, the other hiring, because I must have missed that one.
Well, there was no other hiring. There was a firing that happened yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And that was Jacksonville Jaguars GM Trent
Baalke.
Baalke.
You were telling me they kept him, and then I did see that he's a goner. You're probably thinking, what took so long?
Well, that's the thing. Like I told you yesterday that as bad as Jerry Jones is,
yes,
it's well documented my thoughts on him. Shad Khan is a worse owner than Jerry Jones. And everybody thought Trent Baalke should have been fired when the Jaguars let go of their head coach, Doug Peterson.
Right.
It's like clean house. You got to clean house. Your franchise is a joke right now. You're going in the wrong direction. You've made some horrible decisions. You went from like a team that felt like it was on the rise to a team that has absolutely nothing going for it right now. So why not start over? And then Shad Khan a couple of days ago in an interview was like, oh, that'd be social suicide. Social suicide. I don't think he said that. He's like, oh, it'd be like team suicide if we just completely started over. So that's why we can't Trent Baalke. Well, none of the top coaching candidates want to consider Jacksonville because they all hate Trent Baalke. He's a dog crap GM, and he has been for a long time, and he's got a reputation of not only being a bad general manager, but also being a bad guy to work with. So the Buccaneers offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, interviewed with the Jags. The Jags apparently really liked him, but yesterday Liam Cohen's like, no, I'm going back to Tampa Bay. I'm going to stay the OC with Baker Mayfield. I'm withdrawing my name from consideration for any gig out there.
Because of that dude.
And I think a big reason why is because of Trent Baalke. And now Shad Khan, horrible owner's like, oh, maybe I should get rid of this guy. But of course, now it's like too late because Ben Johnson's off the board.
Yeah.
Liam Cohen's off the board. Aaron Glenn's off the board. Like, hey, if you want Mike McCarthy, I guess you could still get him. Congrats, Jags. But like the top of the top candidates that probably would have considered your team if you let them pick a GM or at least told them you were hiring a different guy, they all said no. And now the Jags are up a creek without a paddle. Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw that name, I was thinking BK was right. Something made him decide to get rid of him because that guy was sticking kind of, he was holding fast that he wasn't getting rid of him. But he's saying I can't get a good candidate because of him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like Shad Khan realized that Trent Baalke is the reason why, or one of the reasons why, that I can't bring in anybody good. So now I'm going to fire him. But it's like everybody else. People realized that before the Jags even hired Trent Baalke, that he was a bad GM. And then things unfolded the way they did in Jacksonville, and everyone for months has been saying, get rid of that guy, get rid of that guy. The owner's the only person who thought it was a good idea to keep him around. And then when it's too late, he finally comes around and realizes that, oh, maybe I should have listened to everybody else. Maybe literally everybody else in the world knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, somebody's going to take that Jacksonville job. That's just the way it goes. So
yeah, it's one of 32. They'll get somebody.
Yeah, some offense coordinator or Robert Saleh will end up in Jacksonville, something like that, Yeah.
Well, how great would it be? Speaking of teams doing the same thing, the Jags brought in Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning coach. You know my stat. There's never been a coach to win a Super Bowl for multiple teams. They bring in Doug Peterson, had one good year, but obviously didn't work. How funny would it be if they brought in Mike McCarthy, Super Bowl winning coach somewhere else? They're thinking he could be the guy. Could be the same-ish, different year for Jacksonville.
Yeah, but is the Jacksonville is that a group that needs stabilizing? I mean, the Dallas Cowboys need to have somebody who's kind of stable in there. The Chicago Bears needed to have a coach that could deal with a young quarterback, which Mike McCarthy did okay with quarterbacks. He's done that before. I mean, do they need just a stabilizer in there? Do they need some innovative coaching? I don't see Jacksonville needs somebody for their quarterback.
Yeah, that's it, right? Because Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he got that big money contract, and he's
had
like one or
they got to have a guy.
Yeah, he's had one or two good seasons, but like you can't call him a total bust. But he's not been the guy that we thought he was going to be when he came out of Clemson. So like this guy was regarded as like Andrew Luck level draft pick. And it's been way too inconsistent. Now, a lot of that's on Trevor Lawrence himself, but I think a lot of that is on bad coaching and bad general managing around him. And yeah, you've got to do whatever you can because your quarterback is your biggest investment as an NFL franchise. You've got to do whatever you possibly can to make sure that you're getting enough ROI on that investment. Jacksonville's not right now. So they got to do something.
I'm still putting Kellen Moore as the top of the list for the Cowboys. I mean, if Philadelphia beats the Commanders this weekend, I think he moves right to the top, and they'll wait it out, and you won't hear anything now. If Schottenheimer, I don't know how many more meetings the dude could have. It doesn't seem like that guy can meet again. I mean, unless he's just staying overnight at Jerry's just to just, Jerry likes to have guys stay overnight and, that kind of thing. But other than that, how much more can you meet? How many more hours can you meet? What can you meet about? You were right there in the same building. We know what you do.
Right. They're not talking football the entire
time. They're not talking money
right?
either. They're not talking about money. That guy's already got offered enough money to say, hell yeah, if you offer it to me, I'll take it. I'm not turning it down.
Schottenheimer would take that job for like $2 million a year.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, he would. You're right.
He'd be the lowest paid head coach in the NFL. He doesn't care that Jerry's one of the richest owners. He's like, well, no one else is going to hire me to do this. Like, pay me whatever. I'm in.
Yeah.
And this is more than I'm making right now.
Jerry's still on the wait for, I think, Kellen Moore.
Yeah. Again, that like that, you might be right. And we kind of talked about that conspiracy theory yesterday where it's like Jerry keeps talking to Schottenheimer to piss every Cowboys fan off and have them be like, man, anybody but Schotty. Anybody but Schotty. And then, here comes Kellen Moore, who the whole fan base 2 weeks ago was like, we don't want Kellen Moore. Anybody but Kellen Moore. We didn't think there was like a worse candidate than Kellen Moore. And then Jerry Jones is like, oh, you didn't now.
Well, he's going to blame it on the media, no matter who it is. He's going to say, this is who you wanted me to take.
Yeah. And by the way, just get ready for Jason Witten to be on the staff somewhere. And I think, bringing this back to Houston, I was in Houston when all of this was going down, so I saw this firsthand. When the Texans hired David Collier, they planned on him being a 1-year coach.
Yes.
It was a long-term plan by their GM, Nick Caserio, to bring in David Collier for 1 year and then fire him and bring in Josh McCown. That Josh McCown, long-time quarterback in the NFL, right. The guy who played on pretty much every team in the league. That was what the Texans were going to do. They fired David Collier after 1 year. They were ready to hire Josh McCown and make him their next head coach. It didn't happen because Brian Flores sued the NFL for racism. Remember that?
Yeah.
After Bill Belichick texted the wrong Brian when Brian Daboll got the gig with the Giants, he texted Brian Flores and said, congrats, even though Brian Flores hadn't heard anything yet from the Giants. And then Brian Flores is like, well, this is collusion. This is BS. Like, I'm suing the league. And that was all going on. So the Texans had to pivot because they couldn't hire this white coach with zero experience as a coach, which was what Josh McCown had at the time. So they had to pivot. They instead bringing in Lovie Smith for a year. They fire him. They lucked out and get with the D'Amico Ryans at the end. What I'm thinking the Cowboys might be doing here is they want Jason Witten to be the long-term guy. They love him. Jerry's raved about Witt and his coaching acumen or what he could be.
Is he coaching anywhere? What does he do? Is he a high school coach or something?
He's a high school coach. I think just won a state championship this year. Okay. But he's a high school coach right now. And I think that's the plan is like Schotty is the coach for a year or two, but Jason Garrett gets brought on staff in some role so he can pick up some NFL experience.
I don't understand this. That's not an 82-year-old guy who's trying to get to a Super Bowl before he dies. Why are you even messing with this kind of thing? I know he
is he, Buck?
I know he was senile too.
Well, like I don't know if he says he's trying to get to a Super Bowl, but like Jerry Jones would rather do it his way than the right way. So
I agree. That's fine.
So he wants his way to bring a Super Bowl. Of course, he wants to win, but he would rather his way work than go a different way that is more likely to work.
State championship high school guy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's bring Witten on staff for a year or two. You're almost setting Schott up for failure, and Schottenheimer might be okay with it. He might just be like, once again, no one else has given me a head coaching job. True. No one else even wants to talk to me. So if you're going to make me one for a year or two, and then you're going to say, well, you're done. Here's Jason Witten. Like some guys might say yes to that. David Coley basically said yes to that. And Brian Schottenheimer, I could see just saying yes to that because nobody else would hire the guy.
Do you believe during the course of all that David Culley knew that he was one and done?
I don't know. Like, I don't think they explicitly told him that. I mean, David Coley had never been a coordinator. He'd been around the league for a long time. He'd been a position coach at a few different positions, but he had never been offensive, defensive, or special teams coordinator. So it was such a out of left field hire when the Texans made it. I don't think they told him. I just figured they thought he was like a happy-go-lucky guy. And
would love to take it for a year no matter what. If he's fired, he's fired. Hey, you got to be a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah, so I don't think there was like a set agreement in place with him, but I think it was pretty obvious that he was never going to be a long-term answer there, and that could be what the Cowboys end up doing with Marty's son. So who knows? All right, we're all over the place. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. People are saying no toaster bath BK. The Cowboys ain't worth it. I'm not so sure. We'll see what they do over these next couple of days.
Bath. I love that.
No toaster bath. Before we get back into the football and into the basketball and into everything else we've got planned, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Hello, folks over at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, who I coached at the University of Texas, Dr. Christopher Stockton, who I did not coach. There are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, if you got bad hip, bad shoulders, bad ankles, you're going to get that knee replaced, contact them at txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. I'm rocking my McCall Custom Homes lid this morning. I know our guy Mike is listening on the TSU app. Shout out to Mike. Shout out to the entire McCall family. And it is a family business. 40 years of family business here in Austin, Texas, USA, America. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes can turn your home into something truly, truly special. If you want to upgrade that bathroom, if you want to renovate that kitchen, you want a whole home remodel, it doesn't matter. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes will take care of you. Again, they've been around Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son duo boasting tons of experience, and they can turn your place into something truly, truly great here in 2025. Don't just take my word for it. Go online to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place. Maybe you already have the ideas for your place. And when you're ready, you can reach out to them at that website, or you can reach out to our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. You can call him or text him. Once again, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
All right. Michael Scott has his shirt inside out. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks.
You're really taking your shirt off on camera right now?
Dude, I got it inside. It's driving me crazy. It's like the episode when Michael Scott came in with a woman's suit on.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
You got to give us like a little heads up, you know? I feel like we need
I'm just flipping it over.
We need an NSFW disclaimer or something.
That's right, I got it backwards now. So
oh my God. What? Are you okay? What's happening here?
Certain things drive me crazy, and to have that shirt inside out is one of them. So, and then I put it on backwards. That's okay. It's all right.
It's not okay with us. It might be okay with you, but I'm having a miserable time watching this.
I'm giving you a peek behind the curtain here, folks. I'm not giving you the total peek behind. There you go. The carpet, but behind the curtains. There you go. Yeah, now I'm good.
It's not really a peek people were hoping to see.
How's that? That's right. Now we got everything in the right spots.
Did you just realize 45 minutes into the show that you were wearing your shirt inside out?
I was wearing, yes, I had it. Yes. I looked down and I saw the Nike swoosh and I said, that's kind of light. It's supposed to be darker than that. It's on the wrong side. Now I'm good.
And then when you turn it inside out, how do you then put it on backwards? How does that even happen?
I get up early. It's dark.
Oh,
It's
okay.
dark in the room. I didn't cut the light on. I just saw the shirt. I said, okay, let me just slap this bad boy on here.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Good one from our guy Rodney. I thought Pornhub was banned. Yeah. We got a little OnlyFans action going on this morning here.
There we
So,
go. Don't I get paid for that? Shouldn't I get don't they send me money for that? No.
Yeah, if you start an OnlyFans, you can get money, but people have to subscribe to your page. I don't know.
Yes, you've gone wild. Come on now.
That's what we've got going on here. Our guy Jay. Look, that is a Sue Patrick shirt, so we do want that being shown on camera,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it's worth that cost.
Skinamax.
Oh, Skinamax. Oh, you're a big fan of the Skinamax, huh? What are we going to our donuts after the show this morning?
Miss our donuts. What a life.
Ah, man, the new donut shop in Florida, right?
Yeah, man. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on the way to the airport.
We need more of those. We need more topless donut shops.
Yeah, I mean, it was, it wasn't all that risque. It was, when I took the head coach into the donut shop and he said to me, he goes, why is it black on the windows there? I said, oh, coach, it's sun. It's the sun. It's Florida. That early morning sun gets in there and nobody wants to sit there having a cup of coffee and donuts with the sun shining in their face. Just come on in and sit down. Boy, oh boy, was he in for a surprise. I could have never I wouldn't be able to get away with that now. Can you imagine how many cameras how many clicks with their phones and everything would be sitting there watching the head coach of the University of Texas sit there at the bar at a topless donut spot having a cup of coffee?
Do those places even exist anymore?
No, that place closed down.
I'd like to think I've got some underground connects, right? Like I know of a few R&T spots around, but I don't know of any topless donut spots around,
I just happened to walk upon that place because somebody said somebody just suggested to me if you like donuts, just stop by there. I just call our donuts. I didn't even think about it. I walked right in and boy, I got my coffee and donuts there all the time.
Yeah, I see why. Hopefully you got a little something else on top of that.
Oh no, I love when the lady said to Magovic, would you like cream?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, dude sat there, drank his coffee, ate his donut. I mean, he got his money's worth.
The cream of some young girl, huh?
And it was fantastic because then we got on the plane. You think he spoke to me on the plane the whole way back? No.
I'm almost surprised he didn't fire you right there.
No, he was amazing. That was the dude who wanted to get like a separate room. When he came to Florida when we were recruiting, he said, so do you got the room for me? I'm like, what? What do you mean I got the room for you? I'm like, no, dude, I'm not getting a room for you. I said, you have a bed in the same room that I'm in and you can go to sleep. I said, what are you doing? I mean, I was so used to being at Boston College where, there it is.
By the way, shout out to our guy CB for sending this in on the Coda text line. I want you to finish your story, but here's a little.
He's laying there. He's going, I don't need a room. I'm like, what for? I said, I'm not going to molest you. We're going to sleep. We got work to do. We got to go home visits, and then we got to get up in the morning. You don't need to be in a separate room. Is there something you're going to be doing that I need to not know about? When I was at Boston College, it was cash only. And I used to get the cheapest room I could find. I once stayed underneath the George Washington Bridge where they'd be paid by the hour, BK, and I would have to put a dresser up against the door for protection. Oof. I mean, the sheets were like moist. I mean, some nice places, they feel nice and warm when they come out from the laundry and put on your bed. These are like kind of damp. I mean, I stayed at places like that for the cash. And so I never thought that, I mean, even at Texas, I'm like, I'm not getting that dude an extra. What do we need an extra room for? That's a waste of money. Money could go in my pocket.
That's Texas, man. We don't have enough money back then to give you guys your own room.
Oh, dude, it was cash only. I wouldn't get a card from the university. I'd go, here's how much I need.
Could you imagine now if CDC told Steve Sarkisian on a recruiting trip he's got to share a hotel room with like Tashard Choice?
Oh, like no chance.
Oh my God. Times they are a-changing, aren't they, Bob Dylan?
I'll tell you this. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did. they know each other that well. It's not. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not.
I'd be surprised if they had coaches.
I guess. Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they're even staying the night. They got PJs now. They're flying out to wherever and then flying back right after.
You're right.
So,
You're right. And believe me, you weren't staying at the Days Inn and places like that where I'd be staying either.
Yeah,
they're staying downtown Miami somewhere.
Yeah,
or
they don't need
dressers.
Yeah. They don't need dressers to put up against the door just in case someone starts firing in there.
I stayed at that place for like one night. I couldn't get out of there quick enough. Even I was nervous in there.
By the way, our donuts opened in 1985.
Here you go.
Closed in 1990 following the death of its owner. So you were there.
And it's closed. They had a nice run.
You were there in the sweet spot. This place was only around for 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Most of the world, like 1990, that was what, 35 years ago now?
That's how long it's been. It's been a while.
I wonder if there's been another topless donut shop anywhere since then.
Probably not.
Like, what a great concept. We need more topless stuff in this.
By the way, it wasn't, I wasn't having ladies that just had C-sections in there. There were some they had some decent ladies that worked in there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. Like you need that.
You buy a $1.25 coffee and you tip them $25.
Hey, that's the bit right there. They probably had ladies lining up. It's like the Playboy Mansion for that owner. All these chicks trying to get those.
You didn't have to dance. All you had to do was bring coffee and a donut over.
Were they wearing aprons to like kind of cover up, or was it straight up?
No, there was nothing. They didn't have any aprons. They didn't have anything.
Apparently, we've got bikini coffee shops now. Which, look, I'll take that. It's better than nothing. But
it's better than just going into Starbucks.
Right, yeah. Starbucks are wearing like long sleeve sweaters with aprons. They're spelling your name wrong. It's Brad, lady. It's Brad. It's not that hard. It's 4 letters. Get it right.
Oh my God.
Now that's what we got. Back then, you used to have titties with your donuts, man.
Yeah. Cream in my coffee. It was good. It was fun. That was crazy, man. My recruiting world, I can't even, there's stories that I have not. There are Charlie Strong stories that never hit the radio, brother, never hit the airways. I just, and people like that I could never tell. I could never tell because those people are still alive. I have to wait till they pass away. It just was unbelievable. I mean, I had a room at St. Thomas Aquinas High School where I got one player. I went after about 50 there. I got one player, one running back went to LSU. I got a left-footed punter from there to go to the University of Illinois. And, dude, I spent thousands going back and forth to Fort Lauderdale. And so they had a cart there where the nuns, I would go in and say I'd go make my rounds to the nuns, BK, and say hello to all of them, go to see the principal. And I didn't get any sleep the night before because I'd been up all night. And I'd go in there and they had a cart in the coach's room where I'd be in the corner asleep.
God.
Oh, it was great. It was great.
I agree with our guy Steven here. You need to write a book telling some of these stories, man.
God, it was bad. It was great. And some of them, I'm gonna tell you, I took Makovic back to I think it was one of the quarterbacks, the brothers in Boston, the one ended up going to BC. We went there and he and I went to dinner, and of course this was on Texas's dime too. This was a trip where we went to the wharf downtown, and he said, "Well, we need to, we were eating seafood. It was great." And he goes, "Yeah, you want to? We'll have a bottle of wine." And I said, "We got to go on a recruiting trip here, Coach." And it wasn't like it was like a bottle for him and a bottle for me.
Right.
At dinner, I'm like, "What?"
Oh man. Those were the days.
Amazing. It was like we staggered in there.
Dude, I am so, and part of my life was in this era, but not enough of it. Like I am so envious of people who got to live in like the pre-smartphone world. Because I mean, everyone has a camera now, and like something you do wrong gets posted online for the entire world to see within seconds. You can't, like you said, could you imagine the head coach at Texas football right now going into a topless donut shop? Like there's so much about that is so far-fetched and like would not fly nowadays, and then
Oh,
forever it did, and now we've ruined ourselves with these
I know. And
things.
And the greatest trip I've ever taken was, and people have heard me tell this story, the greatest trip I ever took as a recruiting trip on a plane was I got a first class seat going from Boston to Miami, and I sat right beside Ted Williams, like one of the greatest days of my life.
The real Ted Williams, or just like his frozen head?
Ted Williams. I sat with Ted Williams, and we didn't talk about anything but fishing. He loved to fly fish. And Ted Williams was one of the biggest dudes. I'm thinking Ted Williams, baseball player, some 5'10" guy. He was like 6'2", 6'3". He was a big man, Ted Williams. That was a big dude.
Yeah.
I got on that plane, and people were just, their heads just turned around. And I just sat there, and I didn't talk because I was a Yankees fan back in those days even. So I didn't say anything to him, but we talked about fishing. I told him how I grew up in Pennsylvania, spinner, for trout. And he told me all these fly fish about how he made flies and stuff. We never stopped talking for like 3 hours from Boston to Florida, and only talked about fishing. What a freaking guy that guy was.
Yeah.
Legend. And people are taking pictures of this dude. I mean, it's like when I went to when I worked for Bobby Orr, when I was in the agent business for a year, and I worked for Bob Wolf, one of the great sports agents ever, who started that out. And I went to lunch with Bobby Orr in Boston. I sat there. There wasn't a second that went by that somebody didn't come over to Bobby Orr and ask him for an autograph, and he gave it to him while we were at lunch. He was kind of interviewing me for that job, and he just kept signing. They just kept coming, BK. They wouldn't stop. I mean, that guy's face, Bobby Orr, in the city of Boston, even at a lunch. So I can understand why a lot of these guys are like, no, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. No, I won't sign. That dude signed anybody that came up to us. He signed an autograph. He just did it. So
awesome.
Working for Bobby Orr and being around him was cool, but to sit there with Ted Williams was like, that was enough for me. I still hate the Red Sox. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, as you should.
Yes, as I should. But man, those experiences I had in recruiting were unbelievable.
Yeah,
just unbelievable stuff. Like I said, I mean, I've had days where I instead of being in a hotel like back in the days of just getting cash only and saying I knew this is what I mean, I was going to stay at some dump when I would sleep in the back seat of the car. I've slept in a car before.
Sure.
On a recruiting trip because I get to keep the cash. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Another thing. Could you imagine a Texas coach now sleeping in the car on a recruiting trip?
Oh, no. These guys sleep at the houses where the kids are now. You got head coaches having sleepovers.
That's just Jim Harbaugh because, he's got to do something to get a leg up on the competition, a.k.a. cheat.
Yeah, this is when I had guys like Troy Stratford and Kenny Bell and Doug Flutie. Oh, no. I was like, I could use that. That's $75. Are you kidding me? Hell, I used to have pretzels for dinner. I mean, come on. But it was cash only. There was no credit card back in the day when you could pay for a rental car with cash. You know what I'm saying? You could pay a hotel with cash. And I went cash only. I got the Texas dude from Illinois, and I was still going, oh, no. I don't want that card. I don't want my name on that card. No, thank you. Here's what I need in cash.
Paper trail, baby. Paper trail. No paper trail.
No. I'm not going to do that. Fun times, man.
We're doing like old man radio. We need Monty here with us this morning with some of these stories that we're talking about.
Yeah, Monty wanted to do a screenplay of me recruiting and stuff about my deals of being at the hotel when the head coach would leave me the hotel room and he would go, and I was the one to put all the players to bed at UT for all those years that Makovic was here. I was in charge with curfew.
Oh, yep. Of course you were.
Oh, I was in charge of the curfew. Coming back and waking guys up at 3 o'clock in the morning, banging on their door and taking off.
Yeah, you were coming back from the bar at that time.
Yeah. Oh, I was the worst. I'd hear the television was on, where some guys are in there playing their video games, and take a bucket of water and tilt it in at them, and they'd open up the door, and the water would come in the door. They knew exactly who was doing it too, because nobody else was up roaming the streets at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. coming from Trudy's. Good times. Good times were had by all.
And now Trudy's is officially closed down.
Yeah, it is.
Sort of feels like the end of an era. Good stuff right there, man. Always enjoy hearing those stories, and that was fun. That was fun. A blast from the past right there. Our guy Tom McKay's tuned in this morning, and he's like, I would still be in prison if social media was around back then
Oh
and
my
people could
goodness.
like
I just
video.
you
You're
couldn't. That
cool.
stuff would get around so fast. You couldn't have a coach do that. You could, and coaches wouldn't. If they found out you slept in a car in the
Yeah.
back, you slept where? Oh, I was in the parking lot in the car. No
Yeah.
way.
No way. All right. Speaking of Tom McKay, shout out AV Consultations. Tom's one of our great buddies. I had a great call with him yesterday. But Tom texted us a couple of days ago saying he can hook you up for the Super Bowl. Yeah.
How about
Big
that?
game. Super Bowl Sunday coming up in 2 weeks from this Sunday. If you want to make sure that your home TV setup is ready to go for the big game, reach out to our man Tom McKay and his team at Audio Visual Consultations. They've got 85-inch TVs in stock. They've got 98-inch TVs in stock. And how about those 150-inch projection screens? Yeah, you want one of those? You really want to take things to another level in the new year? Audio Visual Consultations can hook you up. All you have to do is reach out before the end of January. You got some time. You got a week. Reach out to AV Consultations, get on the schedule, and they will make sure that you are hooked up for Super Bowl Sunday. And oh, by the way, we're getting to the good part of the NHL and NBA seasons. We're getting closer to March Madness. Baseball and the Dodgers repeating World Series is right around the corner as well. I'll talk about them in a second, but the perfect time is right now to call AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or you can find them online at avconsultations.com, Buck.
Sweet. Yeah, man. Get that in. If you want to get that set up, you can get it done before the Super Bowl. You still got time.
Absolutely. All right, a little bit of baseball here. We didn't talk about this.
What's going on?
Yeah, we didn't talk about this yesterday, and that's on me. We were getting into some good other discussions, but we'll spend a moment or so talking about the Hall of Fame class of 2025. That was announced on Tuesday, and Billy Wagner got in. The Houston Astros get a guy in. Shout out to Billy Wagner, his 10th and final year on the ballot. He got 82.5% of the vote. Needed 75%. It took him all 10 years, but it's about time. One of the best closers in the history of the game. I think the best left-handed closer in the history of the game finally gets his rightful spot in Cooperstown. 422 career saves. More than 250 of those came down in Houston. 7-time All-Star. This stat always blows my mind. You talk about nasty stuff. Billy Wagner, and this includes like the end of his career where he lost a little zip on that fastball that touched triple digits for a lot of his career. He struck out 33% of the batters he faced. So literally 1/3 of every guy who stepped into the box against Billy Wagner left with a strikeout. One of 8 players all time with 400-plus career saves. It shouldn't have taken this long. The whole baseball voting process is ridiculous, but congrats to the Astros and congrats to Billy on finally earning his stripes. A couple more got in. Speaking of the ridiculous voting process here, Ichiro,
yes,
first ballot Hall of Famer. No surprise there. The surprise is one idiot left him off. Or maybe that's not a surprise because that's what we've grown accustomed to with these baseball writers. Ichiro got 99.7% of the vote. We don't know who the one person was who didn't vote for him. I almost believe that person wants to be talked about. So I almost hope his name doesn't come out. But one vote away from being the second unanimous player of all time. He should have been. Hell, there should be a bunch of guys who are unanimously in there. For some reason, though, these baseball writers who are holier than thou have to make sure that, I don't know, they protect the sanctity of the hall, Buck, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, whatever it means is right.
It's a joke, though, right? Like, Ichiro should have been unanimous. We agree on that?
Yes.
Yeah, 3,000 hits in Major League Baseball. He didn't join the majors until he was 27. Remember, he started playing professionally in Japan, had more than 1,200 hits there, then came to the big leagues at 27, played until he was 45. It's MVP, Rookie of the Year, 10-time All-Star, 10-time Gold Glover, 2 batting titles. I mean, it's one of the best resumes of all time.
Yeah, that should have been automatic.
Yeah, and he's one of my favorite baseball players ever. Like, I grew up going to a lot of Rangers games, and it sucked that Ichiro was on arrival in Seattle, but because I got to see him play a bunch in person. And he was just special. And one of the coolest moments in my life was I was in Denver when Ichiro got his 3,000th career major league hit. He was on the Marlins at the time. And I was on a road trip with a couple of buddies because the Texas Rangers were playing the Rockies like the next day, but the Marlins were in town, and Ichiro was on $29.99.
Wow.
And we just like, shoot, let's buy tickets to the game, see if we could see history. And it took until his fourth and final at bat in the 8th inning, but he got that 3,000th hit. I was also tripping on acid at that game.
Very nice.
That's an important stat. Call me Doc Ellis there.
Way to go, Doc.
I didn't quite pitch a no hitter on acid, but I watched a guy get his 3,000th career hit on it. So I guess that counts. That's
did you see the ball go for the hit? Was it just a regular base hit?
I think everyone else in the stands were standing up, and I think my friends and I were just sitting down, like smiling and laughing once he got
the whole
hit.
time, just looking up at the scoreboard, seeing 50 different things looking at. Yeah.
Yeah, we were having the time of our lives right there.
Wow.
But that was awesome. I mean, that's history right there. And Ichiro is one of the best to ever do it. So congrats to him, and screw the one voter who didn't put him in. And your guy, CC Sabathia.
Yeah, the Big Burger.
Is that a sanctioned nickname?
No, it's just the one I gave him for that belly of his. It's
fat.
Double.
The Big Burger.
He is a big burger, that dude. I don't even know. I haven't seen any pictures of CC lately, but I'm thinking that I'm wondering if he's joined one of the clubs and getting his workout in a couple times a week, or is he just burgering down? Fries, burger, shakes.
Yeah, he's probably eating a lot.
And it's double, and of course it's double beef for him.
Oh my God. What? Jeez, man. The body shaming this morning.
It takes a lot of fuel for that dude.
Body shaming Buck showing up on a Thursday.
There you go.
I did see like a little video, because they always release videos of these guys getting the call from the hall that they've been inducted.
Where was he at? BK's?
You think he was eating a Whopper? No, he was actually at CC's Pizza, downing that all-you-can-eat buffet.
Oh, my goodness.
No, he was at home with his family and some close friends around him, and he looks big, but like he hasn't blown up since his baseball career. So
well,
it looks like he's in decent enough shape still, but damn, the Big Burger? You kidding me? That's mean, man. Anyways, he gets in, first ballot Hall of Famer, 19 years. Right, yeah, right. The sideways hat. He was a beast,
dude, man.
Yeah, man. Pitched for the Brewers, the Indians, and the Yankees, and won a World Series with the Yanks. 250 wins, 3,000 strikeouts, 6-time All-Star, won a Cy Young in his career. Well deserved, man. He was fun to watch on the mound, and that guy didn't really give an F.
No,
that guy, like, he'd be willing to throw at people. He'd be willing to talk trash. He'd be willing to dust it up a little bit. Like, he was a tough guy. You don't always see that with pitchers. You don't always see that in baseball, but I like watching CC pitch. Really
somebody said he looks like Dwight Gooden now. He's so skinny. He's lost a little bit of weight. I don't know if I'd go Dwight Gooden. Yeah, he's not that thin.
No, I mean, he's not CC Sabathia as he used to be.
No, he couldn't take off his shirt like I did. I mean, that stuff would slam onto the camera.
Oh my God. You're saying it would splooge out?
It would come out of that shirt.
Yeah, I thought you liked the guy. You're just roasting him right now.
That guy couldn't keep his shirt tucked in. He'd spend like half an inning tucking his shirt in, and like 2 pitches later, that thing would be all over. It'd be down by his knees.
You know, on his Hall of Fame bust, you know, they've got nicknames they put on there. I guess CC's a nickname, right? But instead of CC being the nickname, it'll say Big Burger on there.
Big Burger, yeah, man.
The Bucks appointed nickname for CC Sabathia. Call him the big fat ass. You might as well. It's the same thing.
I had a couple Yankees that I loved that weren't like really crazy known guys. You know, like I love CC Hall of Fame. I loved Mickey Rivers when he was there. I loved the mixture when he'd come to bat, twirling his bat and stuff. I mean, he twirled that thing like a baton. He was unbelievable, man. There were certain guys I loved. I loved, of course, Clete Boyer. I loved all the Boyers when I was a Yankees fan, and Clete Boyer and Bobby Richardson. I'm an old dude. Joe Pepitone.
Yeah, you are an old dude. You're just making up names.
You don't even know those names.
Anyway, there's CC and Ichiro. Remember, Ichiro was on the Yanks for a little bit towards the end of his baseball career, and quite the size difference between those two.
That look like nightwear that CC has on, doesn't it?
Like the oversized pajamas.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Loungewear.
Yeah, his sleeves are going down to like his wrists. Amount of extra material that's being wasted. That's got to be like a 4 or 5X right there that CC's rocking.
Come on, man. Way to go. Into the Hall of Fame.
Into the Hall of Fame. And look, I get a kick out of that's the beauty of baseball, right? I mean, I get it. Offensive and defensive linemen are big in football, but those dudes are so incredibly athletic. Like they don't show that they're 300 pounds at all with the way that they move. But the beauty of baseball is you can get a guy like CC Sabathia who would not be nearly athletic enough to compete in any other sport, maybe outside of darts or billiards. They can make the Hall of Fame. Like they could be good enough in baseball to make the Hall of Fame despite having the nickname the Big Burger and looking like that.
Yeah, and tell me about what's going on with the Dodgers. I mean, do they have enough pitching for the next 50 years now?
Dude,
what are they doing?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to –
I know
it almost feels like we don't need to play the 2025 baseball season. Like we could just hold the parade in LA right now for the Dodgers because they're going back to back, aren't they?
I mean, I thought they had money left.
There's no salary cap in baseball. They got as much money as the owner wants to spend, and the owner's got money. So, yeah, I mean, they already had the best roster in baseball last year by far, and they proved that by winning the World Series relatively easily. And, yeah, this offseason, I mean, just in the last week alone, they've added Rory Sasaki, who's the best player coming over from Japan this year. He's not Shohei good, but he's like one of the best players since Shohei coming over from Japan. They added Tanner Scott from the Padres, who was one of the best closers, maybe the best closer in the game last year. Apparently, they're close to adding former Ranger Kirby Yates, who was an all-star with the Rangers in 2024. I don't think a deal's official yet, but it seems like one is imminent in LA. And oh, by the way, they're going to get Shohei back as a pitcher next year. Remember, he didn't even pitch this past season, and they still won the World Series. So it's insane. Longhorn Bear with the numbers. Thank you for sending these in. The Dodgers payroll for next year is $365 million. The next highest is $275 million with your Yankees.
Wow.
So the Dodgers have always spent, like this is nothing new, but it's usually like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
Sure.
You know, a couple of teams are at least kind of close to them in terms of how much they're paying their players. The Dodgers right now are in a league of their own with the spending. They're deferring a lot of the money too. Like Shohei Ohtani's barely making anything. So much of his massive record-setting contract is deferred. So that's allowing the Dodgers to go, once again, no salary cap, but that's allowing their owner to be like, well, I've got all this extra money I can spend right now. I'm going to do it.
Dude, he wants to win championships. He wants to keep winning championships. He said, I'll take the money later.
Look, I'm not like mad at the Dodgers. I'm kind of mad I'm not a Dodgers fan because this would be a hell of a lot of fun if my favorite team was doing this. But it's baseball, man. It goes back to the argument of, do we need a salary cap? We really need a salary floor in Major League Baseball. I think that's a bigger issue. The fact that some of these cheap-ass owners are not spending anything to field a competitive team.
Yeah,
and it's just year in and year out. You see
the
Pirates, the Reds, the Orioles for a long time were like this, and they're still pretty cheap. Now they just have so many good young players that aren't making a lot of money that they're kind of relevant now. But there are way too many teams across the sport that are just not spending money at all, and it's just unfair to those fan bases, and there's really not a lot of competitive balance going on there. So I think the floor is a bigger issue, but man, at what point does MLB consider a salary cap, or are they just perfectly fine with this continuing to happen in LA?
Somebody said Jerry Jones needs to take note of what's going on here.
Well, he can't. I mean, Jerry Jones can spend on the coach, but he can't outbid people for players. I mean, you know what I mean? There's a salary cap. Like he can to an extent, but everybody has the same amount of money they could spend in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, like all three of the other major American professional sports have salary caps in place to prevent stuff like this from happening. Now, I will say this in regards to Major League Baseball, we have seen some parity in recent years. There's been a lot of like new blood in terms of winning World Series. Like the Rangers won their first a couple of years ago. The Astros have won 2, but it was obviously their first 2. People put an asterisk by one of them. But there's been a lot of like new teams winning in baseball.
They're hovering around there. You're right.
Yeah, there hasn't been like a crazy dynasty in the last decade in Major League Baseball. So it's actually been okay without the salary cap. But the Dodgers, it feels like they're shaping up to be a team that can win
every year,
2 or 3 in the next 5, which, again, if you're a Dodgers fan, you love it. You think it's great for baseball. The players obviously think it's great for baseball because they're making buku amounts of money right now. But if you're a fan of one of the other 29 teams, you're not real happy with gap-toothed Manfred letting this thing go the way that it's been going. And, yeah, there you go. So the Dodgers, they are the heavy favorites to win the World Series right now. Still plenty of offseason left, which is scary because I feel like the Dodgers are going to add more than any other team, even though they've already added more than any other team. That's where we're at right now.
Boy, their connection to Japanese baseball is like, okay, here's where we're going. Here's where we're going to play. Period.
I'm trying to, like the Dodgers pitching rotation right now, like their number 5 guy would be an ace on a bunch of teams across baseball.
Will be their number 1, their ace.
Oh, they've got Shohei. They've got Blake Snell, who's won a Cy Young. They've got Tyler Glasnow, who's got some of the best stuff in baseball. They've got Yoshi Yamamoto, who came over from Japan, who's got really, really good stuff. They've got Dustin May, who was looking like one of the better pitchers in baseball before he got hurt last season. Now they add Roki Sasaki to the mix. Yeah, they're pretty freaking good. They're pretty freaking loaded. Like they lose Walker Buehler, and it's like, we're perfectly fine. We've got 6 or 7 guys who are really good. They'll take his place. So I'm probably forgetting a name or 2, but yeah, the Dodgers, it's wild what's happening in Major League Baseball right now. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We'll get into some more Longhorn sports. We got Mel Kiper's first mock draft to get into, this wild Costco story that is very fitting with what the Buck thinks about Costco samples. It'll make for some good conversation here today. But before any of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. If you're getting ready for that big Super Bowl party, or hell, if you're just getting ready for some more football this weekend, head on over there to 4601 Southwest Parkway. Pick up all your spirits, all your alcohol needs. They've got it there for you. If you're having the big party, which a lot of folks will have the Super Bowl party, they'll deliver to you. They'll get it to you. They're a wholesale distributor, not just a corner liquor store. They can get it to you, to your company, to your party, and they'll do just that. It's located, once again, 4601 on the Southwest Parkway. It's 34 Wine and Spirits.
Absolutely, and you can get that Altstadt beer at
34 yes, you can.
Wine and Spirits. It's fantastic stuff right there. And the weather's going to be warming up around here soon. I'll be talking way more about the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg when it does. But definitely think about a trip to the Altstadt Brewery. It's right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. It's got an open weekend coming up. This is absolutely worth checking out. Live music, a great German-style restaurant with a former Michelin chef serving up some great European cuisine. Of course, you get to see how the sausage is made. You get to see how Altstadt's made. You get to try plenty of samples of their great beer as well. They've got the outdoor beer garden. There's so much to do. Might not be the best weekend to go, but once the weather warms up, get ready for that. But in the meantime, if you want to warm up, you can do that with some Altstadt beer. Pick it up wherever you buy your beer. Tons of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's the official beer of BK, and it should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Dodgers still have Kershaw still hanging around? What are they doing with that dude? That dude, is he done?
I don't think he's retired. I think he's a free agent right now.
Wow.
I guess he could go back to LA, right? They'll pay him. They'll pay everybody. I don't know if he'd make the rotation.
That's what I'm saying. Is he good enough to make the rotation, you know?
Probably not.
Dang.
Probably not. That's where things are with the LA Dodgers right now. Shout out to Centex.
Let me shout out to Woods Comfort Systems. Everything's been good. Made it through this, and I know it's still cold outside, but my Woods Comfort Systems, yes, it's supposed to work well, and it does work well. And if you have a system that's not working well and you didn't get it from Woods, call on them to come and get it fixed, whether it's heating, plumbing now, and also your air conditioning. You know, it won't be that long before we're back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, hundies, and that you're going to have to think about what you're going to do to your air conditioning system. Call on Woods Comfort Systems. Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas. They will get it done. They've gotten it done for me in my new home now. Well, it's not brand new anymore. It's 5 years old, but I love what they've done here, and I love the contract that I have with Woods Comfort Systems because they don't let me down. They make sure that I don't have to worry when things happen during the summer or the winter months.
Hey, man, woodscomfortsystems.com is their website. 512-842-9066, is the phone number for Woods Comfort Systems. They're the best in the business. And like you said, they've been in business for more than 7 decades, or coming up on 7 decades here in Central Texas. Shout out to centextickets.com. Plenty of live events coming to Austin, Texas, USA, America. If you want to be at any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, you name it, they've got it. Tickets available on site right now at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of your purchase. That is an exclusive promo code for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. CENTEX10 at checkout. You can go to some of the top events all across the country. It's not just here in Central Texas. They've got tickets to any event you want to get to online right now at centextickets.com.
Nice.
All right, Buck. I'm going to get into a little college basketball or Mel Kiper's mock draft here.
Let's go Kiper.
All right, let's go Mel Kiper's first mock draft. It is mock season after all. And Mel Kiper, one of the best in the business, rocking the hair gel as always. We'll start with his first round mock, and then we'll get into how he ranks the Texas Longhorns. He drops his first round mock, and he also dropped his positional rankings, the top 10 prospects at every position. So we'll let you know where some of the Longhorns ended up there. But at the top of the mock, if I could get this thing to load, we're stalling here. The Tennessee Titans with the first overall pick. He is Tennessee taking Cam Ward, Buck. Feels like there's more smoke to Cam Ward going number one. I think for a lot of the season, most people expected Shedeur Sanders to be the first quarterback off the board. Now it kind of feels like there's some momentum building for Cam Ward out of Miami to be that guy. No surprise with the quarterback, right? Tennessee needs one. Will Levis has not worked out. They've got to do something there. We won't go one.
This would be Levis' third year coming up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
He got benched late last season. He just hasn't played nearly well enough to keep the job in Tennessee. If you want to keep him around as a backup, that's fine. But the Titans quarterback play between Levis and Rudolph was a joke. I mean, they had the NFL's second worst QBR and second highest interception total between those two dudes this past season. No surprise. It's Cam Ward or it's Shedeur Sanders. It's like one of those two guys will go number one. We'll do the top 5 here, then we'll get to the Cowboys and Texans picks. We won't go 1 through 32. The Cleveland Browns with the second pick. Mel Kiper Jr. has him going with Travis Hunter, the Heisman winner out of Colorado. I can the Browns pass up on a quarterback here? Like Deshaun Watson's terrible, and he also re-hurt his Achilles, so he's not even going to play next year. Jameis Winston's a free agent, not like he's a franchise quarterback anyways. If you're the Browns, I get it.
They're going to survive on defense until they screw up another quarterback.
What does survive mean? If they don't do anything at quarterback, they're going to have another top 3 pick, which is maybe what they want. Maybe they just want to wait till next year's crop and hope somebody is better than what they could get this year.
They'll take Hunter to go along with the other cornerback they have, kid out of Ohio State, and be something special in their secondary. So, because I think that's where he's going to play.
Where will that get them?
It'll get them where they are this year, looking for another quarterback the following year. That's all.
I think that's crazy. I mean, look, Travis Hunter's a supreme talent. Don't get me wrong, but you can have unlimited supreme talents at every position besides quarterback. If you don't have somebody good enough at quarterback, you've got no shot in this league. So I don't know. I'd take a chance on a quarterback. I would take a chance with Shedeur or Cam, whoever is there. These guys are lottery tickets. Again, there's no such thing as a sure thing quarterback coming out of college. So you've got to at least try at that position.
Is there a possibility that the Cleveland Browns and Deion Sanders being like, no chance my son's going there? We're not doing that. We're not going. Just one of those that they're just telling them already, don't take him. He ain't coming.
Yeah, maybe with the Sanders family.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking that may be. You know, if he's not the first guy and Cleveland's the next up and they want to take him, I can feel Deion and Shedeur Sanders going, I'm not going to that graveyard. It's not happening.
You know, the Giants are picking third. I could almost see the Sanders family saying, no Tennessee, no Cleveland. We're not going to either of y'all's places.
That could be it too. I didn't even think about saying either one of those and then getting to the Giants.
That'd be a dream scenario for the Giants, right? If they get either Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders at 3, you talk about teams that need a quarterback. I mean, Daniel Jones, well, he's gone. Drew Lock is a free agent. They got Danny DeVito who's doing too many Jersey Mike's commercials. They got to do something there.
I can see that. I can see Deion saying, yeah, New York, me, my son, the Giants, we can make them better. But I can also see him saying, no way. This is not happening. I've been around it. I've played around it. I've seen it. We all see it. You know it. I know it. The American people know what happens in Cleveland. It won't happen for a quarterback. I don't care who you are.
Come on. You don't want to be the guy who can turn the Browns around?
I don't even want to take that chance with my kid, probably.
You'd be the first quarterback since, Bernie Kosar to actually do something in Cleveland?
That's not going to happen.
You don't want to play in that weather?
No, they might as well get ready to take Travis Hunter and look for another quarterback the following year.
I'll tell you what, that'd be best case scenario for the Giants if the Sanders family comes out and says Shedeur's not playing in Cleveland. Because, as it stands right now, I think the Browns should take a quarterback. We'll see what they do. There are some mock drafts that have them taking a quarterback, number 2, so it's very possible. We're still 3 months away from the draft. The Giants...
They can get a lot for that pick.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the Giants are desperate for a quarterback. If I'm Cleveland, I'm hoping, the Giants think I'm taking a quarterback at 2, so they have to give me something to move up from 3 to 2 to make sure they can get their guy. Because there are teams that are going to want Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward who are calling Cleveland right now, and they're like, hey, what, we want that pick. What do we need to give up? So for the Giants to feel secure about landing one of those 2 top quarterbacks, and it feels like there's a pretty big drop-off after those 2 to everybody else this year, the Giants might have to move up a pick.
Yeah, they have to give up Neighbors. The guy they got last year, they'd be part of it.
They're not doing that. I can tell you that much.
Hey, they got to give him up.
The Giants are dumb. They ain't that dumb. At least I think they're not that dumb.
Oh, to get that quarterback? Yeah, you got nobody to throw it to.
Exactly. No, they're not. They're not. They'd have to give up some picks. They're not trading Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
To move up one spot.
Said, hey, you got to give us Neighbors and a first rounder, and we'll give you Shedeur. They would probably go, okay.
Yeah, there goes the phone. This number is not in service anymore. The Patriots picking 4th. Mel has them taking Abdul Carter, the edge rusher out of Penn State. First. I can't call him the first defensive player off the board because Travis Hunter plays defense. And then 5th with Jacksonville, Mason Graham, the defensive tackle at Michigan, who Texas saw, obviously, earlier this season. So there's your top 5. Now we'll go to the Cowboys at 12. And I really like this pick that Mel Kiper has the Cowboys making here in the first round. He's got him taking Luther Burden III, the receiver out of Missouri.
Wow.
Most mock drafts that you look at right now have Dallas going with Ashton Jeanty, of course, the running back out of Boise State, who's a Texas kid.
I'm fine with that one too.
Grew up a Cowboys fan, but Mel Kiper says Burden, and I think I'd prefer receiver over running back. Ashton Jeanty is an all-world talent. I think he's going to be a great pro. I absolutely think his game is going to translate. I'm not worried about Boise State to the NFL type of jump. I think the kid is just that talented, and he does so many things right where he's going to make it in the league. But you can get really good running backs in the 2nd and 3rd round.
Sure,
I don't want the Cowboys to ignore the running back position again, but I want to get a difference maker at receiver to pair with CeeDee Lamb to give Dak a weapon. We mentioned this earlier. The quarterback is your most important investment on your team. Dak Prescott's making more money than any other quarterback in football. So he is literally the biggest investment in the NFL next season. you've got to do things to make life easier for him. And bringing in a receiver and a running back in the top 3 rounds of the draft, that does that. Bringing in a guy like Luther Burden, who I think is probably the second best receiver in this class behind T-Mac from Arizona, that would help the Cowboys offense tremendously.
Yeah, that'd be a great get. Yeah, it would be. And Luther Burden didn't have that great of a season either.
No, he was dealing with some injuries during the year.
And his quarterback was dealing with injuries.
Yeah, Brady Cook missed some games for Mizzou this year. 61 catches, 676 yards, 6 touchdowns for Burden. That comes after a 1,200-yard, 9-touchdown 2023. So we did take a little bit of a step back, but this guy was a 5-star out of high school. He was a guy people were saying if he could have left after last season, he would have been a very high first-round pick. Now just finished up his junior year, so this is his first year he was eligible to go pro. But, yeah, like the Cowboys, whether it's Luther Burden or Emeka Ibuka out of Ohio State, hell, I'd consider a guy like Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, who can kind of play a couple of different positions on an offense. Like, you got to bring in somebody who can be a weapon in the passing game. Because last year it was literally –
Is Warren going in the top 10?
Mel Kiper has him going 14th to the Colts. So in this mock, he would be on the board for Dallas at 12 if they wanted him.
No, they'll wait for a Michigan tight end or something.
Oh, geez. Oh, my God.
Why? Michigan had a pretty good tight end.
The Cowboys cannot draft another player out of Michigan in the first round.
No matter what position, right?
Or the second round, or really any round. Just stop drafting those guys. I mean, Mozzie Smith, bust. Taco Charlton, huge bust. Luke Schoonmaker, bust. Like, that's within the last 5 or 6 years. You've taken 3 Wolverines in the top 2 rounds, and they all suck. They're terrible.
Yeah, so, stay away from them.
No, Colston Loveland's a fine player. He's going to be a first-round pick. Mel Kiper's got him going 22 to the Chargers. So, like, he's good. But the Cowboys cannot draft a Michigan player.
No.
Ever again. The Texans picking at 25. We know that now that their season is over. Mel Kiper has him taking an offensive lineman, Josh Simmons, out of Ohio State. Simmons was actually hurt. He didn't play in the college football playoff. Right. He missed the last 6 games, got hurt after 6 games with a left knee injury. I think if he stayed healthy, he'd be closer to the Kelvin Banks, Will Campbell conversation as the top tackle in this class. But because he got hurt, his stock's going to fall a little bit. I mean, C.J. Stroud got sacked way too much this year.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys aren't going to screw around in that first round, BK, and try to take another offensive lineman from like North Texas and try to build him into something special. Or they're not going to do that again. They need a specialist, like you said. They need a wide receiver to go with CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
that guy's going to have a busted shoulder for the rest of his career.
Yeah, the offensive line wasn't great for Dallas last year, but 2 of their starters were rookies. So you've got to build with those guys and just hope that they can take a step. And I mean, there's still enough talent on that Cowboys offensive line to be good. But yeah, they need more skill position players now. Like they have to start spending there. I mean, they've got a lot of holes on their roster, and hopefully they actually spend in free agency this year to address some of them, unlike last season or last offseason. But I think skill position talent is like priority number 1 for Dallas in this draft. 2 of their first 4 picks, I think, need to be wide receiver, tight end, or running back. That's where I'm at there. So there you go. There's the Cowboys and Texans pick. Mel has one Longhorn, only one Longhorn going in round 1. That is Kelvin Banks Jr. Kiper's got him going outside the top 10. He's got him going 11 to San Francisco as the second offensive lineman drafted. He's got Will Campbell out of LSU going 1 pick prior to the Bears. So it'll be those 2 guys really competing to be the first tackle selected. I'm biased, but I'd go with Kelvin Banks. We'll see what the NFL teams actually do.
Sweet.
I'm surprised Kelvin Banks falls out of the top 10. I'd be very shocked if he doesn't go in the top 10 when we actually get to the draft. I think that guy's going to impress at the NFL Combine, and I think when teams turn on the tape and see what he did.
When they see him, when they come visit with him, spend some time around him.
Yeah, They're going to fall in love for sure. So there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
There's Mel Kiper's first mock draft, what the Cowboys are doing, what the Texans are doing, and what he has or where he
Yeah,
has Kelvin
look to
Banks going.
Cleveland, look to the Sanders family going, no, he's not going there. You guys just need to know that. So you and the Giants need to start making some deals now.
Well, the Giants, like, they won't have to make a deal if that's the case. Although I guess another team could trade up to 2,
Yeah.
and maybe the
But you
Sanders
said there are a lot
family.
of teams looking right now.
I would think. Once again, this is a 2 quarterback draft. We won't see another quarterback go in round 1. I'm not sure we'll see another quarterback go in round 2. There's that big of a drop off in the eyes of NFL
Where do they
folks
have Quinn
between.
Ewers? Round 4 or something like that?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. I've seen some 3rd round. I've seen some 4th round. So I think that's likely. It's late day 2, early day 3 for Quinn.
Okay.
Mel Kiper's got him ranked as his 7th quarterback this year. Below guys like Jackson Dart, below guys like Kyle McCord, below Will Howard at Ohio State. So I think all of those guys are kind of in that next tier
Sure.
behind Sanders and Ward. It'll just be flavor of the month, whatever NFL team
Well,
thinks
as I
about
said,
those
McCord
guys.
made such a jump when he went to Syracuse this year and broke all those records, leaving
Yeah.
Ohio State. I mean, that his numbers are ridiculous. You know, and we're talking about a Syracuse football team that had some really good receivers. He made them even better. He had a great year.
Yeah, it was a great year for him. Great decision. Like Will Howard, too. I mean, both of
Yeah.
those guys, they obviously transferred. They were not on NFL teams' radars at this
No,
time a year ago.
no, they weren't.
McCord goes to Syracuse, puts up a great year. Will Howard obviously wins a national championship at Ohio State, and now enters the NFL draft conversation. Like, yeah, the portal, people talk about all the bad of the portal. There's plenty of annoyances with the portal, but there are plenty of success stories for
Sure.
individuals where things just didn't work out at the previous stop for whatever reason. They go find a home somewhere else, and it turns into success.
Where does Matthew Golden go in the looksies as these wide receivers?
Is the
Is
what?
he is Golden in the top when you come to receivers to his group of receivers? Is he in the top 6 or 7 receivers?
Did you say looksies?
Yeah, where does he look see? Is he not he's not like 4th round, 5th round guy, is he?
I'm too old to be saying that. Mel Kiper does not like Matthew Golden very much. I found this surprising. Mel has Golden as his 9th ranked wide receiver. He actually has Isaiah Bond as his 7th ranked wide receiver. So a little higher on Bond. Bond's got the speed that Golden doesn't have, but obviously Golden had the production that Bond didn't have in 2024. But I like Daniel Jeremiah, who covers the NFL draft for the NFL Network. He tweeted out like a week ago that Matthew Golden might end up being his number 1 receiver. So there's every year there are more talented receivers going to the draft than ever before. There's more passing in the sport than ever before. So it's another loaded wide receiver class. Stop me if you've heard that before. But so there's going to be differing opinions on a lot of the top guys. But yeah, like that just goes to show you about Matthew Golden. One guy has him borderline number 1, and another guy has him at number 9, just inside the top 10.
Yeah, somebody's going to get a steal with Gunnar Helm down the road here too, when the time comes. As a guy catching passes, and a guy who's really made himself into a pretty good tight end, big dude, you know.
Oh, for sure. And Mel Kiper doesn't do 7-round mocks, so I can't tell you where he has him going, but I can tell you position by position. We mentioned Quinn Ewers is Mel's 7th ranked quarterback.
Yeah.
Isaiah Bond is Mel's 7th ranked receiver. Matthew Golden is the 9th ranked receiver. Gunnar Helm is his 5th ranked tight end in this class.
Yeah, and that's a steal, I believe. Somewhere.
Yeah, I think Gunnar Helm's kind of in that Quinn Ewers conversation where it's like late day 2, early day 3 kind of pick. Like Jatavion Sanders was the first pick of the 4th round last year. So technically day 3, but first guy off the board on day 3. Maybe that's where Gunnar Helm falls this year. I think Gunnar Helm's going to run a little faster at the combine. At least I would hope. But Kelvin Banks, the first left tackle. Jake Majors, the 5th ranked center. I'm going to defense. Barron Terrell, the 10th best edge rusher. Alfred Collins, number 7 at defensive tackle. Jahdae Barron, the 5th ranked corner. Feels pretty low because I've seen a few mocks with Jahdae going in the 1st round. And Andrew Makuba, the 5th ranked safety. So those are the Longhorns who cracked the top 10 positional rankings for Mel Kiper's big board.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys to be drafted, whether they're first round, but you're talking about from the third round on, Texas is going to have a bunch of guys that get drafted.
Yeah, I think Texas will have more this year than they did last year.
Yes.
And they had 11 last year. It was one of the best years Texas has ever had in terms of that. And I think it'll be closer to 13, 14, maybe even 15 this year. You'll hear a lot of Texas. You'll hear a lot of Ohio State from Commissioner Goodell and the orangutans and the randos who announce picks as we get towards the end. The zoo animals, the farm animals, the actors, the musicians, the Pat McAfee's, who knows who will be calling picks this year. Robots, AI is going to announce it.
Chicago this year for the draft. Is that where it is?
Isn't it Green Bay?
Green Bay?
Or Detroit?
Detroit last year.
Green Bay. Yeah, Green Bay.
Cold ass places. Come on.
I know. Last year, Detroit.
Stay there.
Last year, Detroit. This year, Green Bay. Next year, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, nobody's going to that.
People go, man. Every year, people go. They tough out the elements, and it's one of the best decisions the NFL has made from a business standpoint in a long time, moving the draft, because it's like Coachella for football fans. There are so many people that go. I've been lucky. I've gotten to go to a couple of them. I went in Vegas when it was there a few years ago. I went in Kansas City when it was there 2 years ago. Like it's fun, man. They do it right, and fans love it. So I know Radio City Music Hall was the location for a long time, and there's some history there, but the NFL is doing it right by playing musical chairs.
Moving it around is done well for them, yes.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, it'll be Green Bay this year. I'm here to tell you that TSU will not be making a road trip to that. A little too far and a little too cold. A lot too cold.
Still too cold at that time.
I was going to say, it'll be late April, but still, it's still probably cold.
They're still digging out then.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. All right, before we get to this Costco story that we have to talk about, a little SEC basketball conversation. Wild night in the Southeastern Conference yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And Texas A&M, who, of course, is Texas's next opponent, was in the middle of it. Before we talk about that, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, I've got this very, very bad back right now, but the folks over at Relax the Back have made it a lot easier for me over the last 20 years. I've loved what they do. They got the zero-gravity recliners. They got the Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. And they got these select office chairs just for you. And if you've got a bad thoracic back, lumbar area, shoulder area, hips, you've got to try what they have for you over at Relax the Back. They will help you, and they'll help you live a little bit easier with that bad back. They got 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and one up in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. As I said, the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses sets, you've got to check those out. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes,
Nice.
indeed. Shout out to the Coverts. And I made a mistake, Buck. This is a rookie mistake that I made.
Okay.
I'm better than this. I was drinking some Olipop last night, and I was like halfway done, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bed. So I put it back in the fridge overnight, and I went to go get it, right? Because I was like, all right, I'll talk about them on the show and also finish my Olipop. This thing is, I don't know if you can hear this.
It's frozen?
Frozen.
Ooh.
I wonder if like turning this into a popsicle or something like that.
Sure. Cut the can open. Don't worry about the little shards that may get in there. That'll right between your teeth. Don't worry about them. Make a popsicle out of it.
Check a popsicle. What do I put it in the microwave to put this back into liquid form? How do I do this here?
Just leave it out on the counter. It'll thaw out. It'll be fantastic.
I ain't wasting a half.
Still got all the good ingredients in there for you.
I was gonna say I ain't wasting this thing, so I got to find a way to consume this somehow.
Just leave it on the counter. It'll warm up.
I like that. Golly. Shout out to Olipop. 19 different flavors, including the Ridge Rush, which is their Mountain Dew taste. It's fantastic. And like you said, all the great ingredients that help support good digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in this can, 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. Only 4 grams of sugar, only 50 calories. Look at regular Mountain Dew. See what's in there. Yeah, not good. You're not going to like it at all. You can trust and you can love what you're putting into your system every time you drink the Olipop. Pick it up, H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, wherever you get your groceries, you can find Olipop.
Go Eagles, E-L-G-C-E. Great.
You
Let's
all
go.
say E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
Wow.
Let's
Thank
go,
you, Madam
Birds.
Mayor.
Let's go,
Thank you.
Birds.
Wow.
She actually, the mayor of Philadelphia, who screwed that up a couple of days ago, came out and said, like, yeah, I'm not perfect. I messed that one up. She basically released a statement saying that,
Good job. We know,
You know.
we know. We heard you.
yeah, we heard you. My bad. Yeah, of course it's your bad. There's nobody else who screwed that one up. Everybody else knows how to spell,
Wow.
I think. Way to go, Sherelle Parker. Good job there. All right, Costco, Buck.
Give it to me.
This story's right up your alley because unless you have changed your stance, you are very against the free samples that get handed out at Costco.
Never have taken one from any of the little kiosks. Won't do it.
Now, you like Costco, right?
I do like Costco. I love all the brands except for the brand from the state of Washington. That's what's their brand name, like golf balls.
Oh, the Kirkland signature.
I don't do Kirkland stuff. I'm a brand loyal person. That's just the way I am. You know, it's whether it's cereal, ketchup, mustard. I'm pretty brand loyal. And when you start throwing stuff like Kirkland golf balls at me, I'm like, no. Or Vice golf, I don't do that. You know, I got a contract with Titleist that says I can only hit Titleist balls. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, isn't that the thought that the Kirkland balls are the exact same as the Titleist balls? They just have a different logo on them, so they're way cheaper.
That's what they say. But no, there's a little bit more distance in those Titleists. They stay in the fairway longer.
So you can hit them 150 instead of 140.
Yeah. Thank you very
Nice.
much.
I
Every
like
little
that.
bit matters.
So you've been alive 69 years and you have not once tried a sample at a Costco?
No, I have not. I have not sampled anything. Even when they run up to you and almost shove it in your face, I'm like, I don't want that out of your. I mean, that's little medicine cup where you get the pills where you're in the mental ward at the hospital, you know, where they give you those, you know, they shove like 80 different pills and tell you to take it down. No, I won't do that. I've never taken one. I've never taken a sampler. I always go, no, thank you. Give that to that lady right there who's been coming around for the 4th time in a row.
See, that's what I thought. You get mad at the people who
Those
are
people, you know,
sample
those
horse. Yeah, they just keep coming back and getting more samples.
No, I mean, if they want to have lunch at Costco's and they feel like they don't want to spend anything, so they'll eat all the food at the kiosk, where the other people like to have a sample too, and they go around the corner and then look at the shirt, they don't want to buy it, and then they go right back. Hey, it's a meal. It's free.
They want you to have the samples. They're giving them out. You don't even need to pretend to be somebody else. You could keep coming back for more. That's the beauty of Costco.
Won't do it. Remember, I'm the same old fool that when I got that senior deal discount at the movie theater, I wasn't taking it because, hey, I didn't want to feel like I'm a senior, but no, I can pay full price. I'm good.
Yeah, that's dumb. You're dumb.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna when I get to like 50, I'm gonna have a fake ID that says I'm 55, so I can start getting senior discounts. Dude.
Yeah, I'm the
Like,
guy
do they-
who waited. I'm the guy who waited till almost 70 to start getting his Social Security instead of like 65. Yeah.
No, you think I'm done with fake IDs? You're thinking wrong. All right, like, I need another one of those to start cashing in on those discounts that you olds get out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get a hot dog there for $1.50 eventually, but I haven't done. I mean, I got my pizza there before, to sit at the United Nations building there for lunch. That's all right, but I'm not doing the kiosk thing. So what happened? Did somebody get in a fight? Tell me somebody got in a fight there.
Well, you might be getting your wish, because I do wonder if this event that happened in California is going to have Costco considering getting rid of those samples. Timothy Scott McIlvain, 55 years of age, from Cloverdale, California, is appealing a recent court's decision where he was convicted of sexual battery, attempted indecent exposure, and resisting a peace officer last October in a Costco in Ukiah, California. One of the victims says that she was handing out samples at Costco. She was talking to another customer, and this creepy guy stopped and stared at her for a while. And then after a few moments of literally just staring at her, he walked around the table and stood directly next to the victim. And he asked, quote, "What do you think of me?" And then she said, "You're okay," just trying to be friendly to not upset the stranger. And then this guy, without saying a word after that, grabbed her genitals through her clothes.
Can't do that. That's not acceptable.
No. And then the same guy approached another female employee who was passing out samples somewhere else in the store. He made a lewd remark saying, quote, "That ain't no keys in my pocket," end quote, before pulling down his shorts.
No.
In the Costco. The employee shouted at McIlvain to get away, which prompted him to leave.
Stranger danger.
And the cop showed up, and he was sentenced to 12 months of probation, required to register as a sex offender. He's currently serving some time in jail, and he is trying to appeal that decision, despite, oh, by the way, being caught on camera, because they've got surveillance cameras at Costco. Despite that, he is appealing that court's decision of him sexually assaulting 2 different samplers at Costco. Come on, they're passing out samples. They're giving you free food. They don't want to be touched. They don't want to see your nuts, dude.
No, dude, that's not acceptable.
Save that stuff for Walmart, as Derek said. Save that stuff for my people at Walmart.
That's why I won't be the greeter at Walmart's, because of people like that guy.
Oh, I thought you were going to be the guy touching junk. You're worried about someone touching your junk.
Yeah, I'm not. Those people that have those kiosks, and they're like overly friendly. See, that's what happens when you're overly friendly. Remember, I was told, don't be so overly friendly, Buck. You don't need to know to your Starbucks people. You don't need to say ma'am, Mr., ma'am, or anything. Dude, you, them. Just get your coffee and go about your business. Say thank you and please and thank you, and that's all you need to do. You don't have to get friendly with the people there at Costco. Either take the deal. Don't say, "How do I look?" Hey, that's a nice outfit you're wearing there, kiosk lady. Let me have a grab. It's not acceptable.
I'm a little surprised because, you pass out samples of stuff to homeless people all the time. You do that. You talk about that, and that's one of the best things that you do. But you're against.
Hey, gave away a hoodie yesterday, Jay. You'll see somebody on the corner with a Longhorn hoodie on.
You're giving away more of Jay's gifts?
I bought that from Jay. I spent the money and I gave it to a dude. He was so happy yesterday. That's okay. But I'm not going up to the Costco kiosk deal, and as the lady puts her hand here, I'm not fondling her hand underneath the cup. I'm not doing that. That's not me.
They put the cup. They can put the cup on the table. You just grab the cup and go. You don't even have to have a conversation.
Kiosks, are you going in there circling around and having lunch?
I mean, I don't go to Costco that often. I go a couple times a year because I think my sister's a member, but she lives like 30 minutes away. I don't want to drive to go get the card, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm not happy about their new card system anyway, by the way. They used to pay somebody to be at the door you just flash it, and they let you in. Hell, you can't get out of the place without one anyway when you go check out. So now you have to put it up against the machine, BK. It has almost beep for you to get in. I know.
Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't been to Costco in a while, I guess.
Last time I went, there was nobody standing at the entryway, and I'm like, what do I got to do? Oh, you got to put it up against the beeper. I'm like, that's not fun. I want the greeter there to greet me while I flash the badge,
It's more machines taking jobs away from humans.
That's exactly what's going on there.
Some old person needs that income for their bingo money, and it's getting taken away from them.
That was a no-no, and the fact that the one time I needed some help getting my stuff to the car, and I try to give the guy a tip. He goes, "We can't accept tips." I'm like, dude, nobody's here. There's nobody in the parking lot. Let me slide you this under my armpit or something. Here, take this. You can use that. They're like, no, we can't do that.
Oh, wow. Well, thank God you're not Timothy Scott McIlvain, because
he's flipping it all right.
He would have said, here, can I give you a tip? No, and she would have been like, no, I can't accept that. Oh, what about this tip? Down go the pants. Boom. What about that one? Do you like what you see? What do you think? What an absurd 2 lines to say in a sexual assault situation. The first one is, what do you think of me, when you creepily stand next to a person and then grab their genitals? And then the other one, right before you pull your pants down, that ain't no keys in my pocket. You got to try that to your wife. You got to try that with your wife next time you're trying to do the nasty. Like, that
dude was thinking about that all night, what he was going to say before he went ahead and performed that action. You know that, right? That
is just amazing. You're right. You're right. And that, I don't know if he thought that would work or he thought he'd get away with that or both. But both women were obviously petrified. And yeah, this guy is a registered sex offender now. So
and I have not sat down to the lunch area there with the pizza and the hot dogs. I've not sat at a bench there with all the people. Now that should be what I do. If I want to meet the people and talk to people, I need to get a slice of pizza and sit there and talk to people from all the different countries around the world at Costco. You know what I'm saying? But I won't. I get my pizza and I run out of that place. When I go there, I feel like I'm in Baton Rouge.
Really? You don't eat it there?
No.
Oh.
No, and I should.
You always call it the
there's my next bit. I'm going to Costco. I'm getting a pizza or a $1.50 hot dog, and I'm going to sit and visit with the people. Instead of running from the people,
yeah, I was going to say,
talking poorly about them, I'm going to sit and have lunch with them. And go and get like 60 different things from the kiosks and bring it over to that table too and say, this is part of my lunch. Here's my dessert.
There you go. That's the full Costco experience right there. Get the samples, go have a meal, go shop for a bunch of stuff that you don't need. That's it, man. It's the Holy Trinity right there.
Yeah, I'm doing that. That's happening here this spring. Before the spring, I'm going to do a real lunch in there and sit and have lunch. You know, they don't have Olipop, but they got some nasty ass Coke or Pepsi in there for sure. And they got the large ones too.
Let me ask you something while we're talking about Costco. I'm going to do a little screen share here.
Okay.
Do these guys that you see on your screen right now mean anything to you?
It looks like brothers, or could that be a young dad and his son?
You have no idea who these guys are.
I have no idea who they are.
Oh my God. All right. Now that we're like kind of in the off season, even though there is no off season for talking.
Should I know these two? I should know these two.
Yes and no. Like, no, because these guys are viral internet stars.
So I should know them.
So, like, a lot of people around your age have no idea who these guys are, but everybody around my age and younger, and even like some parents of kids who are around my age and younger, know who these two guys are. We'll do a segment about the Costco guys. That's what they call themselves, the Costco guys.
We're gonna have
to educate you and the people on this, because it feels like a generational thing. Just looking at some of the comments in the early text, like Jake's around my age. He knows exactly who these guys are. Stephen and Patrick. I assume you guys are a few years older. Pardon my assumption if I'm incorrect on that, but they have no clue who these guys are. These
everybody's going, I don't know these people. Who the hell are they?
I'm so excited to see what you think about society. This is one of those where are we at in society moments, Mike Gundy, where we'll show you some videos of what these guys do.
Okay.
And what they've done to get millions and millions of followers on social media. And I want to get your thoughts.
Let me ask you this personally. Is that a father-son or are they brothers?
Father-son.
Father-son. Okay. So that is dad and his son. So the dad is having his son have this experience together. Okay.
Yes. So how big are these guys? Right. Look, Quinn Ewers was a college kid, but Jake, remind us of this. When Quinn Ewers scored a touchdown against Oklahoma, he did a dance that these guys do as his touchdown celebration.
Seriously.
NFL players have been doing it after touchdowns. College players have been doing it after touchdown. Like, this is baseball this year. You might see someone hit a home run and someone do the celebration as they're crossing home plate. So we'll spend some time talking about the Costco
dudes,
guys.
huh? Nice.
Costco guys, Costco dudes, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, these dudes have taken over.
There's Rodney. Rodney's a kiosk dude. I guarantee you, Rodney goes around in a circle, picks up a pair of jeans, looks at them, and then goes back to the kiosk for another serving.
Let's bring on one half of chaos theory. Yeah, Double R, we're talking Costco. Are you one of those guys that the Buck hates?
You know, I like the hot dogs. I mean, I will tell you, I like the hot dogs.
Well, that's a meal. You're going to pay for that. You're going to pay the $1.50 for that meal, and then you're going to sit at the table with the rest of the United Nations building there. So, and that's okay. I'm going to do, Rodney, I have not done that. I have got pizza and I walk out. But I am now, my bit is I'm going to go, if I can stop and give a homeless guy a hoodie, I should be able to sit in there at Costco, have my lunch like I'm going somewhere, have lunch, and talk to the people there. I have not done that yet. I need to do that.
I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
Yeah.
And they can say, look at that son and his dad. Pizza and hot dogs at the Costco.
But I don't stop at the kiosk, Rodney. I've never taken anything from the people that are offering me like a slice of bread. Hey, try Dave's special bread. I'm like, no, I don't want that open air cookie or chocolate that you've been putting your fingers on. No, I don't want it.
No, I don't want that. It's just like Buck at HEB. You go to HEB and they have all that out there. I mean, some of that stuff looks all right. You know, they might have tamales or something there, or chips that they're giving you. But then they have like wine. They're like, would you like to try some wine? And I see a lot of people there where they just go in a circle.
That's Costco. They just they hover around and go back and eat a whole lunch there.
You leave there and hell, you got a good buzz and you're driving home. You forget half the shit you were supposed to buy. You lost your
those are the people I'm talking about.
It's something else. People, that's like their career, like mall walkers and all that. People are like taste testers, I think, at those places. Sam's, same shit, same thing at Sam.
I'm more of a Sam's Club guy. So you know, I'm in the club. It's no big deal. But like that's the bit, man. And if you've never Ubered home from a Costco or a Sam's Club, you're doing it wrong. You Uber home because you drink too much of those free samples, and you're like, oh shit, I can't even drive anymore. I gotta leave the car here overnight.
Well, I remember when we would do those radio remotes, you know, we would sit over there and they always had the liquor tester, thing over there, and they would come and set that up, and people just hung out there and just drank endless samples. And it's like, I mean, these people are driving home, and I'm thinking, damn, that's a hell of a lunch break right there. 2 hours.
When I was drinking with Jack Daniels samplers, I'd have been tore up there.
Tore up from the floor up. That's
absolutely.
What I'm talking about.
But yes, I'm going to go have lunch. That's it. When the weather gets warm, I'm going to have a slice of pizza, but I'm going to get some pictures taken with people there from Indonesia and, Taiwan and stuff like that. I'm getting that done.
We'll call that segment Buck Wild.
Buck Wild, yes. I need to add that with the people. That is going to be good. Because I enjoy going in Costco's because I always find something in there, or 12 of something that I really don't need.
12 of
one thing, but I get 12 of them. Like if I need 2 batteries, but I go in there and get 47,000 batteries.
Yeah.
You know what I've noticed? I've noticed that they put everything that you need, or whatever you're going there for the sale, they put everything that you're going to get strategery in the back of the store.
Yeah.
So you got to walk through the whole damn store before you get to the items that you actually need or see on sale. Then you pick up every damn item in the store.
And Rodney, now they don't have greeters there. Your card hits a little beeper. That's what's made me mad, because I used to have like half a card I'd show, and they would welcome you in like, oh, he's not a bad guy. Come on in here. Plus, you need the card to get out of the place anyway. Yeah. But now I'm like, what happened to the greeters? Somebody said they all went over to Walmart. I mean, that's bullshit. I need to be greeted because I'm coming in there. Well,
Walmart, they can half-ass it over there. Walmart, you just stand there. You can be like,
how much do they pay those greeters?
I don't know.
100K.
Yeah, like Bucky's.
There's a lovely, beautiful lady that's at the Costco out here where I am. Well, it's not where I am. It's kind of central there. But that Costco has a beautiful young lady that checks off the deal. I always tell her, "Oh, you have a great day." She is beautiful. I mean, guys go. There's like a whole line of people in her line, and there's nobody.
Oh, yeah, nobody in everybody else's line.
All the dudes are in that line so that she can check them, so that they can say.
You
hello.
know, you can get out faster if you go in this line. Yeah, don't even worry
that's
about
all right.
it.
I'm not doing.
We want to make sure our items are good.
Yeah, you got Grandma Moses in the express lane over there, just dying for somebody to come by so she can check it off, and nobody goes. Oh my Lord!
And I've got nice people at my Costco because I can get a box, when I go there and you don't have any, they don't have any bags. I'll ask one of the ladies, I said, "Mate, can I get this in a box?" She goes, you wait right here, old man. Let me get a box and box that up for you. I'm like, that's nice. Good stuff.
It's all right. They get the
I'm not whipping it out at the kiosks. I'm not trying to the kiosks. That's crazy.
So, Bucky, what were you doing with your shirt off a while ago, dude? That
was this inside out.
No.
Is this what you're doing to that Costco greeter? You're pulling the Mark Zuckerberg and just staring at her chest instead of going to the other person.
First time I've actually seen this up close. I did not notice the gentleman in the back also trying to get a glimpse.
Everybody's looking in on that.
Well, I would have. Hell,
come on. She's wearing a bra to the inauguration. How can you not look?
Incredible.
She's doing the Seinfeld bit. She's just showing up in a bra.
Yeah. That's
all right. What did you ask? What were you asking, Rodney? I'm sorry.
With the shirt off a while ago, man. I turned this thing on, and like I said, I thought Pornhub was banned every time I try to get in. I mean, people say every time they try to get in there, they can't.
Well, I'm just looking. I was looking at myself on the gig here. I'm like, wait a minute, this thing is not. It's brighter than that. I had it inside out.
Hey, PSA real quick. Pornhub is banned, but Xvids is still up. Just so you guys know.
PSA.
All right, well, that means I got to get out of here and get to.
Yeah, Pornhub is closed down, but a site called X Videos is still up. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I did some research. Somebody.
I bet you did.
Somebody told me about it, man. That's
somebody told me about it.
Works. That's it.
Allegedly.
That's all.
Oh my God.
All right, boys, listen. You guys have a great day. Be careful out there. Hey. Don't worry about the ice because there's no more ice. It's over with. It's done. It's all sunned out now. We don't have to worry about this. It's gonna be fine. But believe me, there's another cold front that will hit us here. February is just around the corner, so it'll be back.
Yeah, let's hope so.
As long as there's no ice, I could care less. My daughter got a little bit of snow in Jacksonville, but where she went to school at LSU, they got how about the hammering they took like 8 to 12 inches of snow.
Crazy. Do they even know how to drive in that?
Dude, they don't plow the road. They don't have the equipment to get the highways. You can't even get on the highways.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Yeah. How about when they closed the highway? They said, "Hey, okay, we're going to close the highway down at 1 a.m." I mean, it's just if you're out like drinking somewhere and they said, "Hey, we're closing it at 1 a.m." I'm like, wait a minute, I got to get up on 10 to get to where my house. Like, how do I get home?
They closed that long bridge, that big old long bridge. They closed that one.
They closed that bad boy down.
Yeah. I had a friend from Pensacola call me night before last, and he said, "Dude, I just got 9.5 inches." I said, "Well, good for you." How you feeling?
Took it up the rear. Brother? He took it up the rear, didn't he? 9.5 up the rear.
I just got 9.5 inches. I can't feel anything right now.
That's it.
I'm bleeding. That's what happened. If I took 9.5 inches, I'm bleeding.
Gee, you guys are terrible. Bye, y'all.
See y'all.
There he goes. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered on this wonderful January 23rd. Chip Brown usually always starts his show with happiness is a choice by the words of Judy Brown. He gives a shout out to his mom. I'm giving a shout out to my mom today. Happy birthday to my mother on this January 23rd. So, yes, Shelly, happy birthday. You made it one more year. And thank you for giving birth to this baby boy, too, so that we could do this wonderful show. And a great shout out to my co-host, my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez. Make sure that you give him a follow on InstaFace and Twitter, on Twitter/X. He's the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace, he's the _ Rodney R. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on on X and Twitter, and then on InstaFace, I am at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get into this conversation, and if you were out and about, if you were mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. What is up, my dude?
Well, I had to celebrate the day, with the ice being gone and pretty dry out there, going to warm. I got my Dallas Cowboy pullover on today because I've got a feeling that probably by noon, my team's going to have a brand new coach. They talked to Schottenheimer again, and man, I really think that they're leaning to that guy. So I'm going to go ahead and celebrate. I'm going to go ahead and celebrate today with my sweater on.
So are you celebrating that Kellen Moore's not coming there?
I'm just celebrating they're finally just get it over with. Okay. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things, like waiting for a train crash or like just get it done. I mean, just get it over with. Let's talk about something else. But I think they're going to,
Jerry wants to say, as long as this is going on, Jerry and the Cowboys are in the conversation, right? It's kind of like how they prolonged to sign CeeDee Lamb and Dak. Even though it was kind of to their detriment, they ended up staying in the conversation, in a national conversation, like what's Dallas going to do? I think that's honestly at this point, I think that's all Jerry's aiming for, right?
Oh yeah,
just to stay relevant or have the Cowboys in the conversation daily in terms of sports talk.
And I think it's even bigger, especially right now that you have two rivals that are about to play for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and you don't think that's why he wants to keep all the name and all the spotlight on him? He's not trying to give these guys any type of just leeway with the damn news or media or the damn headlines, man. He wants it all on him. That's why I thought, honestly, I thought maybe an announcement during the Super Bowl or an announcement during, a huge game would absolutely be, a target for Jerry Jones to do that. Just because of how not selfish, but how much he usually likes to market the Cowboys.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole thing. And I mean, it is. I mean, I see the comp right there. I mean, this is very much a Dave Campo thing, Chan Gailey. I mean, go back and look, excuse me, at the list there. I mean, even Garrett. I mean, you can even throw Wade Phillips in there if you really want to. I mean, Bill Parcells was really the one where you thought, okay, well, things are going to turn right here. Jerry's going to start thinking a different way. But if you really go back and look at that, Jerry needed AT&T Stadium. That's why he hired Bill Parcells. And then before long, Bill Parcells was gone. And here we are into the same, nonsense that we are again. But I do think it's going to go down today. And again, like I said, let's just get it done, and hopefully they'll go to work and try to figure out what they're going to do to make that team better. I see mock drafts out and so forth. Do you go wide receiver? Do you go running back? I don't know what you do, but you got to get a specialist. Let's just get the shit show started. It's kind of my thought with all that.
Well, one thing's for sure, you're never going to go bad if you take a lineman, right?
Well,
and I know that's not a sexy pick, but usually that's what when franchises or organizations that are kind of unsure with what they need. Well, I don't think that's ever a point to where they're unsure with what they need. I think that's just us being unsure. I always, tend to elect to go with an offensive lineman. I think you're always going to be okay if you go with a left tackle or an offensive lineman.
And you got some good ones in this draft. I mean, one of them
is
right here. One of them's right here. So this really is a thing, like we were talking about yesterday with Ben Johnson, going to Chicago, is I think that what they need to do. I mean, because we can talk about all the different things that Caleb has. I mean, what Caleb needs is not be running for his life. And I think that right now they can go in there and build that, and try to put those pieces around him. And then you find the other stuff. So, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Dallas about to have a coach. I got a sneaking suspicion it goes down today.
Well, there you go, man. Where do you want to lead off with?
So kind of with that Cowboy thought, do you see how that mess in Jacksonville? I mean, now with, the dude from Tampa Bay didn't want to, I mean, people are turning.
What is the turnoff there in Jacksonville besides the fact that they're basically going to be an NFL Europe team?
I think Trent Baalke, the GM, who was the GM, and now finally they made the move yesterday to get that guy out of the fold. I think that's been a big problem with that, and I'm curious to see now where they go with it. I mean, because it's very much a shamble, I think, and like with the Raiders in New Orleans, who also need head coaches. I mean, everything's so quiet with them. But again, a lot of this is because the Cowboys are in this mix as well. But when you look at Jacksonville, it's like, I mean, that franchise there, I mean, talk about location, talk about whatever you want to talk about, but it's just a mess. And now that you get kind of the bulky guy out of there, maybe that's going to get him on the right path, because I think you've got a franchise quarterback right there that hasn't lived up to the expectations. I don't know why they let Doug Peterson go. I mean, that's a Super Bowl winning coach, right?
I feel like that was a knee-jerk reaction, right? I don't think Doug Peterson is a bad coach at all. I just thought that he was unsuccessful at shoring up a tumultuous situation with Urban Meyer. I mean, the fallout with that was almost unattainable. And I thought that they were getting back on the right foot, but there was just too much to make up for, right? I think the damage was done already in year one with Urban Meyer, and that's why you saw the exit stage right with him. That only lasted for one season. Doug Peterson tried to salvage it. Maybe, yeah, I'm curious to see where Doug Peterson ends up actually. But maybe that's the thing. Like Liam Cohen probably pulled out because he realized. Sorry, Liam Cohen probably withdrew his resignation because he wanted, to go somewhere else where that was just basically a dumpster fire. Choice of words, I get it. It's already, it's sorry, I shouldn't have used pull out. I'm 12, my bad.
No, and that's really the thing where you look at. I mean, the Jacksonville and Carolina being the newest franchises in the NFL, for the early 2000s. I mean, they're very much kind of the same thing there where their ownership is kind of suspect and the way that they're operated is whatever, but yet they've had the peaks and valleys to where they've both been to, respective championship games. But then when they fall, man, they fall hard. I mean, it's like they go from a viable contender to just, trash. And it really seems like that's where both of them are right now. But I think with Doug Peterson, I think what I'd have done is maybe I'd have gotten rid of the GM first and then kind of keep that dude in place and build around that. But I don't know what's going to happen right there, but I don't see anybody that wants that job. I mean, you're going to go to Robert Saleh. I mean, who is going to take that? Somebody's got to take it, right? But it's where we talk about.
I don't think, I'm with you. I don't think it's that desirable of a position because of how the franchises ran. And we already talked about, like, I was kind of joking when I said this, but seriously, like, if there's a chance for Jacksonville to play overseas, they would take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I mean, Jacksonville contacted Ben Johnson and he turned it down
immediately.
Like, the call, I mean, not the job, the call. He's like, no, I'm good. And that tells you just kind of the state of all of that franchise there. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. Very interesting to see what happens there because now, I mean, with Aaron
Jacksonville picking in the draft too.
Yeah.
Fifth. They're picking fifth.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I think number 5. They're
picking fifth.
Yeah. So and now Aaron Glenn goes to the Jets. I think Aaron Glenn was kind of one of those guys. Can you win him over in Jacksonville? Hell, I wish Dallas would have won the guy over. But now he goes to the Jets, and that's going to be really interesting to watch as well, because what do you do there with that quarterback? You can keep that old dude around and deal with all that. Aaron Glenn kind of seems like a disciplinarian. Do you want that distraction of Aaron Rodgers?
No, and that's the thing too. Like, Jacksonville needs trench warfare. Jets need trench warfare. I'm sitting here looking at some of the necessities with both these teams here. I don't know where you go with that. Both organizations bringing in a new head coach is going to struggle in the first couple of seasons, clearly because of just the lack of tools that are around there. Right, you can expect maybe at least 2 or 3 years before you start to see success. Jacksonville's an absolute dumpster fire. They need a QB, or I guess if you're considering that Trevor Lawrence isn't the dude, they need a QB, they need wide receiver, they need 3 or 4 skill positions, and they need trench warfare. So Jacksonville's in shambles, it appears to be. And this is also coming from Pro Football Focus's website as well. And then also, if you look at the Jets clearly need a quarterback if you're thinking that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be the guy, right? And then they also need defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and a defense. They got to shore up a little bit of the defense too, right? Sauce Gardner, fantastic, but beyond that, it looks a little bit daunting. So we'll see what the Jets go. I would like to see, speaking of the Jets in an ex-Jet, I would like to see Robert Saleh. I know you just mentioned him a few minutes ago. Maybe he is in line for the Jacksonville gig. I think at this point, Robert Saleh would take anything just so he could prove himself that it wasn't just him. But if you're taking the Jacksonville Jaguars job,
yeah,
that's going to put you in a bad situation too, man. we just talked about how much they need, man. If you're Robert Saleh, I know you're eager to prove that it wasn't your doing up in the New York for the Jets kind of debacle. But man, if maybe issue a little bit of patience here, right? And I guess take the job that's right for you, not the job that's right now, I would say.
And that's a really good pull, because that is kind of a situation to where you've got Jacksonville that obviously needs a coach and needs some stability, and you've got Robert Saleh that really wants to reestablish himself as an NFL head coach. And yeah, that fit, maybe that would be really good right there, especially now that you're going to have a new GM that's going to be in there. Maybe it stabilizes things. I don't think that you see it happening quite yet like you did with Detroit and with the Washington team right now, but at least maybe you get it going onto the right path, because like you were mentioning there about them going overseas and so forth, I am truly surprised that team has
I don't think they'll move overseas completely.
No.
I just think that, usually, that they're the first team that plays overseas or elects to have games overseas.
Yeah, I think that at some point that franchise relocates, and you see stuff thrown around that maybe it's in this area, that it could be in this area. I don't know if that'll ever happen where you've got a third Texas team like that, but you can't sustain what they've been trying to do in Jacksonville.
Are you surprised that Aaron Glenn took the job for the Jets?
Not really. Not really, because I think that situation right here, right there for him is pretty ideal. I think Aaron Glenn,
but I feel like anybody that takes this job or takes the Jacksonville job, they're just setting them as, and again, maybe this is a cop out, and winners don't think like this, right? But you kind of, I don't know. If I'm Aaron Glenn, I'm thinking, what the hell is going down in the Jet? I mean, look at this dumpster fire there. If I have success, fantastic. But look at what they've done with their past, head coaches. If something happens to the extent of we go, 500, and then I have a season where we're underperforming, I'm gone, and then I got to wait, in the damn coach's carousel for another 10 years until a head coaching position comes up. That's why if you're Ben Johnson the same way, if it doesn't work out for Chicago, you're going to be, back into the damn rotation or back into the damn circle, right? Just waiting for your time to come up. That's why I was so adamant about these coaches, these offensive and defense coordinators, trying to issue a little bit of patience and not taking the jobs right now instead of waiting, for the perfect job to come around. I thought Detroit had everything built up great for them, and now they've lost their offense coordinator and the defense coordinator to locations and franchises that aren't really thriving at the moment, and could really bite them in the ass. And we all know this. Owners aren't patient, right? And they want to win right now. So if you don't give them instant gratification, there's a pretty much a good chance that your ass is on the hook too after 3 years, and you're going to. I mean, look at Dable. It's a miracle that Dable is still the head coach of the Giants, right? But he had I thought he did tremendous stuff as an offense coordinator with Buffalo, and then it's gone to shit. You know what I mean? They had one little season where they played in a very watered down NFC and got to the playoffs. That kind of saved his ass, and now you're seeing, the aftermath of that. So I hope that doesn't play out for Glenn and Ben Johnson here.
Then what's going to happen with Aaron Glenn? I mean, he's a Jet. That's who drafted him. That's where he played. I think he's on their all-time team, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, he's extremely popular in that entire Jet regime or whatever. So I think what it's going to afford him to do is I think that, especially dealing with an owner like Woody Johnson and just that entire mess of a franchise, I think it's going to afford him a little bit of time to maybe get in there and kind of try to do whatever he's going to want to do right there. And I think we talk about with
they need the defense. I mean,
yeah.
So
yeah. And he's got some pieces there. I mean, he's got some pieces in there. He's got a pretty decent pass rush. It's going to be interesting to see what he does on the offensive side, because there are little bitty bits and pieces right there. And this is where we go back to, like we were talking about with Ben Johnson yesterday, Wags, to where it's like those quality hires are going to be so important, because who are you going to get to coordinate your offense? And who are, when you have your defensive coordinator, can you keep your nose out of that and let your coordinator do his job, which I think he will. So I think what Aaron Glenn's going to get, besides a good hire. I think I saw yesterday said it was his dream job. Of course, we hear that a lot.
Yeah, but I think everybody says.
We hear that a lot.
Everybody says that, right?
But I think he's going to have a little bit of time on his hands. I think he's going to have a little bit of patience on his hands, and maybe he can get him on the right track, because he's going to be a player's coach. He's definitely going to be a player's coach. And that franchise has been irrelevant for so long, man. They're just looking for anything. It's
I think they're still going to be a little bit irrelevant. Again, like the hire for the Jets. If you're Aaron Glenn, I would have issued a little bit of patience and stayed right where you're at. And maybe a better job comes open than the Jets. But like you mentioned, he is a Jet after all, and we all think that we can fix something, right? We all think we can fix it. And if he thinks he can fix the Jets, he's bolder than I am for sure. But we'll see how this goes. I think it's going to be at least 3 or 4 years until the Jets get undone compared to what they've done with themselves with this Aaron Rodgers debacle here.
I'm curious to see Wags in that East, because of the East, like I was talking about the Cowboys yesterday, where you've let the Commanders become relevant. I mean, very relevant. Hell, they're playing for the fucking NFC Championship. You've let them become relevant again while you have slipped backwards. I mean, what's happened in this AFC East is, this was New England's division for the longest time. Miami's kind of always been lurking right there. I mean, Buffalo's, what do you say? I mean, 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to have to deal with Buffalo being probably the king of that division.
Probably earlier than that, amigo.
Yeah. And what happens with the Patriots? I mean, the Patriots are going back and trying to get the band all back together. They think they have a franchise quarterback in place. So can the Patriots become relevant before the Jets?
That's a good question. What do the Patriots need this year?
I think the Patriots are probably in that same situation to where it's the trench warfare that
they could use offensive tackle, interior line as well, wide receiver, edge, in a defense. So if that's their biggest needs right now. So and you like to think that Vrabel's going to be able to nail that in the war room there. But other than that, you think that, people are going to, you talk about players coach, maybe they're also able to get some guys in free agency too. And the Patriots kind of get out of there. You're sitting here with a 4th round pick, right? You just got your franchise quarterback possibly with May last season. You come back, you get yourself, an offensive, Jesus, the Giants better take Kelvin Banks, because that's exactly where Kelvin Banks is going if the Giants don't take him. That's a Patriot move to take the best lineman in the draft.
Well, I saw
or that's an old school Patriot move to take the best lineman in the draft. I'm pretty sure that Vrabel would be targeting that if that's the case, if that's the move. And if you're the Giants, if you don't take Kelvin Banks, you got to trade out of that pick. You got to trade out of 3. There's nothing that you can take at 3 that's going to fix your season. It's going to fix your team in this season or the next season, except for a tackle.
In Mel Kiper's mock that came out, I mean, you've got Will Campbell from LSU. You've got him going 10th to Chicago, which obviously that fills the need that we've been talking about for the last 2 days. I mean, that's what you need. That's what you need right there. And then Kelvin Banks at 11 going to San Francisco. Obviously San Francisco needs that as well. But I think if you're the Giants, I mean, you do. They're projected to take Shedeur Sanders here on this mock from Mel Kiper.
Well, I hope Mel Kiper's wrong. He's been wrong the past couple of years. He's had his moments where not more than just the hair, right? It's more than just the hair, but hopefully it's McVay's board or McShay's board rather instead of Kiper's board here, because I do not want. Again, it just doesn't make sense for the Giants to take a quarterback like Sanders and then have them basically 10 years or 5 more years of losing because they can't protect him. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense.
We just watched it with Caleb Williams. I mean, are you going to subject that kid to that?
We watch it every year. Somebody does this. Somebody makes the same mistake because they're coveting that damn pick instead. So
that's the thing. You go for that shiny object right there, and they just miss the whole boat about going in there and building what you have to have around that. And I think that's where it's so different now. That's why I'm so curious to see what Minnesota does. Whether Minnesota is going to make the move to go to JJ McCarthy or what are they going to do with Sam Darnold? Because Sam Darnold is going to be in a position where he can make a whole lot of money.
I mean, if you're going to franchise tag Sam Darnold, I would would go with Sam Darnold one more year and let JJ kind of heal up and rest and sit behind Sam Darnold. You know what you're going to get with Darnold, right? You know that you can win with Darnold, and hell, put unless you're to the point where you can't get any further that you think with Darnold, then maybe you make a move to JJ McCarthy and see where he can take you. But at this point, let JJ sit, let him rest a little bit. We've already talked about rushing quarterbacks into their position, and then kind of making that a detriment for them, right? Some quarterbacks respond well. Bo Nix seemed to respond well this season. Jaden Daniels seemed to respond well this season. But if you have the opportunity to have your rookie quarterback sit a year or two and learn from a decent veteran or a bridge quarterback like Sam Darnold here, that's pretty much a good optimal thing, I would think, for the Minnesota Vikings, right? Learn a little bit. We have this dude on a franchise tag. Let him prove his worth. And if he does prove it, we sign him on for another extended contract, or actually, I don't think they could trade him because he's on the franchise tag. I don't think they could get anything back on that return on investment unless they signed him to a contract and then traded him that way. But either way, they're in a great situation. The Vikings are.
Minnesota! Oldie but goodie right there. I thought that it was very premature at the end of the season when Minnesota was maybe going to go on that run to where some folks are already talking about, okay, it's time to trade JJ McCarthy. Go cut your losses and move forward with Darnold. I think you do move forward with Darnold, but what I want to see is, can Sam Darnold do, I guess, maybe like what Baker Mayfield did in Tampa Bay? I mean, I guess that's a position that you want to put yourself into where he can duplicate. I don't know if he'll duplicate the season he just did, Wags. That's asking a lot.
Yeah.
But if he could do some semblance of what he just did, then you have a very good problem, because you've got a quarterback that's going to be, I mean, he's young. I mean, this is an Aaron Rodgers that we're talking about over here. So then you have that. And what, I mean, JJ McCarthy, if JJ McCarthy, I think, was in this draft, hell, they'd snap him right up. So
yeah, isn't that the crazy thing too? That's what I'm saying. Like the scarcity, or it's not even scarcity, it's disparity at this point, right? Just there's really one quarterback for me. And again, like Cam Ward had a good college season, right? But I can't sit here and say that he is the best quarterback in this draft without batting an eye. Like Shedeur Sanders is clearly the best quarterback in this draft class, in my opinion, from what I've seen, on film so far. But that's not saying much, right? I don't think there's that many great quarterbacks in this class. I think you pump your brakes, you go get your trench warfare, or if that's not suiting your fancy, you trade out of it and collect draft lottery. Or draft capital, rather.
The Shedeur Sanders pick, him, is going to be very interesting, because I think it could come down to, does he want to go to Cleveland? Does he want to go to the Giants? And that's in and of itself, I don't think that that's right. I mean, I know that we've seen that with the Mannings and different quarterbacks before. I mean, if you get drafted, I mean, that's who drafts you. Obviously, I mean, if I'm in the NFL draft, I want to go to Kansas City, but is that necessarily who's going to pick me? No. So I don't know, man. And these guys, like Quinn and some of these guys sitting, Jackson Dart, some of these guys that are sitting a little bit lower in that quarterback list. I mean, I think that those guys could become diamonds by the time it's all done, because they're going to be very, very low. They're going to be, in the end of second day, third day picks, and maybe they pan out. So I'm higher on those guys, to be honest with you, than I am with some of the guys at the top of the quarterback board this time around.
Right on. All right. Good conversation there. Good conversation. We'd be remiss, of course, if we didn't tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That is the number to call if you want something set up for your Super Bowl Sunday, which is coming right up. If you call them right now, you can get in. You can get your setup of your dreams. Again, that number is 512-255-8678. Give them a call before the 31st. That way you can get your setup secured, and you can get something for your perfect viewing system. Again, if you don't have an idea of what you want, go to their website at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they have. No job's too big, no job's too small. You guys know it. And then also you can get the 2 TV setup, the 3 TV setup that Rodney has, the 4 making the video wall like BK has. It's all deadly, guys. Give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
And if you are looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there is one stop. We talk about them each and every day, each and every show right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is Covert Bee Cave, state-of-the-art dealership out there in the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. Go out and do some business with those folks. They're going to take care of you. And it's not just the actual transaction in and of itself. It's the before and it's the after. And that's more important. They are totally service driven. That Covert family has been doing it for lots of years, friends. So if you are looking for that, head out to that beautiful dealership. It is Covert BK.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
All right, where you want to go next, partner?
You watch any basketball last night, my man?
I did watch some Mavericks last night.
Watch some Mavericks last night. Yeah. A little
Mavericks
down.
can be all right when Luka gets back.
I know. That's the thing about it, where I think we're still early enough in this to where you sit there and you watch it, and it's like, okay, once the pieces come together, yeah, they're going to be just fine.
Lively's out too. I mean, Gafford, I thought he played another double from him last night. The thing was questionable call, right, with the foul with Edwards there. They called PJ Wash. They called a foul on Washington. They said that Washington hit his hand when he tried to do the floater in the lane. Maybe he got hit going to the basket, but before he even pulled up for the shot. But it was clear that when he went to do that little baby hook or the little floater in the lane, nothing touched. Nobody touched him. He just lost the handle on it. Ended up being a 1 point differential because he missed the second of two at the line. Edwards did. Then Kyrie Irving came down next sequence, hit a three. It could have been tied at that point, and then they could have played, the next possession and gone to overtime. But be that as it may, it didn't work out like that. I thought Dallas fought well. Good defense too. I mean, and look, without Thompson, with Kai just kind of doing the magic there. Once the pieces come back for Dallas, I think Dallas is going to be okay.
I think so too, and it's like we sound like a broken.
There's a Jake says also Jason Kidd sucks.
Well, yeah, there's that part. I think we're into once again a broken record from last year to where the West is going to be a hell of a lot of fun to watch as we get a little bit deeper into this thing. To once we're all,
I think will Lively be able to come back for the postseason, or is he done all year long? That's the thing.
I thought that I saw he would be possibly back.
I thought he had a chance to return. So
yeah. Huh. I don't know. Speaking of the West, SGA, 54 last night. That dude, that guy's a lot of fun to watch also, man. That guy's a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
That's Jake. Come on, man. You're so negative here. Of course you guys are getting to the playoffs, man. Come on, dude. Don't be like that. I know that you are the king of the opposite, right? I know you're my horns by 50 guy too here, right? We need some optimism, Jake. We need some optimism, my dude. SGA absolutely went off last night. When did you get back into basketball, my guy?
Oh man, hell, what else can I do?
What else are you watching right now? You can watch hockey. You can watch hockey.
Well, yeah,
but doing it.
But it's like so Monday night. Well, yeah, Monday night, my first night home. Tracy was doing some stuff. She got home from work and she's like, "You want to watch a movie?" I didn't really want to watch a movie, Wags. So I turned to basketball. Actually, we did watch this thing on P. Diddy. Holy smoke!
No! What do you? Like a document, you can't say that and not talk about it. I'm interested. What
a piece of shit! I'll send you what it's called.
Are you just now figuring out that P. Diddy's a piece of shit?
I knew it, but when you actually hear accounts and when you actually see stuff,
what platform was this on with the whole P. Diddy thing?
I think this was on Hulu. Is where
I just got rid of Hulu. I just got rid of Hulu, Disney, and ESPN. That package there, they were charging me $25, and I wasn't seeing shit.
It's like watching this thing. It's like, because it's like with a lifelong friend of his that's kind of one of the characters in this, or the narrator, whatever in this thing. And it was like, so this dude just wanted to try to fit in, when he was a kid, and then he turns into this mogul or whatever they call it, and just a piece of trash, man. This guy, come on, man. It's like, oh God. And now I want to find more. Now I want to find more documentaries.
Well, what was what was the documentary about? I mean, I get that it's P. Diddy being a piece of shit, but I mean, other than that, like, what's the extent? Does it go?
It's kind of his rise from being a kid, how he got into the music industry.
They talked about how he and Biggie met up.
It talks about Biggie. It talks about when Biggie, was killed. How a lot of people think Sean Combs had a part to do with that.
Big time hand in that.
Tupac. I mean, how he had allegedly a part to do with that.
I swear, I sit here and think that he had a hand in both of them. To be honest with you,
and I'll tell you what's even worse is his wife, or I don't know if it's his wife or girlfriend, whoever, she mysteriously died of pneumonia, and there's a little bit of sketch on that. And what I didn't know, you remember Al B. Sure? I Can Think About You Night and Day.
Yeah.
So that dude was a part of the original record company or whatever it was with Diddy. I mean, it was like, allegedly, Diddy tried to have this guy killed. I'll be sure, but that some bitch is still living. And he's like, I ain't going down without a fight. It's like, damn, need part 2 of this damn thing.
But yeah, you want to talk about scum of the earth, absolute scum of the earth. I don't really need to meet him to know. I can just kind of put my finger on some things. Puffy's a piece of shit.
What's wrong with people, man?
What's wrong with people? Money, man. Money, if you are a sick individual, money's just going to make you 10 times sicker. So
yeah, and I think a big part of this is, I mean, I've never really been into the music and entertainment scene. Yeah, I like gossip. And
I heard that it's huge in the music industry, like just abuse in general. Is huge in the music industry, which sucks.
Just lots of it, man. And talking about how he was trying to traffic some young ladies and the different things that they were doing. How they would
now, is that in the documentary too?
That's in there too. I'll send you the name of it. I don't remember what it's called. I'm surprised somebody hasn't mentioned it here.
Well, I don't think most people go. This seems to be like a full sports channel, and people don't really look for conspiracy theories or go down rabbit holes for stuff to watch, especially go seeking out stuff on Diddy. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I just saw on PFT. This was tweeted about a minute ago. Cowboys are closing in on that deal for Schottenheimer. So I said by noon. So we're getting close.
Cowboys. No, there's more teams to sign except for the Cowboys, right? We just talked about Jacksonville needed to sign.
You still got to get the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders don't have a coach.
Yeah, well, I don't know where the Raiders are going to go. I'm kind of torn. I honestly thought that Pierce would be retained. Honestly, I didn't.
A mistake.
I didn't think that they'd be going out somewhere else from him. But
yeah. Also, the Saints haven't filled their spot. So I think Mike McCarthy may end up in New Orleans. I think
like
Mike McCarthy
currently of the Diddy expose shows.
Oh, thanks, Quad. I know what I'll be doing.
What do you know? What platforms they are at, Troy? I mean, not that I'm gonna be, looking for smut and looking for filth, but sometimes I gotta get my fix, man.
It's one of those.
I gotta get my fix.
It's one of those things where it's so bad and wrong and disgusting that you can't stop watching. It's like you just want to know more.
It's like the train wreck or the train wreck where you have to watch, right? Like you want to turn away, but you have to see it, right? You almost have to see it to believe it because it's just so goddamn crazy. Excuse my taking the Lord's name in vain, but it's just so damn crazy.
Yeah, it's like all of these things. All
the main platforms have one apparently. So
the Peacock. The Peacock. Wait a minute. Maybe the one that I saw was on the Peacock. I'll find out. I went down there and it was on. They drugged me down from basketball, and I was all into this shit by the time it was all said and done. So yeah, I think it was on the Peacock. So anyway, the Peacock. Hey, Wag. Speaking of guys that kind of hard to get along with, Jimmy Butler on the basketball topic. He missed a flight? Is that what he did?
At this point, he's trying to do whatever he can do to get the hell out of Miami, right? Like you're trying to be, I don't what's the word here? You're trying
like
to basically just
insubordination
get in the ass and honestly be detrimental to the damn franchise to where they absolutely don't want you, or they're just going to tell you to go home and dismiss you. I don't get it. It's a bad look for Jimmy. And it's clearly bad optics, right? Like if you're doing this in Miami where you seemingly had a good run and a good outfit there, what are you going to do at your next spot? Like it's the bad message, it's a bad choice, to send to the rest of the association, in my opinion. Jimmy, and also like I'm a Jimmy guy, man. You all know that, and he's way better than this, in my opinion. His character's better than this, and it's a shame to actually see this go down.
And it's a situation to where I mean, I know that.
One more thing, like I also don't know the entire situation. I don't know what's inside that organization. Yeah, I usually side with the players regardless, but these are bad optics.
Yeah, it all comes down to ability and money and all of that. But I mean, if you look at the optics of this, it's like, I mean, is that the guy that you want for a teammate? I mean, but these guys continue to get opportunities. I mean, this is not the first instance where we see this, to where the quote unquote bad teammate does whatever, and then boom, here he goes. People were soured on Kyrie, and
this is the pattern now with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I think that's the worst part.
It didn't end well in Philly. And he tried to make it about Tobias Harris, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Tobias Harris over me. Tobias, of course he needs his fuel. He needs his petty fuel. I get it. I understand that. It's the wrong way about it, right?
Yeah.
This is the wrong message.
Yeah. And that's unfortunately that, I mean, it happens. I mean, these are huge egos and salaries and everything that we're dealing with, but man, there's got to be a different way to do this. And it's one thing if you had not, what was that? That was just in the first part of January, wasn't it? Yeah. When they suspended him for talking shit. And now this, come on, man, this is becoming very obvious here. It's becoming very obvious what you're doing. Now, I don't think he's trying to hide it. I don't think he's trying to.
Well, no, if you're missing movements, if you're missing flights, you ain't hiding shit. You're putting it out there. Get me out of here. You're asking the organization to send you home or to send you packing to Phoenix, like Jake points out. Weird.
Yeah, why Phoenix?
I don't know. I guess he thinks that maybe he can get some good time there and help them get to a championship. Maybe that's the ultimate spot for him. It's not just a place where he can thrive, but also like a place where he can help put the team on the back. I mean, you got shooters like Bradley. I think Bradley Beal wants out of Phoenix too. So it's not working well in Phoenix, Jimmy. Just go ask the locker room how it's going there. They'll tell you. I don't get it either, man.
Yeah. I don't know. So we'll see what happens there with him. We'll see who scoops him up. I don't know if he'll get to Phoenix. I don't know if he'll end up in Memphis. I don't know where he's going to end up. But shit, I mean, if anything, if I'm the Heat, I'm like, I mean, get out. I mean, just do. But that's where it gets so hard, because you need to get some value for that dude. I mean, it can't be go. I mean, trade for.
But how much of your locker room? How much of your locker room are you willing to have in disarray until you get your perfect return, or until you hear the number that you want back for Jimmy? Right. I know. Mm-hmm. Like clearly Jimmy is poised to turn that thing upside down until he gets the hell out of there. And Jimmy, you can't be saying Tobias Harris over me with this one, or you can't say Pat Riley over me with this one. Like this is all you, amigo. Or it appears to be all you at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't like my job anymore. I'm going to go to my job and raise hell.
You can't really do that, right? You don't like your job. You can't just make a shitstorm and burn everything down and be like, hey, what are you guys going to do now, huh? Yeah. Ball's in your court, dude. You going to send me packing? I don't think so.
Yeah, just don't go to work. I'm just not going in. I don't like my boss. I don't like my cubicle mate. I am just not going in. It's not the way that shit works.
Hey, LB, so we kind of brought this up in the first stanza of the show here, talking about Aaron Glenn to the Jets. I thought that it was, well, I'm on the fence with this, right? I mean, sure, Aaron Glenn, it's a great spot because he's getting a head coaching position, but also you're leaving behind a known winning season with Detroit coming back next year as their defense coordinator, right? You put them in great situations to win. You're also getting one of the best edge rushers back, guy with Hutch, with AJ Hutchinson. So, you'd think that you could just build off of that, right? But I get it. You want to take the next best thing, or you're looking for your career. You're looking for the next best move for your career, and that's a head coaching position, right? And Rodney alluded to it. He's a Jet, and he's always going to be a Jet. And I guess this is a good call home for him. But I would issue a little bit of caution, reluctancy, and patience here, and wait for the perfect job to open up. I don't think the Jets head coaching spot is the perfect job. I think that the Jets have shown that they will run you out of there. The Jets organization shown that they'll run you out of there and burn your career path down to the ground.
Yeah.
And that's what could potentially happen for Aaron Glenn in the next 3 years. If this doesn't work out, he could be thrown to the wolves and be put into a really bad situation of trying to get the Jets out from under this detrimental position that they had with Aaron Rodgers. Now, I thought things were great with Salah. You bring in Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't like what he wants. He becomes a crybaby and puts the Jets in 5 years worse than where he found them or where he arrived to them. And Salah ended up paying the damn ultimate price for it. No, honestly, the Jets franchise ended up paying the ultimate price for it. With that knee-jerk reaction to bring Aaron Rodgers in there. Then you bring in Devontae Adams to try and make things even better, and it goes to shit. So if you're Aaron Glenn, I think your season's clearly you got one tough feat trying to get the Jets out of disparity there and bring them to a winning season. Not many people have been able to do it. Kudos to you, Aaron Glenn, if you can do it, but I think it's going to be a tough spot for you.
Yeah, the focus of the Jets doesn't need to be, here's Aaron Rodgers. Let's bring in the guy with a Taco Bell in his house. I mean, I get that part because that's his butt buddy. Yeah, that's kind of the way all that works. But like when we were talking about the Cowboys yesterday, and this is why I think the Schottenheimer hire would be okay for Dallas, is the kind of the relationship with Prescott, to where Prescott is going to be your guy moving forward for the next, how long is that contract? So you've got that, but Aaron Rodgers is not going to be, I don't think that that's what you need to be looking at. Like we were talking about with,
if you're Glenn, do you even flirt or entertain the thought of Aaron Rodgers, or you just cut ties, right? Just get the hell out of it. I saw what this, I from the outside looking in, I saw what you were able to do to this thing. Now, of course, Woody's not going to allow that to happen, right? Like, ain't no damn way Woody Johnson's allowing that to happen. But still, if I'm Glenn, that's my mentality. Like, I want a new regime. All right, I want my regime in here. You're not going to run me out like you just ran Robert Salah out.
And I would think that if Aaron Glenn's, agent, however this deal was put together, I hope that discussion was had before he inked this deal to go coach the Jets, to where it's like,
and are we sure that we even see another snap from Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. I mean, where's he go? I mean, I would think if he was going to go play somewhere, maybe he'd go to the 49ers. I mean, I don't think he wants to go somewhere where
he's got to go to a place that's built now to protect
contender,
him, right?
Yeah, a contender.
Not just a contender, but sure, like a great offensive line and a great offensive line and contenders go hand in hand. I think. Crazy, right? But Minnesota. I'm trying to think of good quarterbacks,
this is what Brett Favre did. He's got to be like Brett Favre. I mean, that makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
No, honestly, at this point, I was much more happier with Brett Favre at his latter portion of his career than Aaron Rodgers. Which is crazy because Brett Favre just kind of prolonged. Jake brings up a good point too. Pittsburgh would be a good spot. They need a quarterback. They got some talent on their offensive line, but I still think they need to make some moves for their trench warfare. He would never back up Joe Burrow, of course, but go to a place where you could absolutely win. Maybe Raiders? No.
Him and Brady, that'd be a hell of a good
Brady. I don't know. I'd have to flirt. I have to break this down. That's probably something for tomorrow. Is talk about where Aaron Rodgers, the potential spots for Aaron Rodgers to land.
I really like the San Francisco thing because that's kind of always been that thing. Grew up.
He would not back. I don't think he would back up Brock Purdy. And if you're Shanahan, I don't know. I think Shanahan's got more wherewithal to bring in Aaron Rodgers to be like, all right, you're going to wreck my franchise.
You want that
for
distraction
1 year, for 2 years. I think John Lynch has a better acumen than that. So
yeah. Do you really want and Russell Wilson, that with Jake's point right there, that's great. I mean, Russell, showed some signs, what happens with him, and you still got the other kid that's sitting there ready to be
Russell Wilson's more mobile than Aaron Rodgers at this point in their careers.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm still a Fields fan that you just mentioned, the aforementioned Fields that you were just talking about there. I'd still like to see what he can do, man. Under the right tutelage, with the right support system, I'd like to see what Justin Fields can do.
Yeah, I think that dude could be a bridge. I mean, I really do, and I think this is the time.
I think Justin Fields could actually be a decent quarterback, not more than just a bridge, but
yeah, somewhere. I mean, because especially right now with the lack of depth in this quarterback draft, I mean, scoop that dude up and let him try to work something for you. Friends, if you're a Texas fan and you haven't been over to passes.com, you are certainly missing out. Passes, of course, the content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered up with. They're giving you behind-the-scenes access to your favorite teams and players that you're not going to find anywhere else. It's basketball season. We got baseball coming up in February. Football, they're all there. It doesn't have to be in season. You can find all of the athletes right there at passes.com. Of course, Texas One Fund, you know what they do for the UT athletics. Now you can donate to that Texas One Fund, and you get something back in return. And it is that all access you can chat with the athletes. You sit there and have conversations about their daily life, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, really cool stuff. Check it out today. It's passes.com/Texas One Fund. Once again, it's passes.com/Texas One Fund. Check them out today and get in the game like you never have been before. All
right, my dude. And also, we didn't tell you about our friends at Real Truck, man. We talked to you about our friends at Covert, and if you're going out there and getting all the trucks and getting all those chariots that we tell you about from the kingdom of Covert, you got to put some accessories on there. You got to put some lift kits on your truck there. You got to go out there and put a good old tailgate pick them up on your or accessory on your tailgate there. You do it with Real Truck. And here's a word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Put some life into your truck with Real Truck, man. Make a purchase of over $100 and also get a hat thrown into you as well with that deal. All right, where do you want to go? We got a couple minutes left. What else? Did we hit everything on the slate?
I think we got everything, but kind of looking there at those jobs that are still available with Dallas and Las Vegas, Jacksonville, New Orleans. Which one of those do you think? Dallas.
New Orleans is appealing to me.
Right? That's what I was thinking.
Now I'm curious: is Kubiak, was he retained there as the offensive coordinator?
I haven't seen
Clint Kubiak.
I haven't seen. I don't know.
He's from that Shanahan tree, right?
Yeah,
of course with Gary Kubiak and sorts there. So I would think that was maybe if you're in New Orleans, you're kind of maybe talking and seeing if you're going to hire within, do the old Patriots regime there. But look. The Saints started out fantastic, right? And then they spiraled and went out of control and then had the season that they had. But that being said, I think you still kind of, interview Kubiak to see where he's going to, see what he wants to do. But ultimately, you're probably going to land on, a head coach that's proven himself a little bit or has been around the league on tour to come in there for New Orleans. But to answer your question, New Orleans is probably my most coveted spot, or I guess the most appealing spot there of all the. I don't want to go to Dallas, but it looks like Dallas is going to get shored up. I sure as hell don't want to be in Jacksonville. If you're going to Florida, why in the hell would you go to Jacksonville? It's the armpit of the damn. I think Jacksonville's even worse than Orlando, as a matter of fact. But no, that's not an appealing landing spot for me, nor is the franchise, right? It seems like the franchise just can't get it figured out. And if you're willing to get rid of Doug Peterson, just with the, and again, Peterson was putting out some mediocre moves, and the season really wasn't going the way that I guess ownership for Jacksonville wanted to go. And how can it after the fallout of Urban Meyer? But I think you should have issued a little bit of patience there to see what Peterson could do. Maybe you felt like 3 years was enough. They move on from it. Again, for me, that's not an attractive or motivating point to go to Jacksonville. I much rather see what I can work out with New Orleans. And hell, man, if I'm gonna go there for culture, or if I'm going to any place for culture, I wouldn't mind picking up on the culture of New Orleans and getting their damn cuisine as well. So
yeah, other than all the piss on the ground, I mean, it's a great place.
I mean, there is that, but I mean, I feel like there's going to be piss all over the ground in Jacksonville too. So
yeah. The Saints, I think the Saints is a really good spot because just given that they play in the NFC South, that's going to kind of afford you the opportunity where that division, at least here lately, has kind of just sat there, and Tampa Bay's kind of been the one, but not in dominating fashion.
Rodney. There's some cap issues, cap concerns with New Orleans too. So
yeah. And with Vegas, I mean, it's another one of those situations with the Raiders where you're going to be chasing Kansas City. Denver's good. The Chargers are good. I mean, it's hell. Dallas is
That's
Dallas.
why I wouldn't want to go to the reasons that you just mentioned. You're always going to, if you can't even get past the Chargers, how the hell are you going to get past the Chiefs? Right?
Yeah.
It's the Chiefs kingdom at this point still.
Yeah, that's the whole thing until proven otherwise. And let's say, because I've heard a lot of chatter that Buffalo's going to knock the Chiefs off this Sunday, and maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Dude, I really hope they do. I honestly hope they do.
As a football fan, I hope they do. I know that helmet's back there. It was a gift, but I mean, I hope they do too, just for something different. But I will tell you one thing. I think if the Chiefs get knocked off, this by all means is not going to be the end of the Kansas City run.
No, dude, what was three in 4 years, right? Three Super Bowl, or hell, I think they've been to 4 Super Bowls in 5 years. No,
it's
that's
like
not right.
7 or 8 AFC championship games.
That's not right. It's 3 Super Bowls in 4 years and 7 AFC championships.
Yeah, they aren't going anywhere. I mean, they may not make the Super Bowl, but this is it's just going to be a bump in the road, and it's kind of one of the back to the train wreck reference where you've been waiting all year for them to fall off the rails, and they haven't done it yet, and it may happen. I mean, it may happen Sunday. I would love a Buffalo-Washington Super Bowl, just something different. You know what I mean? I guess that's not really different. They've played before, but that was a hell of a long time ago. Back in the 90s, Wags, when we were kids. Not really kids.
When we were kids? When we were kids? How old were you in the 90s there? You were like 20, right?
Yeah, 20 something, something like that. Yeah, when they played. So
I'd
be good with that.
I graduated high school in 99.
Damn, you are a kid.
I am a child.
You are a kid.
I'm 43, man. 43.
Yeah, you all right. Speaking of that, how's the insides? How's the loins today? You better?
A little bit better, man. I got some sleep tonight, or I got some sleep last night. Like, dude, it hit, man. I might have, laid down around 2:30 the night before, right? And then about 3:30, wide open, eyes wide open. Running to the bathroom trying to get it out, and then all of a sudden your legs are just horizontal. First couple of times it was fine, it was almost like an enema, cleaning everything out, and then and I swear this is not hyperbolic, okay? I did not count my first 5 or 6 times going. Once I started counting, I got to 22.
What?
22 times. And yes, almost unhealthy. I'm still sore, right? And I'm like, that scene in Van Wilder and National Lampoon's Van Wilder.
Yeah.
Richard takes the colon cleanser or whatever, and he has to have a crap in front of all the people that are going to interview him to get into wherever he's going, Drexel or wherever, Dartmouth, I think is where he's going. But he has got to take a dump in the damn trash can, and he goes, I'm bleeding. That's what I felt like yesterday. I was just like, oh my God, it was just so much uncomfortableness, dude. Everybody's telling me to get dude wipes. Like, dude wipes was not going to help at this point. Like, it was just the stuff that was continuously coming out, and it honestly felt like chili powder. Like
Oh,
and
burn,
I think
burn your ass. Oof.
And it wasn't the chili, because my wife had the chili, my son had the chili too, and nothing happened like that. It was this stuff called Texas Heat trail mix that I was eating. That's what it was. Out of everything.
Is that like the pretzels and all that shit, or
yeah,
what?
it's like cowboy mix. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know, a whole bunch of blended up stuff that you know, it's like the trail mix snacks, man. But it was a lot of fire, very hot, man, and it burned me more than twice. We'll just say that.
Damn, not good. Dude. Not good. Looky there.
What
there he is.
Legs were horizontal like Harry from Dumb and Dumber for sure.
How we?
Are you rolling solo?
No, I'm not going solo. I'll have Colin Kennedy on here in a sec. I don't know.
I'll stay on and talk poop with you.
What do you say?
I said I'll stay on and talk poop with you.
Well, I don't know about poop, but
What's
no,
the
I love
you
that
ever
Trent,
had, Jordan?
I love that Trent Baalke has been canned, especially
finally, right?
how that went down.
So
Trent Baalke,
maybe you do go to Jacksonville now.
What do you say?
I said maybe you do go to Jacksonville now.
Yeah, but I mean, Trent Baalke ruined my franchise, 49ers. Him, Jed York, Jim Harbaugh, they couldn't make it work. That's why Harbaugh went back to college. And the Kaepernick, Alden Smith, Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, Justin Smith. I mean, dude, that team was loaded. Terrell Brown, Longhorns on that team. You had Michael Crabtree in his prime before Richard Sherman ended his career, I guess. Some really fun teams like that. That's why I became and fell in love with the 49ers. That's why I became a fan of them. So him knowing the role he had in blowing that up, it's like, man, did pack watch for Trent Baalke today.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't, and that's the best move for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they kept him around. This is the dumbass that hired Urban Meyer. This is who hired Urban Meyer. He is who hired Doug Peterson. And like the fact that there was even a thought process going through that front offices or that ownership's brain that they could keep him for a third head coach and it wouldn't end up like a different situation than the first two head coaches he hired.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
And I mean, fuck, look at what he did in San Fran after he lost to Harbaugh. Chip Kelly, and then Jim Tom Sula was the head coach. Jim Tom Sula was a position coach that the other coaches and other players on that roster like drinking with. He was our drinking buddy.
Yeah.
And they gave him the head coaching job.
Yeah, that dude right there. I love what like his intro press conference. They're like, "What are you going to do?" Well, I'm going to go back. I'm going to get on the phone, make some calls. Who you calling? What are you going to do? Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? What an idiot.
Yeah, it would very happy that Kyle Shanahan, also a Texas Longhorn, ended up being the guy. And that they got, more importantly, John Lynch. I think John Lynch is sneakily one of the best GMs in the sport.
Yep.
Not just what he's done with trades, but I mean, the guys he's gotten late around. George Kittle was a 5th-round pick and had like 100-something career receiving yards. He was an inline blocker in college at Iowa.
Where was Greenlaw?
Greenlaw was he was a day 3 guy. He was 5th, 6th, or 7th. And I remember I didn't really know anything about him, but I remembered I became a fan of his very quickly on draft night because as soon as he was drafted, all the Arkansas outlets reshared these stories they had wrote like 2 years earlier when he was at Arkansas, where there was like a frat party or something, and it was like 2 or 3 guys trying to rape a girl, and he stopped it and beat their ass and like got the cops involved, something like that. So I'm like, damn, yeah, I want this guy on my team. He checks the boxes. He watched the film.
That's character.
Yeah. And I mean, Fred Warner is up there for best linebacker in the league. At different times throughout his career, he's been the best linebacker in the league. He was a 3rd or 4th round pick out of BYU.
Yeah. Well, and you know, Jordan, the thing with John Lynch, I mean, even, you know, the biggest bad move, I guess, that he made with Trey Lance, still figured out a way to make that, you know, you had a sucker in Dallas.
He salvaged it. Yeah.
Still figured out a way to make that better. And he owns up to that.
And I do think a big part of that was also like Kyle Shanahan. I mean, behind the scenes, he was infatuated with Trey Lance too. And I mean, they missed on that.
Shannon was infatuated with him?
What do you say?
You said Shanahan was infatuated with Trey Lance?
Yeah, he loved him. I mean, shit, like he only played like 300 college snaps, but they were pretty damn intriguing. Right. And I mean, he was a 6'5" athlete with a rocket arm. You know, everyone wants the next Josh Allen. But when you really sit down and think about it, how many of these big ass QBs, physical running QBs, actually pan out in the league? Josh Allen is like a one of one in that regard.
Unicorn, yeah.
So
sure. Dable tried to make Daniel Jones the next Josh Allen in New York with that same offense.
No, and I do think it's funny. You're banging your chest for Sam Darnold the entire year, and he just laid a stinker in the playoff game.
Hey, but you know what? I said that he would get double-digit wins. That's the only thing that I said. I said he'd get double-digit wins, and I did say he'd take the Minnesota Vikings to the playoffs.
No, he got scammed and went back to reality and was seeing ghosts like he was in New York.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
But,
all right, boys.
I still think he's going to be playing next year too. So,
oh yeah, no, he will. He will. I'm very curious what happens there. It's also
we kind of talked about it a little bit. If you're Minnesota, I think you franchise tag him, you sit McCarthy and let him learn for a little bit. Don't rush him back so he gets injured right away. You don't want him prolonged, right? And then worst case scenario, if you have to make the move, you go with JJ.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Welcome in, Colin. You guys have a good show. I'm gonna jump out.
Y'all be good, man. We'll be listening to you. Have a good
one. We will see you. You're listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered. This time slot was formerly. It's only an hour with myself, Jordan Scruggs, and Jeff Howe. But Jeff Howe has picked up a job with On Texas Football, so he's no longer with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. He, of course, still is alive, though. Maybe we might have a Rip Jeff.
Nice clarification there. Way to go there, Jordan.
Well, no, it's because yesterday it was a follow-up from yesterday because I was like, Jeff is no longer with us. And Eric looked up at me all weird, and I was like, he's still alive, Eric, but – we might have a Rip Jeff bit developing overnight. I don't know. We'll see. But Jordan Scruggs, I'm here, your host, and for the next hour, we're rocking and rolling with Colin Kennedy.
Dude, you're all over the place. Settle in. You're complaining about GMs and coaches as a Niners fan. Yeah. Rip Jeff. I'm Connor all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's Junior Day weekend coming up, but
yeah. So Colin's been on the show before, but if it's your first time hearing Colin through your ears, Sooner alum, Flower Mound legend, grew up in Flower Mound, went to Marcus High School, then went to Oklahoma, graduated, got right into sports media. Has also helped in the past with being a professor at Oklahoma here and there as well. Has worked in Nashville with 24/7 Sports headquarters with Josh Pate, running shows, producing, helping out with transfer portal rankings. He's now back on the Oklahoma recruiting beat. So for the next hour, we're going to talk a little bit about the Sooners, kind of what their outlook is like. And no, you might not want to hear it, but Colin is one of the good guys. So excited for the next hour. And OU has a junior day on Saturday. They have another junior day a week from Saturday. They typically do 2 junior days in the early winter, right? It's usually not just one, right?
Yeah, there's going to be 2. And is Texas doing the same? Because I'm sure we'll talk Texas Junior Day as well.
Yeah,
but
so Texas is only doing 1, and that'll be on Saturday. Texas, at least while I've covered them under Steve Sarkisian, has traditionally only done 1, and they just try to load it up instead of spreading it out across 2. So
yeah,
but I mean it does work nicely though because A&M did their Junior Day this past weekend. So the kids who are invited to A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma's junior days, they are able to make all 3 of those if they're at Texas this weekend and then Oklahoma next weekend. So there's that. But, yeah, and I mean, the Predators came from Nashville. He lived in Nashville. I don't know. You can hate on him for that. Yeah, going to talk a little bit about Oklahoma and Texas. So I know there's a few guys in the state of Texas that Oklahoma seems to be really in on that for whatever reason Texas isn't really pursuing or offering. One of those guys is Jaden Warren, top 247 wide receiver out of Iowa Colony in the way South Houston area. I know you talked to him at the National Combine. He picked up a big offer from Bama the other day and, is starting to blow up even more. But besides Jaden Warren, any other guys in the state of Texas who you feel like Oklahoma is either currently leading for or is, in the mix in the top 3-4?
Wow, that's a loaded question. Let's see here. I will say going through Texas Junior Day list, some of the overlap that I can see in this setting here. I think you kind of have to start with Felix Ojo, right? I think Oklahoma has chosen to prioritize him at offensive tackle over John Turntine, knowing that John Turntine in Texas is going to more than likely be a thing in the long term. Now, obviously, A&M has a say in that race, but Oklahoma went ahead and identified Ojo as its top targeted tackle. Kind of feels like the regional three are getting ready to do battle there. Ojo's going to be in Austin this weekend. Oklahoma is hoping to see him visit sometime in the spring. He had gotten to campus a couple of times, and Ojo had told me he was not necessarily getting ready to take a ton of visits in the early part of this year. So I would say Ojo is probably towards the top in terms of overlap, and Oklahoma somewhere in the top 2 to 3. And that one, going through the list, especially just looking at what Texas has coming in and what Oklahoma is going to be looking at. Drew Evers, obviously his older brother, went to Oklahoma before hitting the transfer portal. Toa Katoa out of Euless Trinity. That, to me, feels like one that's going to end up being an Oklahoma and Texas battle. I know Oklahoma was hoping to see Toa end up in Norman for this weekend's junior day. He's going to be in Austin instead. I don't know for sure whether or not Toa is going to be in Norman the next weekend. We'll see if that's the case. KJ Ford, Duncanville edge rusher. Oklahoma was just out there to see him yesterday at Duncanville High School, and now he's getting ready to visit Texas. He's another one that was thinking about coming to Norman this weekend, is instead opting to go to Austin. We'll see if Oklahoma tries to get him in for the February 1st junior day, because that one's relatively freed up. Jermaine Bishop, that's another one where Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M all heavily involved. And Donovan Webb, I would probably say in terms of 2026 guys, Oklahoma, Texas, OU was hoping to get him on campus this weekend as well, but he is going to be in Austin. As far as the guys that are going to be in Norman this weekend that Oklahoma's leading for in Texas, that OU's recruiting, and so is Texas, I don't think that there's a ton of overlap going into this weekend for the two programs. OU's inviting a few guys that are either in the Southeast or on the West Coast. There's some in-state guys coming into town for Oklahoma, Mason James, Taj Overton, 2 4-stars from the state of Oklahoma. So I think most of your OU Texas overlaps going to be featured in Austin this weekend. And I think Oklahoma's kind of waiting to see what happens coming out of what takes place on Saturday in Austin, because like you mentioned, A&M, Oklahoma, and Texas have been able to kind of split up those junior days. But because of that overlap still taking place, OU's at least hoping to see, in my opinion, a few of those guys leave Austin and then try to schedule something for the beginning of February.
No doubt. In Texas this past year, they for their junior day, they had probably about over 100 kids, and they check in, sit down, kind of do a brief like intro to what the day will look like, and then they kind of gathered all the kids up and they walked them across the street to the Moody Center so they could watch a basketball game. After the basketball game, went back to the facility where, like all the safeties who were there, going to the safety room with Blake Gideon. He just does a broad breakdown of whatever. And then throughout the day, also at the basketball game, individual, like the Texas assistant recruiting staff guys will go and say, hey, Donovan Webb, you're going to go talk to Steve Sarkisian one-on-one. And then he'll go to Sark's office, he'll talk with him 5 to 10 minutes, or sometimes he'll go to Gideon's office, talk with the safeties coach 5 to 10 minutes. Or in some cases, depending on the prospect, you could get Sark, Gideon, and PK all in one room, I guess 3-on-1 with a kid and his family. During the basketball game, they also will poll kids and be like, hey, come meet with Jeff Banks over here. I know they did that with Keati Armstrong last year. I'm not sure if they're meeting with them in the Moody Center or if they're taking them across the street to offices to do it. But that's kind of the layout for the junior day. And this upcoming Saturday, Texas is hosting number 13 Texas A&M at the Moody Center. And the tip-off is either set for like 12 or 1 o'clock, to where if they wanted to, they could bring the visitors over there to watch the game. So I know we talked about this yesterday. Oklahoma doesn't really let media on campus to cover junior days or really any other recruiting events besides camps. It's the exact opposite of Texas. We're allowed to be at junior days, game day visits, other stuff, but we're not allowed at camps for whatever reason. But just kind of, how does Oklahoma usually go about their junior days or activities? If you could just kind of break that down a little bit.
Yeah, I think there is some similar stuff that goes on. I know last year for the really big junior day that Oklahoma did with a few guys like Jonah Williams and others, they had a basketball game going on campus that weekend. And so they sent the guys over to the Lloyd Noble Center for one of those games. But a lot of it is like they'll meet with the position coaches. They'll go over film. There's a lot of presentations that take place. They're going to work through things like, academic programs, the systems that they run, the soul mission, whatever. And then usually there will be some sort of presentation too about the collective structure, opportunities in the community through NIL. And then a lot of it from there is like, for lack of a better term, bonding stuff. So like they'll usually bring in alumni from the program that live in the area or whatever else, and maybe have like a panel put together where they can answer questions for the recruits. It's usually more about trying to get these guys a little bit more one-on-one time, because one thing that I think Oklahoma has stressed, especially over the last calendar year, is cutting down the numbers of visitors on these junior day weekends to make sure that no one gets lost in the dust. Like, I was told last year around this time when Oklahoma had its junior day that a lot of recruits appreciated the fact that they weren't getting stuck at bus stops or they weren't getting left behind by the tour guides. And I think that's kind of what that program wants to accomplish. They would rather have a fewer number of visitors and emphasize conversation, whatever else. And while you do sacrifice the opportunity to get a number of elite recruits on campus, because then you're putting yourself at the mercy of these guys' schedules, most of these junior day weekends for Oklahoma are about the number of guys that we have. Let's make sure that we get them some sort of personalized experience and we answer their questions so that when they leave campus, there's no page left unturned, if that makes sense. And I think that's relatively sensible considering the landscape of college football today.
Yeah, it is interesting you brought up that the kind of number of guys in attendance seems to have gone down over the years. Similar thing with Texas. Like, they're going to have probably about 60-70% of the total number of kids on campus on Saturday that they did last year for the January junior day. And while, yes, like, I guess if you're a Texas fan, you might think that's the wrong approach, but I do think it is the right approach. Every single – I don't know about every single one, but probably every other major recruiting event where there's over 70, 80 kids, you'll get at least one parent or family or kid that is upset with getting either lost in the shuffle, having to wait in the LBJ library parking lots for the shuttle bus while it's cold. You'll get one or two families about every other time that'll have a complaint. And I don't think there's really anything that can be done about that to just completely end that and not make that a thing. But if you're taking 60 kids on campus instead of 110, it's going to lower the chances of that happening. And also, like Texas over the years, it feels like, say it's 100 kids. Maybe 55 of those kids will have offers, 5 to 10 will get new offers, 20 kids that are on the board that they like, that they talk to, but not, they don't like them enough yet to offer them. And then there'll usually be about 10 to 20 kids there who, like, we know there's no way in hell they're going to offer that kid. And that's kind of how it breaks down. You look at this year's list, it's like, feels like 90% guys that have been offered, guys that they actually want, guys that if they wanted to commit, they would tell them yes. They would let them do it. And it is obviously the junior day. It's going to be mostly prospects that just finished their junior season. But over the years, like, Texas has tended to fill a lot of the numbers on that junior day with sophomores. We only have about 6, 7, 8 of them headed to Austin or scheduled to be in Austin on Saturday. So I think that's interesting. I think it'll feel a little, I don't know, less junior day and more regular visiting for some of these guys. Now, some of these guys that'll be there have already been to the Texas Junior Day. They were there last year. So curious, to hear their thoughts on the differences between this year and last year. And also, real quick, got to do a shout out. If you want to go over to Horns 24/7, I wrote a story yesterday on the last 2 junior days in January 2024, January 2023, and kind of just breaking down the guys that visited for those junior days as unoffered prospects that eventually, or as uncommitted prospects that eventually ended up in the Texas class one way or another. And it also includes kind of what that junior day visit did for their recruitment and, going forward. So like Texas, they had over 10 kids on campus last year for the junior day that ended up in the class. Now, one of them was Cade Phillips, who entered the day unoffered and left unoffered, and they offered him a few weeks later. But still, like, these things matter even if they're only getting 5 to 10 minutes of FaceTime with the coaches. As much exposure as they can get to the university, the more it's going to help. But I'm going to go back to OU's junior day a little bit. I've looked at the list you sent me. The main name that just jumps off that intrigues me the most is Valen Sound. So Valen Sound, I believe I talked a little bit about him with Jeff whenever I got back from San Antonio. But he's a 2026 defensive line prospect. 6'3", 320, and just a super, super, super intriguing kid. Originally from Sweden, is Cameroonian. Grew up playing soccer and taekwondo, so he moves exceptionally well for his size, body, whatever you want to call it. Hasn't even played football for more than like 2 years. He just started while he's been in high school. He originally was a 2027 prospect, but reclassed to 2026 because I think, as most of you can assume, the school system overseas is a little different than the one in America. So he originally was in 2027 class. He debuted with the 2027 class's top 100. I believe is like the number 80 player. And he's 6'3", 320 with a 6'8" wingspan. Was a late invite to the All-American Bowl in January. This is the first year prospects, or 2026/junior prospects are able to play in the game. And I mean, he showed up and was one of, if not the best defensive linemen there throughout the entire week. I mean, he dominated. He was immovable, and just a super, super interesting story. Another fun fact about him. We were all like, yo, how old is this kid? Because he does look pretty old. And he obviously did come from Sweden. He didn't reclass. He is a little bit old for the 2026 class, but that's not going to affect his recruitment at all. And the thing I think that really stands out about him, calling it the All-American Bowl, a lot of the guys are just, they're having a great time. It's the All-American Bowl. They know they'll be on TV at the end of the week. So in practice, they're kind of going 50% half-ass or, just playing around, having a good time. They don't want to get hurt. A select few guys will show up, business as usual, will go about their business, will do every single rep 110%, and will just carry themselves not really as a kid. And Valen Sound is one of those guys. He showed up super professional, yes sir, no sir, paying attention to coach every time, not playing grab ass with the other kids, and just went about his business as a top draft pick would. Never had to worry about him doing things outside of practice, around the hotel or nothing. I do think part of that comes from his upbringing and also the fact that he has 2 children in Sweden. But just a super, super, super fascinating prospect to me. Texas has not offered him. He visited this past spring for an unofficial, either in March or April, where they got height, weight measurements. And he's visiting OU this Saturday. He's also taking a couple other trips, and he's not still in Sweden. I need to make sure that's clear. He moved to America in the last year or two, and he's at a prep school, prep academy, or boarding school, whatever you want to call it, in Virginia.
Yeah.
In Dyke, Virginia is actually the name of the town. So right now, whenever he reclassed, he went from a top 100 2027 prospect to an unranked 4-star, which means we're projecting him currently as a priority undrafted free agent. However, after watching him at All-American, I don't think there's any way this kid doesn't finish in the top 247. He's just special. So as far as his recruitment goes, I pretty much know relatively nothing besides the Texas side of it. So I don't know if there's anything you could add or kind of where OU stands. Has he been to OU before, anything like that?
Yeah, I think Valen's going to be someone who I would argue that right now this is maybe one of the most stock-up recruits in the country. And I think that's going to be pretty reflective considering the pending rise that I feel like is getting ready to come for him in the rankings. He was dominant, like you mentioned, all week at All-American Bowl. And I think an important layer to that is an international prospect that we now have verified competitive setting context in relation to some of the best in the nation, right? So like this guy, we have now seen him go up against some of our highest ranked players, and he held his own. And another thing too, like you mentioned soccer, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu background as well. The guy this is one of the most fascinating stories in college football recruiting. And so I think that as far as his recruitment right now, I know he just visited Florida. I know Florida is very high on him. I believe that Nebraska is very high on him. Georgia's involved as well. I think Alabama is also going to be pretty heavily involved, but Oklahoma was just out to see him at his school, I believe a day or two ago. And I was told they're, quote, hopeful that he makes it to campus this weekend. Obviously, he just got back from Gainesville. I don't know if he's 100% confirmed or if this has just been some conversations that led to him being on the visitor list. We'll see if he shows up in Norman this weekend, but it's pretty much expected that every blue blood in the sport's going to go after this guy. And I know Miami is also involved. Miami usually does a really good job with international guys. Texas A&M is involved. Penn State just offered him this week. So he's going to end up racking up every offer you can imagine. I have to assume that Texas will end up joining the mix as well. So we'll see. But Valen Sound is a dude. Valen Sound, I should say. And Oklahoma's really hoping to gain some traction with him this weekend.
Yeah. I will say with Texas, like part of me does think if they were going to offer, probably would have been done already, considering I've had verified measurements and everything on him since, last spring. And also, they don't recruit Virginia. There's not a single player I can think of that Texas has landed out of Virginia in my lifetime. He's obviously not from Virginia, but that's where he's currently residing.
Yeah.
Think about all the schools in that area that are closer than Texas. North Carolina just hired Chapel Bill too. So, Bill Belichick, I can't see him not wanting him. And also, watching him at All-American, I might be completely wrong with this, and you might have different thoughts, but, I was like, this is the guy that Georgia gets every year. They get someone like this, and this is how they run the SEC, at least from a front seven perspective. So I'm very curious what the official visits will end up being. And also just excited to watch what unfolds here because the limited times we did talk to him, great guy, great story, and a really easy prospect to root for.
I would argue personally, when you're dealing with international guys, two things have to go out the window: a traditional evaluation timeline and regional ties, because Valden's working with Brandon Collier at PPI. One thing Brandon Collier is going to do is get him into the right program, no matter where that is. Brandon is someone who will go nationwide to take his recruits to wherever.
Yeah, sorry, Colin. Can you explain, because it also is fascinating, what Brandon Collier exactly does with PPI?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brandon started up an organization essentially that helps international prospects, not just in Europe, but in Africa and several other areas of the world, pick up recruiting interest. So he will help these prospects travel from wherever they are from into the United States, and they will go on these lengthy camp tours. They're going to go from the West Coast into the Southeast. They'll go from the Northeast down to the Southwest. It doesn't really matter. What Brandon's job is at the end of the day is to get some sort of international prospect who has just started to play the game of football into a college. And when you're in that world, I think we're trained over here in America to think, okay, wherever that recruit ends up going to school in America, if he does land there, is going to shape his worldview or perspective over here in the States. But, when you come from Brandon Collier's organization, you have to go against the grain. You have to consider any opportunity that makes the most sense to get the most out of yourself, if that makes sense. So, these international guys, their job and Brandon Collier's job as one of their representatives is to make sure they're going where they're going to actually be able to play this game at the highest level. And so when you consider that, I think that then reminds you, okay, there's a reason why Penn State, Texas A&M, whoever else is going after this guy, even though he's stationed in Virginia. And I think the other thing too is the timeline from evaluation standpoint. You mentioned like Texas having verifieds. This kid only has 12 offers right now. Like, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah, I just went back and looked. He visited in November. It was a random midweek visit, but I just went and looked on Brandon Collier's Twitter. It wasn't in the spring. It was in November. I don't know why I misremembered it, but sorry, continue.
No, you're good. This is someone who reclassified, which in theory sets him back to your normal evaluation timeline. And now at 12 offers currently, and he just went against some of the nation's best in the All-American Bowl, and he's added weight. He's gotten stronger. He's still technically at 2027. It's just we have him slotted into 2026 now, which is going to put him behind the 8 ball a little bit. I still feel like this is someone who could get a Texas. I don't think Oregon has offered him, but I from what I remember, Brandon Collier has strong ties out that way. Like at just 12 offers, there's still a lot of recruiting left to go for him. And there's a lot of growth left as well. And so I think no matter which program you have a vested interest in, like it feels like a matter of time before this guy ends up on the radar. Because again, I would argue this is one of the most stocked up recruits in the 2026 cycle right now.
Yeah. And man, so I personally have never been overseas. I don't really have any intentions to. I don't know. I'm cool with what we got in America, right? But if Brandon Collier ever offered me a job, I would take it. And this is why. Look through his Twitter. Like, this is some of the coolest shit you'll find. And I hope you can watch on screen and not listening only. But he goes to Africa and goes and watches kids do a bunch of freaky athletic shit that don't know anything about football, gets measurements. Like, look at this. There's a 15-year-old ninth grader, 6'5" with 7'1" wingspan. It's just more and more clips of this. I love his Twitter feed just because it's like this stuff is so fascinating to me. Because, I mean, think about how many people live in Europe and Africa and how little of them actually play football. You know, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm, like I said, fascinated by Valen Sound. That's one of the main guys I'm tracking in 2026. And hopefully Texas does offer, because I think he fits what Texas needs and he could play at a school like Texas easily. Some other stuff I wanted to ask you about, if I guess you're ready to get away from some Valen talk. What's kind of the running back dynamic in 2026? Because for Texas, the main guys to know, Javian Osborne out of Forney, Texas and Michigan are the top two there. KJ Edwards out of Carthage, Texas A&M, LSU, Arkansas, mainly going to be regional recruitment. I think OU might be involved a tiny bit, but not too much. Guys like Amari Latimer from Sandy Creek, Georgia, who's kind of a sleeper 3-star prospect that Tashard Choice has been on for a long time, and a lot of the other schools in that region kind of started really recruiting hard once he had a really good junior year. And then the fourth name to know is Xavier Crowell from Jackson, Alabama. He recently reclassed from 2027 to 2026, and he was the number 1 running back prospect in 2027. He's Isaiah Crowell's younger cousin. And so those are the main 4 names to know for Texas. With Tashard Choice, I do think he'll end up with, one of those guys for sure, but probably at least 2. Each year he's been in Austin. He's taken a 2-back deep class, and, I mean, I only expect that to continue each and every year. So with Oklahoma, though, they're in a bit of a different dynamic. They held a commitment from Jonathan Hatton, 4-star top 247 running back out of Cibolo Steel, but either in December or January, he backed away from that commitment. So I do know they're wanting to take 2, and it's a bit of an interesting dynamic with who's in state as well. So kind of what's the latest there?
Yeah, you mentioned, I think, KJ in Oklahoma being a little bit involved. I think it's weird to me because, like, KJ will mention Oklahoma from time to time, but I double-checked this a week or 2 ago. They have not offered him, and I can't make any sense of it. They have not offered him
DeQuavis Beck either.
Yeah, and DeQuavis Beck will mention Oklahoma, but I messaged DeQuavis Beck the week of the Red River game because he was on the visitor list when Oklahoma was putting it together that time around. And DeQuavis was on that list. And I asked him, I was like, have they offered you yet? And he said no. So as far as KJ, like, they are involved, but I that to me is one of the most frustrating situations on the recruiting trail right now, because I can't make any sense of it, especially when you talk about someone like Kip Lewis and that connection to that program. But anyway, KJ is on the radar. You know, they offered Javian Osborne. They were hoping to be involved, and they had been in the mix a little bit. And now, obviously, that's gone in a different direction. And so losing Jonathan Hatton, who was a early commitment, and I love Jay Hatt. That's one of my guys. I'm a big fan of his. He is probably looking at Texas A&M and a few others right now. I think he just got the Florida offer yesterday. So that feels like something that's going in a different direction as well. You start with Oklahoma with Caden Jones, also known as KD Jones. He's the son of Kewan Jones. Some Texas fans may remember him. Kewan ran for like 1,000 yards at Oklahoma and still lives in the state. KD is a 3-star running back for us in our rankings. I think a 4-star in some other outlets, and good player. And Oklahoma was just putting his top 5 yesterday. They're trying to close that one up. The thing that I'm tracking personally at running back right now, I think Oklahoma wants to probably take 2 if Jonathan Hatton is not necessarily in the mix anymore. And they're looking at Davian Gross, the dynamic positionless athlete out of Frisco Lone Star, as a receiver. There's Deshaun Rideau out in California, who they really like. And then they are starting to circle back on one of my favorites in Rylan Morris. So Rylan Morris is a 4-star, another hybrid athlete. I don't know if Texas offered him. Did they get involved with Rylan?
He's visited once or twice. I know he camped at the elite camp in June 1st, but they have not offered him. I think they view him similar to Davian Gross, where they think he is a receiver, but maybe might not be good enough or might not fit what Texas looks for in a receiver, because neither of those guys do. And I don't think they look at him as running backs either, and that's kind of why they are where they are with being on offer. Now, at least he's camped. Davian Gross has never camped or visited Texas before. They just haven't had interest there. So, but sorry, continue.
And for whatever it's worth, I don't know that Davian Gross has a ton of interest in Texas either. So I don't blame Texas for trying not to waste time there. For those who don't know, like, all of mom's side of the family for Davian's Oklahoma fans, all of dad's side is Texas A&M fans. That dynamic, if you're Texas, I'm sure you're just like, all right, if we don't love the eval, we have this dynamic, whatever. But Rylan is, to me, kind of cut from a similar cloth, but he's obviously much smaller framed than Davian. That being said, I think that Rylan is more willing to embrace the running back position, whereas Davian is pretty dead set on playing more receiver at the next level. And I think Oklahoma's looking at this and saying, okay, number one, if we can lock down KD Jones, that's going to be our true back. And then Davian Gross and Rylan Morris, with Ben Arbuckle coming in, I was told that Arbuckle likes those positionless kind of guys, and he sees a lot of potential in that skill set relative to what he can accomplish. And especially in the case of Rylan Morris, it sounds like this is someone who Ben wants to play running back in that system, but be somewhat complementary to KD if they can get both and run some versatile 2-back sets, some slot work, whatever else. Rylan has been committed to Baylor for the longest time. However, I was told that Oklahoma was very heavily in the mix. A lot of that was credit to DeMarco Murray, but I think from what it sounds like, there was some difference of opinion on Rylan Morris as far as the eval, which inevitably led Rylan Morris to commit to Baylor. Now it sounds like DeMarco Murray's voice has been able to be heard more again on the eval, and it sounds like Ben Arbuckle has really liked this player as well. So it sounds like that's kind of the running back dynamic that they're looking at, and then taking a shot at Deshaun Rideau out in Oaks Christian Westlake Village, California. So not surprising, when you have a OU legacy in state that is already very interested, you go after that guy. Losing Jonathan Hatt was a big blow, but I do like the fact that they're circling around on Rylan Morrison. I subscribe to the positionless football theory. I think if you're willing to embrace that, you can accomplish a lot. You can put a defense in a world of hurt. So I love the fact that Ben Arbuckle specifically has come in and say, okay, like if these guys are truly willing to embrace being quote unquote positionless, like I have a way to utilize them in my offense. Let's go try and get those guys.
Yeah. Rylan Morris could be an interesting one for them. I mean, he's from Texoma, small town Texoma. Honey Grove plays 2A, 3A competition. And I mean, Norman, I'm heavily assuming, is a shorter drive time than Waco. And, I've been to both Norman and Waco, a lot more Waco than Norman. But, I mean, I don't know. If you're cool with committing to living in Waco for 3 to 4 years of your life as a 16-year-old, you could probably be convinced to flip to OU eventually as well. Or at least that's the way I kind of look at it from 30,000-foot view of the Rylan Morris recruitment. Wanted to ask you brought up something interesting. Arbuckle coming in and kind of being like, no, we should be recruiting these guys or this guy, or we should stop talking to this guy. How much is Arbuckle's hire at Oklahoma? Obviously, it brought them John Mateer. But in terms of high school recruiting, like how much do you feel like the offensive philosophy has changed in just the last month or two?
I think it's changed a lot. I think that it's very clear to me that Ben Arbuckle and Seth Luttrell have very differing opinions on evaluation. I think, quite honestly, that's a big reason why Oklahoma is getting back into someone like Rylan Morris. I think Ben Arbuckle turned on the tape and said, I love this dude. Whereas maybe Seth Luttrell didn't necessarily see a positional fit in his system. I think Ben Arbuckle being 29 years old has really helped them in recruiting guys because that relatability, being a younger guy, being someone who's willing to kind of joke around with these dudes and mess around in practice, whatever else. Like this is a different type of individual relative to your average run-of-the-mill college football coach, right? And I think guys have embraced that on the high school recruiting trail. I think it's been a breath of fresh air for coaches in the program and outside the program in terms of the high school level. And so I think Ben Arbuckle has given a little bit of a change of pace and maybe for the better. And I'm interested to see what that looks like long-term because Oklahoma, he's going to essentially be tasked with assembling a recruiting class over the next few months on his own volition. Because if you think about it, they're coming off of one of their worst years as a program in a long time. He's the new offensive coordinator, and they're not going to be able to play games up until it's time to pretty much get your whole group together. Like, if you don't have your class assembled by August, you're usually in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
So I think Arbuckle has helped, but just how much he can help is going to determine a lot because Oklahoma is in a interesting situation going into these summer months of recruiting, and however he can impact that, it's going to shape a lot in terms of this cycle.
Yeah, I know we talked about it on the phone yesterday. I don't know if you want to talk about it now, but one thing I do think is really interesting is that Oklahoma landed a commitment from Jaden O'Neal, who, if I'm not mistaken, is a top 32 5-star prospect, right? Or am I wrong?
No.
Oh, he isn't?
No, Jaden is a top 6 quarterback in the cycle, and we have him, last I looked, number 187 in the country for us. He's top 6 in the composite. We have him top 12 in 24/7 sports rankings.
Okay. I don't know. So he was ranked higher at some point and they updated because I remember checking out his ranking because he camped for the Texas Elite Camp on June 1st. Because I think Texas did actually have genuine interest in him. It's just they kind of knew they were getting Diabell and figured they would eventually get Diabell. And Diabell silently committed to Texas that day. Like, I remember having a very memorable conversation with Jaden O'Neal's dad. Because as I got off the bus, everyone's like, oh, this is the, at the time, top 100 quarterback from California. Let's see if Texas offered him for whatever reason. So Hank's talking to him with the rest of the media. And I talked to his dad. I'm like, hey, is this your first time here in Austin? He's like, yeah, and the last. I was like, oh, like, how'd it go? And he was just like, they were, long story short, they're upset they left without an offer. They want an offer pretty bad. And I remember being like, oh, like, well, you know, would you possibly come back? Or if an offer was to come, could it change your mind? And he was like, I don't know. We have our mind pretty set. And he pointed to Jaden, and Jaden flipped his backpack around, and there was an OU logo on that backpack. So
Yep.
I do think that was part of it too. But he committed in the summer, and he committed to Seth Luttrell. Seth Luttrell is no longer in Norman, and Ben Arbuckle's there. I think Jaden O'Neal, I remember seeing him at the National Combine, not this January, but this past January. I've seen him in 7-on-7, a few other cases, watched a tiny bit of film. He could fit in Arbuckle's system. I think that. Very rarely will you get a QB where it is clear as day he can't work in his system. Jaden O'Neal is not that. But with Jaden O'Neal and Arbuckle, they could be recruiting another 2026 QB. So any background you can give us there?
Yeah, and Jaden O'Neal is back out there at the National Combine. He performed well. The only guy that exceeded him was none other than Faison Brandon, to no one's surprise. It looks like Oklahoma's going to be looking into Bo Bentley. Bo Bentley out of Salina, won a state championship in the state of Texas. He's a big Oklahoma fan as well. He is slated to be back in Norman on February 1st. I don't think right now Oklahoma's looking to take 2 quarterbacks. However, there is a world, I think, where that could become the case. And so maybe this is laying the groundwork a little bit. But Jaden O'Neal he's pretty much set in his commitment. I don't think that one's going anywhere unless something drastic were to happen. But I like Bo Bentley a lot. I think that Bo Bentley is worthy of a Texas offer. I think he's worthy of an Oklahoma offer. I know a lot of high-profile programs are monitoring this guy, and I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with him considering he just won a state title in the Lone Star State. So I like Bo a lot, and he just jumped Jaden in our rankings, it looks like. I can't say I'm shocked personally because I think a lot of people are very high on Bo, but it's going to be pretty interesting how they operate in this situation because it could go very right or it could go very, very wrong. So we'll see how this goes, man.
QB is a need. Yes, they have Mateer, but he only has 1 year of eligibility left, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he has 2. He has 2 eligibility years, but the assumption would probably be he goes to the NFL if it goes well.
Too. Interesting.
Yeah. So
in 2025, the guy you ended up signing was a super, super late addition because you lost Kevin Sperry to where, like, he was an 85 3-star, 86 guy, if I remember correctly. And usually when you get offered that late, it means the staff hasn't done an overwhelming amount of research on that prospect. So QB is going to be a need in 2026. And I think Bo Bentley or Jaden O'Neal is a good option for them. But, Bo Bentley has so many similarities to Mateer. So if it works out with Mateer, we could see Bentley potentially, I don't know, maybe be the guy. But like Dr. Smith said, no more OU news. Texas doesn't care. This is a little bit of Austin, Texas radio. So I need to ask you, Colin, because I remember talking to you about this kid. We both liked him a lot. Every time I went to go see North Crowley this year, to go see John Turntine III or Jonathan Cunningham, amongst several other Division I prospects they have, Aaron Bradshaw always found a way to flash. 6'3", about 180, 185-pound safety who, has some versatility. He 1,000% is a safety prospect in my eyes, but moves around the back end of that North Crowley defense a little bit. And, that's the North Crowley defense that just won the 6A D1 state championship ring. So with Aaron Bradshaw, I've been a fan of his, but I feel like you've had more exposure to him than me. And also, that North Crowley staff better than I do, especially the secondary coaches. So kind of what can you tell us about Aaron Bradshaw as a prospect and as Texas's newest offer?
Yeah, I really like the move by Texas here to get involved with Aaron. If we're being honest, like North Crowley is becoming one of the most high-profile programs in the state of Texas, and I still believe that program is on the rise, and that has a chance to be a recruiting ground for Texas consistently. When you talk about John Turntine, but then several others that are going to be on their way up in that North Crowley program. Aaron Bradshaw is one example, but I think there are going to be several others that Texas could go after effectively. And I know that Ray Gates, the head coach of North Crowley, he's always been very welcoming of Texas coaching staff. A lot of other guys on that staff at North Crowley as well have a lot of appreciation for Steve Sarkisian's staff at UT. And so making this move on Aaron Bradshaw, I think what will shape this recruitment, in my opinion, is the long-term implications. And what I mean by that is Aaron Bradshaw has always had the tools. Like, this is one of the more traitsy safeties, in my opinion, in our area in terms of the DFW Metroplex. And every time I've seen Aaron Bradshaw, from state championship games to like when I go out there to North Crowley to boot camps, Aaron Bradshaw blows you away. But it's always been about him having that want to, being able to lock in and focus fully on becoming the fullest version of himself as a football player. And I think that North Crowley staff has done an outstanding job of shaping Aaron Bradshaw to become a Texas offer caliber player. And at 6'3", 185 pounds, he's maybe climbed up into the 190s. Mm-hmm. I like this player as someone who can cover, especially in the slot against tight ends or maybe some bigger receivers who prefer the slot. I think Aaron Bradshaw, what you love about the evaluation is he is willing to embrace contact. This is someone who will run the alley. He will set the edge if he has to. And he likes hitting people. Let's put it that way. He is an aggressive football player. And so when you have physical traits combined with some of the evaluation necessities, looking at a DB like Aaron Bradshaw is everything. Getting in early and letting Aaron Bradshaw continue to grow up as a young man and as a football player, I think it's a really smart move by Texas. And I think it's not only a good player to get involved with, but a good player at a program that Texas needs to definitely continue to be involved with, because North Crowley is going to be a recruit factory.
Yeah, and I like the point you brought up about Ray Gates and kind of the Sark staff having a good connection. The Sark staff was one of the first staffs to really come through North Crowley under Ray Gates. He was hired in February or January of, I think, 2022. Samaje Burrell was offered around that time. Mm-hmm. Samaje Burrell ended up as a Texas Longhorn pretty quick. He silently committed within just a few weeks of getting that offer in that spring. And then I think went public in like March, April, or May. Yes, things didn't work out with him, and he ended up transferring to Sam Houston State and, later North Texas after the incident that happened with, Tavondre Sweat or whatnot this past spring. But getting in the door there was extremely important because Samaje Burrell, who's getting pursued by the Baylors, the Texas Techs, but not the Oklahomas, not the Texases, not the Texas A&Ms, not the LSUs. He was getting pursued by Texas, though. So that helped Texas build the relationship, plant their flag at that school. And then, as time goes on, North Crowley becomes one of the top prospect factories in the state. And a lot of people are like, oh, North Crowley must be doing a ton of recruiting. That's how they're so good. No. Well, maybe a little bit. Everyone does it. But sure, the main reason they are the team they are is because they're keeping kids in Crowley. Jeff and I talked about this all the time. Jonathan Gray had a Crowley phone number. Jonathan Gray was supposed to be at North Crowley, and he went to Aledo. Aledo's been stealing their kids forever. Same with, the Duncanvilles, DeSotos. I know they got a few North Crowley kids over the years too. Same with Cedar Hill. But Ray Gates has gone into those middle schools, and he's getting those kids to stay, and he's reaping the rewards from it. John Turntine has always ever been at North Crowley. The star running back and QB duo, one who ended up at UNT, and then the other
Jemerson.
Jemerson. And then the other one who's an unsigned running back right now. Both those kids are homegrown North Crowley kids. So same with Quentin Gibson, the star who ended up at Colorado. And he didn't even start to really play till his senior year. And look how that unfolded for him. He's a homegrown kid. So I really like that program. Excited to get out there this spring and excited to keep covering North Crowley kids besides just John Turntine. So
when you look at Aaron Bradshaw, I wanted to ask you this question feeding off of that. Considering the eval and North Crowley and everything, Is he's visiting this weekend, correct?
Yeah, he told Hank he'd be at junior day.
How do you feel now that Aaron Bradshaw gets this offer? He fits into the safety board at Texas long term. Because I'm looking at Calicut just dropped the top schools list, I want to say, and Texas was in there. Isaiah Williams, you and I have been covering his recruitment for a long time. I've personally always felt Texas has been in the driver's seat there. You've got Donovan Webb, Blake Stewart visiting this weekend as well. How do you think Aaron Bradshaw ends up fitting into Texas safety spots as they now get involved with him?
You know, it's a great question, and I started working on a story about the in-state secondary class, and I'll have that out sometime this afternoon or this evening. But man, Colin, think back to last spring when we were at Fort Bend Marshall and we were at Mesquite Horn, other places, and we're like, yo, the safety class sucks. Isaiah Williams and Markel Ford are the only guys in state. Yaheem Riley at LBJ, like this is a down year at safety. And then the junior year happens, the most important year in recruiting for any kid in America. Donovan Webb pops off, Chase Calicut pops off, Aaron Bradshaw pops off, a few other names. And as far as that board goes, there's still, you know, like you said, Isaiah Williams, but man, it's going to be interesting. Isaiah Williams is a kid who I think was going to end up at Texas for a long time. I do think that if, you know, Texas continues recruiting him, that's what will happen. But I do think Chase Calicut is going to be higher on the board. I do think Aaron Bradshaw is going to be higher on the board. And I do think Donovan Webb is also going to be higher on the board. I just think right now they fit more of what Texas usually goes after. And I just think they're also better prospects right now. Not that Isaiah Williams is bad. I mean, that's a kid who's going to play at an elite Power 4 school and at a high level. But this is just a level that Texas is currently recruiting at. And with Bradshaw, I mean, I think he's a pure safety in college. But with Calicut, there's some versatility there. The Calicut in Texas and every other school that's recruited him has told him, you're not going to play cornerback, you're not going to play safety. We're just going to sign you and figure that shit out later because you can play everything, because he genuinely can. And so I do think he's going to kind of be the Cade Phillips of this class, where Texas just covets and pursues this kid to play any position, just get him in the door. So he might not really end up counting towards the safety count towards the end of the day. That's why I brought that up. But, I mean, Donovan Webb, they're going to have a great spot for. They already are in a great spot for him. They're in a great spot for one of his best friends, his Frisco Panther Creek teammate, Jalen Lott, who already has a crystal ball to Texas, is a Texas legacy. So, one thing I've talked a lot about with receivers and receiver recruiting, there are more receivers that want to end up at Texas and play for Texas than there are spots to take those kids. It's just how it works, and the Sarkisian system is very attractive. I'm not saying Blake Gideon is like Brian Hartline or Chris Jackson by any means for safeties, but when you have a Thorpe Award winner and have a secondary that played at the level Texas has played this past fall, you're going to lead and be the number one school for more kids than you're able to take. So I do think Texas is going to have some decisions to make, and how the board ends up breaking down in about a month or two is going to be super important, because that's going to decide who they go all in for and who they kind of put the brakes on a little bit. And while I do have a crystal ball in for Isaiah Williams to end up at Texas, I don't feel great about it right now. You know, I think Texas is number one, but I'm not sure. He wants to wait to commit till after June official visits. And come July, I don't know if Texas is still going to be around for him. So, you know, we'll see. That's a kid I like a lot. And again, I think he's a good player. But with the other guys available that they can also get that are longer, taller, faster, way more, you know, it's hard to fault them if they were to kind of back off Isaiah Williams a little bit. So I'll have more stuff on that, more stuff on also the cornerbacks in the state class. There's guys like Jamarian Vincent, Brock King, and, you know, the guy Colin and I talk about all the time, Jermaine Bishop Jr. So
stud.
Really fun secondary group in state. It's definitely gotten better in the last year, even though it was always the same class. And I'm excited to see how things pan out with those guys. So before I bring Keenan in here, just want to talk about this comment from Antoine. Man, Pitt really pissed me off yesterday because they gave Corey Daly his first Power 4 offer, and then like an hour later took a commitment from South Lake Carroll's quarterback, which I don't fault them for. I get it. Yeah. This is how it works. But as someone who is really trying behind the scenes to get Corey Daly like the looks and offers he deserves, like it's just a gut punch. So right now, I think UIW continues to be the most likely thing there. Really tight with that OC, with that head coach, and also like he can compete to start there year one. He can. And if you start there year one, the trajectory that UIW program and staff is currently on, that staff can take him to a Power 4 school or wherever they get hired, G5, whatever, and he can keep moving up. So he's definitely a long-term developmental guy. He's 6'6" and, like 170 soaking wet, a sinewy strength athlete. Not, he had 200 rushing yards. He's not a dual threat by any means, but he is a good athlete. This kid is averaging like 23 points a game and 9.5 rebounds per game as a junior in basketball. He's been a varsity starter in football and basketball since his freshman year. And he also has a track and field experience. He's done the long jump, triple jump, and I believe has run like the 400 or something. Also plays baseball. And he's a coach's kid. His dad's the head coach at Seguin. And what does Corey do in his free time? He fishes and hunts on their property. So I love this kid, love his family. And I do think, this is a diamond in the rough that we can look up in 4 years and he could be seriously one of the best QBs in college football. It's going to take a long time because he needs the weight. But there's so many tools to work with there, and he's such a good kid with such a good mindset that I do think he's eventually going to work out. And when he does, I'm going to strut my ass off in that eval because I've been pumping up Corey Daly forever. So hoping it'll work out for him. And Mo, the Nashville hat I commonly wear, I got when I was on a trip to Nashville with this guy, Colin Kennedy. We went to go see IMG Academy, play Lipscomb Academy outside the Nashville area in what would have been August of 2023. At the time, Texas had Jarrett Gibson and Jordan Johnson, who Bell committed. And there's a few other IMG players there too, Donovan Alugbode, Winston Watkins, the D lineman Texas recruited a few, Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng, Gavin Nix. I mean, it's IMG. They're loaded. And then on the other side, Lipscomb Academy had Deuce Knight, who's a borderline 5-star QB, ended up signing with Auburn. And he played like 3 games for that school and then moved back to Mississippi and finished the rest of his junior year at the school he was always at. So good times to look back on, but that's the trip I got it from. And like I said at the top of the show, Colin did live in Nashville for about a year or two. So, he's got a lot of Nashville stuff too. But yeah, so I'm going to hang on a little bit longer. Eric has a press conference or availability or something where he said he won't hop on for about 10 more minutes. But Colin, if you got to run, go ahead. And appreciate you hopping on, filling in. And I did say yesterday that there is hope that, the new regular show, I guess, for the show I'll be on is going to be started by next week. Could be delayed a little bit, so we'll have more fill-ins next week. But when I'm able to release what I can, I will. And I'm excited for the future with this show. So, and again, appreciate you calling for hopping on. And it was a fun hour talking some dynamics with you.
All right, fellas. I'll holler at you later. Have a good show.
Peace, Colin.
See ya. So, Big Pimpin'.
What's up, baby boy? Hell yeah, dude. Somebody, one of my coworkers today is a little younger than me, was like, what are your favorite hip-hop beats of all time? And so I went through a list that I compiled like 5 years ago, and Big Pimpin' was at the top. So I listened to it, and I was like, damn, this has got to be the song of the day. It's a banger, dude. Pimp C kills that. Kills that beat, bro.
Yeah. What's tomorrow, Darude Sandstorm?
Dude, okay, so Darude Sandstorm got banned at my prom because they played it. Yeah, they played it.
Sorry, time out. This is some of the most Dallas Jesuit shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. A guy broke his ankle because we were moshing to it too hard. Like, ironically, kind of, but a dude literally broke his ankle, and they were like, no more playing that song because people mosh too hard. So they banned it for the next year.
Sounds about Dallas Jesuit.
Yeah, there was a lot of alcohol going on for sure. When you're 17, whatever. What's up with you, man?
Rocking and rolling, getting ready for this junior day. I'll be driving to Austin sometime tomorrow.
Nice.
My girlfriend gets off work around like 4 or 5. So
she coming with? She lives in Austin, or she lives in Dallas? I forget.
She went to St. Ed's and played soccer there, but lived in Dallas, or in Fort Worth. But she has a lot of friends who still live in Austin. She went to college with. So
Gotcha.
when I'm at the junior day, she's getting dropped off at a friend's house. So she's not just, I guess, awkwardly hanging out at my parents' house.
In your car. Yeah.
Yeah, giving her something to do. But
fair enough.
Excited for the weekend in Austin with her, but a little bummed. I was planning on going to see Jamarian Carlton and Jason Bradford go play basketball at Temple tomorrow. But we're bringing her dog, and I'm not gonna go try to have them sit in the parking lot of my car with the dog while
that's not cool.
I'm not doing that. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna drive through tomorrow, and should be an eventful weekend in Austin.
Dude, I found myself in a very strange situation last night, cheering for the Texas A&M Aggies basketball team.
Didn't they hit a buzzer beater? I think I got a notification that said
well,
that.
They beat Ole Miss, and I just can't ever root for Beard in any good conscience. So that's the one time you're going to get me to root for Texas A&M basketball. So good win for them. Other than that, I will never root for them in anything. But I did last night because I hate Chris Beard, and I think he's a bad guy. I don't think he deserves his job. Allegedly, for all the things he allegedly did.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I watched A&M earlier this year, but I can't really remember. Is Wade Taylor from Lancaster still there?
Yeah.
Is he their best player, or is it?
Yeah, he's like their star.
Fuck. Who's the kid that got from SMU that went to Duncan?
Zurich Phelps.
Yes. Is he like their number 2 guy?
Yeah.
Got it. Damn. I will say, my entire life, I look forward to the Texas A&M rivalry coming back. All of that was football. It's with what Texas is as a basketball program, especially now where they just have this obvious 10-year NBA player, but everyone else kind of stinks and they don't know how to play together. And it's just a miserable watch versus A&M. I'm not getting too pumped up for that on Saturday. And now I'll be watching it because we're going to go to lunch and watch the game while the kids are at the junior day before it's over.
Right.
But I don't even think about this as A&M's a basketball program. How many A&M players in the NBA can you name? These are the ones I can. DeAndre Jordan, Chris Middleton, Alex Caruso. That's it.
That's about it as far as prominent players go.
At least Texas has a KD, and they got the Walmart version with Chris Middleton a little bit.
Well, Texas had to put a bunch of centers into the NBA, right?
Yeah, Jared Allen,
Miles Turner, Mo Bamba,
Marcus Aldridge. He's more of a 4, though.
Jackson Hayes, even if you want to count him.
Yeah, and DJ Augustine.
He was a
sneaky great NBA career.
Yeah, he played for 13 seasons.
Yeah, and hey, you know who? I don't know why. But when I was in middle school and in high school and was super interested in Texas basketball, because those are actually some fun teams.
Yeah.
Man, the Isaiah Taylor, Javon Felix teams like Prince Ebay, those were so fun.
Jacobin Brown.
Yeah, Jacobin Brown. Oh my god.
That dude was a dog.
Man, and hold on, I'm about to pull this up. We're about to get a blast from the past, y'all. I can't believe I forgot to do this earlier. But when I was in Austin for Christmas, I went I was in my stepbrother's closet grabbing something. And I noticed a poster on the wall. And I was like, holy shit, this blast from the past. Where is this? I need to find this.
Oh, yeah, dude. No, there's some great – I can stall while you look for it. But, yeah, the Texas at one point, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, was second in the NBA in most players on rosters. It was Kentucky.
Wait, what?
Twice.
Really?
Yeah. They had 13 dudes rostered, and Kentucky had 27. So, obviously Calipari, whatever you're going to do. Hey, Jonathan Holmes was a good dude, CB. We hung out with him a few times in college. He's a really, really nice guy. San Antonio dude.
San Antonio Holmes, right?
No. Jonathan Holmes. He went to
– Oh, yeah.
I think he went to Antonian Prep.
There is a San Antonio Holmes High School, though.
Yeah. Remember the receiver, San Antonio Holmes?
Yeah.
That guy was a baller, dude.
I never even put that together, too, that there's those two things.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Dylan Osetkowski. Are we playing that game, Jake?
Dylan Osetkowski. Man, the fuck do these dudes know about Dylan Osetkowski?
Oh, yeah, dude. I remember Malik Jefferson tweeting about Osetkowski because he went to a scrimmage and was like, this dude's really good. And I was real excited. And then those teams didn't win a tournament game for 8 years.
Okay, I found this. I'm about to give everyone a blast from the past. I was dumbfounded that this photo was still hanging up on the wall.
Go for it.
Check this out. What the fuck do these dudes know about this? You see this team?
Let's go, dude. That is awesome, bro. What year is that from? So that's Lammert.
2014, 2015.
Zay Taylor, Javon Felix. There's Miles Turner. Is that Doge Balbe?
Hey.
Cam Ridley.
These boys remember Connor Lammert?
Yeah, he's the boy, dude. I like that guy. I ran into him at a basketball game and chatted with him for a little bit recently because he's family friends with my wife's family for some reason. So they like knew each other. She's a San Antonio guy too.
Eric is like, what the fuck is going on? No, I grew up with a kid who was the Lammert brothers' cousin. And I remember whenever Texas and Texas Tech would play when they were going against each other, he would show up at school. I'm pretty sure they put his family on TV and they all had these jerseys.
You're right. It's not Doge Balbe. My bad. I was thinking a different era.
But the Lambert's brother cousins would show up at this school with a half Texas Tech jersey and a half Texas jersey whenever the two brothers would play. But yeah,
that's a bad look.
Yeah, Eric, this is the prime Texas basketball era. This is what I grew up on. This dude in the front, number 1 with his arms crossed, one of the coldest to ever do it at Texas. One of the best floaters I've ever seen at the college basketball level. He had it. You don't even know his name. Damn shame.
I don't.
I'm playing. It's Isaiah Taylor. You don't. He's been in the G League for like 8 years. Like,
okay.
The only NBA player in this thing that actually played in the NBA that I can think of is Miles Turner. Yeah.
He's having a hell of a career, man. He's like a very good player, and they love him in Indy, apparently. I went on an Indiana Pacers podcast like a year ago, setting the pace. They're real good guys, and they're pretty plugged in. They had like the GM on recently and stuff, but they love him. Like they love him in Indy, so good for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's consistent. I feel like he's averaged a double-double every year of his career, has he not?
Something like that, and he's a good three-point shooter too, so he can stretch the floor.
Hey, speaking of this kind of random, but speaking of good basketball players, I know I don't want to say shit on him, but I'm just trying to make y'all know of things that you should know of with Imari Winston. He's a 6'1.5", 240, 250-pound tight end prospect. He's going to be a unique H-back that is just going to have a very unique career at Texas if he's going to get on the field. But he was like 5th in the state of Georgia in rebounds last year as a junior in high school. He averaged like 13 a game or something. Yeah, and he's 6'1.5". Verified.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Throw that weight around, bro.
Yeah, and there's this kid. It's in Bowdoin, Georgia. 2,100 people live in that town. More people went to my high school than live in this kid's town, and it's like small East Central Georgia. His name's Caden Prothro, 6'7", 225-pound tight end. He had like 1,300 receiving yards as a tight end as a junior. And on the basketball court, averages like 19.9 and like 13.3 a game. And he's one of Georgia's best basketball players. And since he plays at Bowdoin, which is a town of 2,100 people, he's playing other towns of about 2,100 people. When you're 6'7", 225 and have that athleticism, you're going to dominate. So his highlights are some of the funnest stuff you can find.
It's like the way DeMarvion Overshone dominated at ARP. Like, it's just not even close. Like, nobody could stop him.
Yeah. I will say, this is Hudson Standish and I talk about this a lot. The lower levels of Georgia, like classifications for football, is way more potent in Division I FBS football talent than the lower classifications of Texas. And I don't know why that is, but it is the case. Like they produce, even though it's a smaller state and there's less schools that had those enrollment numbers, they produce Division I FBS players at a much higher rate than Texas does at the lower levels.
Jordan, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I have a little bit of familiarity with Georgia high school football.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, right, you're way more equipped to speak this than I. If I had to guess, you don't get a lot of transferring in Georgia, right? Usually, if you're from a small town, at least from what I've experienced, if you're from small town insert, I'm trying to think of like Valdosta is a little big. Valdosta is not a small town. That's a bad
Most of the transferring in Georgia is in the metro Atlanta area. Like Grayson, for example, where Nick Brooks went for his senior year, they recruited him his senior year. He was playing in eastern Iowa, and they recruited him to Georgia. He also had some family in Georgia, and he went to another high school in Georgia to start high school, but it was another one in the metro area. Like Loganville, Grayson 1,000% recruited him there. Buford recruits kids from other schools. There's a school called Parkview that'll recruit kids. Carrollton recruits kids. Those are the main ones that do it, but I think you are right. I also am not nearly as tapped in Georgia as I am in Texas, but it does feel like recruiting happens less there.
You get it basically, Keenan, at least in my experience, those kids who are from insert small town, like they're going to that school. Doesn't matter how good or not they are. They're basically going to the neighborhood school. So if I had to just guess, that'd be something. And real quick, I'll just add this because he brought back memories, Jordan Keenan, about guys you've seen in Amari Winston playing high school ball. Probably the worst match. But listen, I was a 3-sport athlete, but let's use that, I'm using that very loosely. Our basketball team was not good. So it was like, hey, we need people to go hoop.
Can you dribble a basketball?
Can you? Yeah, this was pre-Kevin Knox. I'm going to give you a name, Keenan. This may be too deep of a pull. Remember a name Matt Dezagua played at Oklahoma State, was a shooter?
What year? What year?
This would have been late to early 2010s or like late 2000s, early 2010s.
Nevertheless, but
yeah. Nevertheless, this was pre like my school actually getting guys like Kevin Knox and others, right? So imagine me if you remember the name John Henson, went to North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, I remember John Henson. Yeah,
I am 5'10", and that's on my best day. And John Henson is 6'10".
Yeah,
and literally, it's just like our coach is like, Eric, it was straight Rodney Terry. Get your butt down, guard hard. I'm like, he's a foot taller than me, dog. What are you doing?
Throwing it over your head.
Just John, literally just Shaq dunking on what's his name from the Knicks and like pushing him after, that gif, right, where he dunks and he pushes him afterwards and throws the ball. Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah,
Jordan, appreciate you hanging around. Go ahead, my man.
Yeah, I was just saying, about to get out of here. The point you brought up though about the small schools keeping those kids in Georgia is a great point. Whenever Texas landed Justice Terry, Hank got on the phone with his high school coach in Manchester. And now I don't know how many people live in Manchester, but I know it's less than 5,000. It is a small town.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the quotes he gave Hank was like, IMG Academy was trying to get this kid. Buford was trying to get this kid. Grayson was trying to get this kid. And there was never a point where we were going to offer him money to stay like other schools. But he stayed because that's the type of kid he is. That's how loyal he is. And, he's like, I love him for that because he could have left me at any time and he never did. And he's the best player I've ever coached. So I think that just, validates what you said. And I think it was a great point. But nonetheless, I'll get out of here and turn it over to a false start. And y'all have a great Thursday. I'll see y'all.
Peace, buddy.
That was, I don't know what to call it, with Jordan Scruggs and Colin Kennedy taking you up to noon. Because
we don't know what to call it yet.
I know, to be determined. It was that was Jordan Scruggs and Colin Kennedy of Sooners 247 Sooners Illustrated 24/7 Sports. Take you up to around midday. We are false start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack, and the song of the day is in fact Big Pimpin', which is never a bad day for Big Pimpin' to be the song of the day. Although, Keenan, I was devastated. I will call out to the little homies. Issa Alameda does a great job covering Texas women, and Debony Serta, who does a great job just in general, 2 students there. When Big Pun, Joe, still not a player, came on, Debony was bopping her head to still not a player. And I said, Deb, I'll give you $20. You know what song that is. And she had no clue.
Really?
No clue.
Yeah. I mean, Big Pun is not as huge in the South. Like everybody down here knows like UGK and stuff like that, though,
But come on. I mean, here's the thing. It's not necessarily like still not a player. I guess I give them once it was reminded to me on Twitter, the song is 27 years old. And Deb and both Issa and Deb are like 21, right? It makes sense. But yeah, it feels like it's a classic, man. But I don't know. I got to let the kids off the hook, right?
Yeah, 20. if you were like to grill me on a song that's 40 years old, I might not know it. You know what I mean? I know most of the stuff from like.
Well, I was gonna say, like, if you hear Phil Collins in the air tonight, right? You hear that drum set, like,
I can feel it coming in,
like
banger, dude.
This wasn't meant to be a rant on the children, although
I get it.
Someone made a really good point to me. I can't remember who it was. Who basically they were talking about the whole TikTok pending shutdown, and I promise we will get to sports in a second. The pending TikTok shutdown, which ended up not being a shutdown.
Right.
But apparently some kids were like, yo, where am I going to get music from? And I wanted to laugh, right? Because I'm like, yo, someone said, oh, you could just go to YouTube. But it wasn't the same because they wouldn't know what to search. And I wanted to laugh, but look at it like this, right? If you told me circa, 2006, right? Like, freshman year of high school, the radio is no longer going to exist.
Yeah.
Where would I find it's that's what it is to them, right?
Yeah,
like,
100%.
It's the same thing. It's
the
same
dude,
thing.
That's how you blow up now.
It's TikTok, right? Like you hear the song TikTok, and it's like, and then you go from there. So I can't even be mad at that. Because it would be like, yo, if you took radio from me, I wouldn't have any idea where to find music back then. I guess that would have been the start of like iTunes, right? Like
I do related artists on Spotify. That's how I find my music.
Right. Like Spotify, like, so this dude beat it. Quad standard labs. Let me bring the audience in. Says E. Henry, you mean Chris Stapleton and Snoop's in the air tonight with that? And then he said, LOL, this dude being a music snob over Big Pun from 1998. I ain't think I was being a music snob, but I mean, I feel like Still Not a Player is a classic, at least in my community. I can't speak for the other communities, but I feel like that comes on. Last Dance, you heard Still Not a Player. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a music snob. I don't know. Could be.
I think you're good.
Anyhow. We'll set the show today. Keenan, a couple things I wanted to dive into that we didn't get to yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's just start with this, man. Texas football. Entering spring, what do you feel more confident in? If I I don't like to use the like gun to your head, right? But if I did a significant amount of money, which of course, Keenan Womack is doing fine, right? So I mean, I guess a significant amount of money to him, that's like $1 million, right? Like,
I don't know about that.
But if I took
20 grand would help.
If I took an amount of money that mattered to you and Mrs. Caroline Womack, what group would you feel more confident in? Offense or defense heading into spring, Keenan?
That's really tough. I would say defense in most cases, but I am concerned a little bit with the defensive tackles being inexperienced, right? Like, yes, you're bringing Shaw back, but you're losing a lot on the defensive line. But then again, you look at last year and what they had to replace from last year and how well they did that. So I don't know. I would probably lean defense just because I think Kwiatkowski is like a wizard. I think he's one of the best coordinators in the sport. I'm surprised he's not a head coach, or maybe he doesn't want to be. I don't know what his deal is, but I feel like he could be very easily if he wanted. I just believe in that guy's schemes, and I believe in Nansen too. I think both of those guys are really, really good at their job. So I'm going to lean defense once again. That's not to say I don't believe in the offense. I do. I think it will be very good next year with Arch Manning running things. But I just think this defensive unit is going to be good for a long time.
Yeah, real quick on PK, and I know CB just noted it. PK was asked, wish I could remember who asked him, but it was definitely one of the pressers leading up to one of the CFP games. I cannot remember which, but he was asked whether or not he had desire to be a head coach, and he just explicitly said, I like to stay in my and I'm not putting verbatim, but the gist of it was, I like to stay in my lane. I know what I'm good at. He basically essentially said what CB said, which is didn't really have the desire to be a head coach.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this a little while back. The Boise State job, I thought, to be honest, I mean, maybe they knew that PK had no desire, but I thought before they made Spencer Danielson, the permanent coach after being the interim, I thought PK should have been the first call. A guy who had experience both there as a player and a coach at Boise State, but maybe they knew that PK had no desire. All right, let's look at it this way in terms of offense versus defense. All right, let's just run through some of the pieces, right? And I'll just say we'll do 4 pieces. So on offense, of course, you got Arch Manning. You got Contravion Wisener. I won't include CJ Baxter, because of course he's coming off an injury, but of course he would be one, right? You have DeAndre Moore Jr., you have Ryan Wingo, and then you have DJ Campbell. So there's 5. Let's just think about the defense for a second. I've got Anthony Hill Jr., I've got Colin Simmons, I've got Michael Taft. Those are 3 guys who preseason probably going to make a lot of All-American teams, right? Whether it's first, second, or third team, probably. I mean, Hill and Simmons, I'd be stunned if both players didn't make all SEC first team preseason.
Yeah.
Taft, that was a little more up in the air, right? Because, and to let the audience in, the coaches vote for the postseason polls. Media do have a vote for the preseason polls. I think the media, who are the ones who voted Michael Taft as an All-American this year, Football Writers Association of America, I think they, and I'm not shading the coaches, I've long said this, Keenan, when it comes to the votes. Power schools might be one thing, but when I was covering Group of Fives, the SIDs did most of the voting for the coaches. I'm just telling you that right now. I don't know how many coaches, and I'm not shading, not bashing for this, but you got to prepare for the opponent in front of you. So if Texas is not on your schedule, you're probably not watching a lot of Texas. If Texas is not the opponent in front of you, you're probably not seeing Michael Taft have an interception and 3 open field tackles and so on and so forth, right? So I hesitate a little bit on whether Taft will get that nod as a preseason All-American. But back to the question, I go defense just for those pieces. Where when we get to fall, when we see a little bit of Arch Manning, when we see maybe kind of how some of these weapons come together, how they mesh together, and maybe Texas adds a player or 2 in the portal, see how some of these freshmen kind of line up, we'll see. But you give me those 3 pieces to start on defense, Keenan, I'm good. What's this you?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I picked defense first, just like you did. And yeah, I mean, I think Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons could both be, second-team All-Americans. I mean, I think Anthony Hill could be a first-team All-American preseason. Taft as well. But, there's other pieces on this defense that I like a lot. I think Muhammad is a good enough player to be a force next year. I know he had a rough end of the season, but I don't think he was bad all year. I think guys like Kobe Black can step up. I think the other safeties in the room outside of Makuba can step up, since Makuba's gone. And I like some of the off-ball linebacker stuff. You know what I mean? I like the Ty Anthony Smiths, the Younga LaFowles. I like those guys. And I think Justice Terry is going to get significant playing time as a freshman. I think he's that level of player. I was reading a 24/7 scouting report. Go to 247.com and read Eric's stuff. But I was reading a 24/7 scouting report yesterday about Justice Terry. They compare him to Jalen Carter. And if you watch Jalen Carter in the freaking playoffs last week, you saw a dominant type of player. So I think Justice Terry is going to get on the field pretty early. I like this defense a lot. They have a lot of pieces that are in the reserve. We're in the reserves this year that are going to step forward, or in the reserves last year. They're going to step forward this year. I'm excited to see what they do. And I just believe in PK's schemes, man.
Real quick, you make an interesting point about Justice Terry, because I do think he has a real possibility to be a starter. I think in spring, you're probably walking in with Cole Brevard and Shaw as your starters. But no, I think Justice Terry has a real opportunity to see significant playing time, as Myron Charles and Josiah Sharman as well. It wouldn't shock me because if those guys, quite frankly, are just more talented than whoever else they could bring in, although I do think they will bring in someone, I think that the case can be made. Let's let those young guys get some reps, right? Unless they're, making mental mistakes and being out of position, the type of things that will cost you, specifically in the run game, things that will cost you. No, I agree, which is, I'm going to segue real quick, and I see a couple comments there, so I'm going to get to them in a second. But Keenan, now I guess we're about roughly a year. If memory serves, I think he was hired on Wow, let's try this again. I think he was hired on January 29th. I'm like December, February. What freaking month is it?
What month is it?
A year into Kenny Baker's tenure as defensive lineman.
Killing it.
Of course, KB specifically works with the DTs, but kind of has the whole room. PK usually has the edge players. Your thoughts? Just kind of do a little retrospective. What the feeling was when Bo Davis left. Because I don't think we were doing a show at that point in time. I think our show started in March or April.
Yeah, it started in March, I believe. It started right after March Madness or something like that.
Yeah. So, real quick, yeah. So the question is, just your feelings when Bo Davis decided to leave, and then maybe just your thoughts a year in, what you've seen from Kenny Baker and what he's done with those DTs.
Yeah, I think what Bo Davis did well was develop, right? Like he would take 3 stars and turn them into NFL players. And it feels like Kenny Baker can develop, but Kenny Baker is a better recruiter at this point. It's just, Kenny, for all the great Bo Davis did for Texas, he wasn't recruiting guys like Justice Terry, unless I'm forgetting somebody. But for the most part, that you're not landing a top 3 defensive lineman in the country. And some people say Terry might be the best defensive lineman in the country. It kind of depends on who you ask. Yeah, exactly. Losing the development sucks, but Baker's 10 times the recruiter. I agree with that, man. And how much less development you have to do when you can recruit dudes like Justice Terry, who are like, I could coach that guy into the NFL. You know what I mean? I mean, not literally, but you know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier to coach dudes into the NFL when they're ready-made for the NFL. Like Justice Terry is like the best 5-tech defensive tackle in this class, basically. And if he's anything like Jalen Carter, good freaking luck, man, because that's like a Byron Murphy type of impact. They're not similar players, but that's a Byron Murphy type of impact. And that's how you win national championships with guys like Justice Terry. So, and Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles too, all those guys, it was huge what they did in this defensive line room from a recruiting standpoint. And you have to give Kenny Baker a lot of that credit.
Yeah, listen, I you can accuse me of carrying the water, but I will take that accusation. Once my guy in Tyson Helton, of course, Western Kentucky's head coach, had a chance to really talk with him about Kenny Baker, because I knew about Kenny Baker covering Conference USA, but I covered FIU specifically, so I didn't really know Kenny Baker. Sure. But once my guy Tyson Helton, and I'll try to get him on the show. Tyson, he has a free moment to really kind of give the audience some background on KB and their time together at Western. But once Tyson, gave him the seal of approval, and some of the conversation around Bo Davis was as a developer, I'm telling you right now, watch Kenny Baker, because that's the thing that Kenny Baker made his name on. And I know these names will mean nothing to the folks here, but you look at D'Angelo Malone with the Atlanta Falcons. You look at I'm forgetting the kid. He's freaking at UCF too. I'm blanking on his name. Big defensive tackle. He transferred from Western Kentucky to UCF. The U's a senior this year, was a freshman All-American under Kenny Baker, defensive tackles. His name's escaping me right now. Jawan Jones, another guy he was developed by Kenny Baker. These are all guys who, listen, it's one thing to do it, as you said, with 5-star guys. Another thing to do it with 2- and 3-star guys, right? Kenny Baker is a really good developer. The thing he made his name on, and I think this is the thing that Texas fans should know, is he can look at a guy, and I've written this in pieces before. I actually just published a piece, I think last week, on everything KB had to say about the defensive tackle room. He can look at a freshman and say, all right, this is what we kind of need to add to his game. The same way he can look at a guy who's on his 3rd or 4th team, and it's like, hey, this is what we need to add to his game to get the best out of him. And I'm a firm believer that Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton became better this year because of Kenny Baker. Not those guys weren't good. I think they became better because of Kenny Baker. So I look at a kid like Shaw. I look at a kid like Cole Brevard, especially Shaw, right? Who was a 5-star recruit when he signed with North Carolina. Maybe didn't live up to the 5-star billing, but has played a lot of football, was a starter for 2.5 years. I think he has a chance. When you look at his size, 6'5", 320, I think he has a chance to be the next kind of Alfred Collins, tripping over my words this morning. I need a cup of coffee. But in terms of the development and kind of making that leap and being the next guy. So keep an eye on that for sure, because I think that's going to be a huge, huge factor, Keenan, as far as this defensive tackle room. All right, got to dive into this real quick because obviously it appears to be the breaking news of the day, at least of the recent hour or so. We talked about it yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys, your new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Keenan Womack, the floor is yours.
I'd like to apologize to all the listeners. I've retired from being a Cowboys fan. It's been a great run. It's been a lot of fun. No, I'm not emotionally invested in this team. I can't be. It's impossible. It's the most impossible team to be invested in. They are the longest streak without appearing in an NFC championship game in the NFC. In the NFC, Eric. They're last place because it was the Commanders, and they just made it. It's just the Cowboys. It's been almost 30 years since they've played in a freaking NFC championship game. Since I've been watching the Cowboys, they've won like 4 playoff games. And they've had some good teams, right? That's the frustrating thing. They've had some good rosters. They had good years with Zeke and Dak. They had good years with Romo and Dez. They've had good teams. And just for some reason, they get to the playoffs and they wet the bed. I don't understand it. The dysfunction runs so deep in this franchise. It is so frustrating. And I would rather have kept Mike McCarthy than just go with this retread. I'm sorry. I don't see how this is an improvement in any way, unless McCarthy was leaving or bucked or Jerry didn't like what he was doing. Like, they should have just kept him because that's better than this. This sucks, man. This sucks.
Keenan, this is the thing that would frustrate me most. And like I said, we won't spend too long on it because we talked a little bit about it yesterday. And I want to give Cowboys fans a chance to really mourn. But nevertheless, the thing that would frustrate me the most, and I think the thing that's frustrated me when my team has made certain hires, dog, that wasn't a name anybody was checking for. And
Nobody.
I'm not shading Brian Schottenheimer. He's been an assistant for damn near 30 years, right? I remember Brian Schottenheimer was a player at Florida during those like heyday national championship teams under Steve Spurrier, right? So longtime assistant, been an OC for a while. You know, I remember he was an OC with St. Louis and get another, might be the Jets. I think he was OC with the Jets as well. Or maybe the quarterbacks coach, can't remember which. But no one was checking for Brian Schottenheimer. I don't ever remember. And Keenan, again, I'm not shading Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
But come on, dog. You know, usually when you're the son of a legendary head coach, that usually is the quick pipeline to being a head coach. I don't ever remember. Maybe I'm just blanking. And I'll have to Google this, after the show, that Brian Schottenheimer's name came up in some cycle a decade ago, right? Because he's 51. So he's not even like the quote unquote young hotshot hire. That's the thing. Brian Schottenheimer is a good football coach, you don't get the amount of jobs that he has. You could say nepotism if you wanted to, but I don't think you hold on to jobs if you're not good, right? He's a good assistant coach, but nobody was checking for Brian Schottenheimer this cycle. If you're a Cowboys fan, right? Ben Johnson. All right. That's the guy from an offense perspective everyone's been checking for. Nope, not him. Aaron Glenn. That's the guy who a lot of guys are checking from a defense perspective. Nope, not him. Now, maybe Aaron Glenn wanted to take that Jets job, right? Former Jet, wanted to be back there. Seemingly that was it. But Keenan, is it safe to say that we're getting to a place where people do not want to work for one Gerald Jones?
Oh, yeah. It's very obvious to me. That that's the case, right? Yeah, I was saying this yesterday. If I could have any coach, it'd be Sean McVay. Sean McVay would not take that job for $15 million a year. He'd be like, no. He would say no because you're handicapped by this entire process of having to check with the GM on every move you make. Like you said, Jerry thinks he's a football guy instead of just a rich guy who owns a team. And that is so – he doesn't empower his coaches, like you said. Like, you made a lot of good points yesterday about Jerry Jones. It's super frustrating as a fan because, it seems like the fans know better than he does. I mean, he's an old dude. And a lot of these writers, look at, Nick Harris, for example. That guy would probably make a better coaching choice than Jerry would. You know what I mean? Like media dudes probably have a better idea of what's going on than Jerry does. Jerry's on his yacht drafting. Meanwhile, we're hiring Brian Schottenheimer. And I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Brian Schottenheimer. It's just like this guy is not really a head coach, and he's been an assistant coach his whole career. And it's just like, what are we doing, man? It would be like an NBA team hiring Larry Brown. I don't know if he's still around, RIP if he's not, but you know what I mean? Like it would be like the same.
Larry Brown is not dead.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better. It would be like hiring Larry Brown or something. It'd be like hiring – I'm trying to think of a good parallel for the NBA. It's like worse than hiring Doc Rivers. It'd be like hiring like a career assistant in the NBA. I don't know. It's really frustrating, man. It's really tough to be a Cowboys fan, and there's just no light at the end of the tunnel. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel is another train coming to hit you on the way out. That's what the light is at the end of the tunnel. It's tough, man.
Jake Bayless notes, and I did look it up while you were talking. Yes, Brian Schottenheimer. The best that I can find is that he interviewed for the Jets job in 2009. I believe, let me double check here real quick. Brian Schottenheimer was on that staff. He was on that staff. So that was, again, I'm not hating on Brian Schottenheimer, but that felt like one of those, all right, who's in the building that we would interview, right? Oh, Brian Schottenheimer, right? It wasn't like we want to go get Brian Schottenheimer for this interview. He was on staff till 2011 with the Jets.
James Keenan, Cox makes a good point.
Yeah, throw it up.
In the words of the water boy, oh no, we suck again. Damn, the Cowboys know how to ruin my day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Stephen Gavea says, I don't know how much longer I can stay in this relationship anymore, Cowboys. I get it, man. It's a toxic relationship. I do a whole stand-up bit about how being in a toxic relationship with the Cowboys and how bad it is for you. And it's true, man. It's tough.
Keenan, two quick things I want to get to, but before I get to them, please tell the folks, because I finally got a good night of sleep, man. Finally got a good night of sleep. You know why?
Let's go.
No, I got a good night's sleep.
Why'd you get a good night's sleep?
I have been making my way to Sleep Cycle Center, sir.
No
Can
way.
You let the folks know? Yeah, man. Listen.
Hell yeah.
Tell Texas Sports Unfiltered. Keenan, tell the folks about Sleep Cycle Center.
Let's go, dude. Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and to provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. Two convenient locations, one in the Arboretum and the other in Lakeway. Patients of all ages, 6 to 106. They are family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are a network with most medical insurances. So give our friend, the good doctor, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you.
There you go. Daryl G is also appreciates you rocking. It says, Gerald. I apologize for calling him Gerald. I've got it. Gerald Wayne Jones found his yes men, no doubt about it. All right. Two quick things real quick. I'm struggling today, man. I got good sleep, but I think I just got too much going on because sentences are not my friend today. Someone who gets paid to speak for a living, I can probably work on that. Apologies to BK. Keenan, do you know who owns the Washington Commanders?
It's not Daniel Snyder. I know that.
Do you know, I'll come into your NBA wheelhouse, who owns the Philadelphia 76ers?
That is the oh my God, how do I not remember? I was literally talking about them the other day. Who is it?
Okay.
I give up.
CB says Magic. Magic is a minority owner. No, not being, no pun intended. A minority owner with the Commanders. But Keenan, the reason I mentioned those two franchises, there we go, and some nerd. That nerd, sir, is Josh Harris. Okay, Josh Harris owns the Washington Commanders. Who do the Washington Commanders play this weekend?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
In Philly.
Yeah.
You know what other team that Josh Harris owns? The Philadelphia 76ers, sir.
That's weird.
And I find it freaking hilarious that if the Commanders win that game, does Josh Harris think after he couldn't get the Sixers, I'm coming to your wheelhouse, out of the second round, that them snowballs are not coming his way, dog? I wonder what Josh Harris. I wonder if Josh Harris is prepared, because just because you own the Philadelphia 76ers, I wouldn't say that's supposed to be your cover. I would say it's worse.
Yeah, they're bad, dude.
And if I'm just telling you right now, Josh Harris, them snowballs coming for you, dog. They are coming. Am I wrong?
No, that's totally fair. And I was just looking at the Sixers record. I think they're 15-27 right now, and they've been racked by injuries, like destroyed by injuries. But like, so have the Mavericks and so have the Pelicans. Like, it just happens. But like, you got to figure out a way through it. You know, the Mavericks are still having winning record despite having 6 guys on the injury reserve right now. You know what I mean? So it's not really an excuse, but they did lose McCain. Embiid, plays every 5th game, and Paul George is hurt. And I think it's just Tyrese Maxey running around out there trying to make things happen. But, they did a good job drafting. Like, Jared McCain would have won Rookie of the Year had he not gotten hurt. But, yeah, they're terrible, and I understand why people probably hate him.
My man, Josh Harris is on that team since 2010. So we're talking about a reason. We're saying
trust the process Sixers.
Trust the process. You think them snowballs ain't coming his way, dog?
Oh, man.
If that man tries to leave Lincoln Financial Field, breaking the hearts of Eagles fans, yeah, dog. I hope you got you ever been to Philly to that sportsplex?
No, I don't go to that. I don't go to that place.
I will say,
I'm kidding. I have so much family from Philly. So much family from Philly.
The sportsplex there, all 3 stadiums, Citizens Bank, Lincoln Financial, and I don't know what it's called now, Wells Fargo, or whatever. They're in this. They're basically like they're in the same plaza, right?
Oh, okay.
So
that's cool.
So it's great. It's a great environment if all of them are playing at once. But yeah, I hope he has some compound over there by the basketball arena that he can hide in, because them snowballs are coming his way. And side note, dude owns those 2 teams plus the New Jersey Devils and a Premier League team.
That's a different kind of rich to make his money.
I got he's some sort of investment dude, but that's a different kind of rich.
Yeah, no, that's like insane.
Because Keenan, that's living my dream, dog. Like, if I could, you tell me I can own not 1 but like 3 sports teams. Yeah.
He also owns Joe. He has a stake in Joe Gibbs Racing as well.
There you go.
He owns part of a race team.
That's
I'm looking at what he did to make his money. Private equity. Okay, that makes sense.
Equity. There you go.
Private equity.
One of the quick. It will get you. CB says not 1, not 2, not 3. That's great.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing, really quick, I wanted to get to before we get back to a couple other topics. Most notably, Baseball Hall of Fame. Definitely want to get your thoughts there as a baseball guy. Did you happen to see Dan Wilkins' tweet regarding the post-game situation with Notre Dame?
Did you send it to me and I didn't see it? My bad if you did.
No, you didn't. You didn't. It's all good. Dan Wilkin, USA Today writer, tweeted out that the Notre Dame locker room, and I should quote him verbatim, so I'll just give you the gist of it right now, and I'll come back to it, but basically saying that it was hostile, that it was unlike anything he had really seen. And he kind of, in his 2 decades of covering college football, and he came back and gave an explanation. There's a guy that pulled up right here. Let me go ahead and so the tweet says, bizarre scenes from the Notre Dame locker room, players yelling at reporters, coaches warning people not to ask certain questions, amateur hour. And then he expanded upon that and said that it was nothing he had seen. Just real quick, this is just me kind of ranting, Keenan, and if you have thoughts, go for it.
Yeah.
I do think for as great as the CFP was, and this could just be, me being a dumb reporter, I don't know. They're going to have to do a better job because all this was really, in my opinion, was a communication thing. I do not believe that the Notre Dame players probably knew that it was open locker room, right? Because in college, you never have open locker room during the regular season. The only time you've had it, and I didn't cover the BCS. I don't know how that is, but college ball playoff. And I'm going to assume that they just didn't know, because if they just decided to act up out of nowhere, again, call me, stuck up reporter. I think it's kind of shame on them, because guess what? When you go to the NFL, there's open locker room 3 times a week.
Yeah.
You better get used to it, right?
Yeah.
There was a situation where, I don't want to go too in depth, but there was some commentary, some folks saying that, the communication as far as, I don't know if it was the communication, but the Texas open locker room situation was a little bit challenging as well. And to kind of give you, for those who may not know, a breakdown of how it works, you have the post-game press conference, which is the head coach and 2 players, right? And that's in a room. And then in a separate room, they'll have player breakouts where the players are escorted by, members of the communication staff. And they know that's coming, and they know, all right, we're coming to this room to do media. And then you have the open locker room. And I really wonder if maybe, because this is how Texas does it, right? Like, they go and get guys and say, hey, all right, these are guys who are doing media. Maybe everyone else who was left there didn't realize, like, yo, you're open to this, right? Once the cooling off period is done, you're open. Because some of the things that there were other, I've had it, I don't want to out anybody, but I've had other reporters reach out and say that teams they covered who played in the college football playoff had hostile open locker rooms as well, right? So really hope you can get that, because that's just, a pet peeve of mine, especially when, like, you look at basketball, and the reason I think it was just maybe a communication thing, the open locker room in March Madness, Keenan, totally different, right? Like, as soon as Scott McConnell came out and said, all right, it's open, someone yelled, hey, media's coming in. And the people, most notably Dylan Mitchell and IT Horton, who didn't want to be there, walked out before we got in, right? And I don't think it's a coincidence that was the last we saw of DM. And I love DM. DM's a great
I
kid.
do too, yeah.
I didn't want to talk. That's the last we saw of Dylan Mitchell. That's the last we saw of IT Horton, right? Everyone who's left, they were fine answering questions, right? I mean, Tyrese Hunter was super emotional. Brock Cunningham, super emotional. But those guys answered the question, so I respect them for doing that. So just a quick rant there. But
go for it.
A couple of things to get to before we wrap it up. Keenan, what's up?
Oh, I said good rant.
Ichiro.
Yes.
Not a unanimous Hall of Famer.
Disgusting.
And James Cox, I'm gonna come to your question. I want to let Keenan talk about that. We'll close the show with that. But Ichiro, not a unanimous Hall of Famer. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's the baseball writers, they get off on being contrarians, and it's just like, friend of the show, Joe Cook, I've talked to him about it. He's a baseball guy, and he's talked about how some of the old guard of baseball media can be kind of like that. I'm not going to quote him or anything, but he's sort of referenced that before. And yeah, man, it's embarrassing. I mean, if there's ever a guy that should be a unanimous Hall of Famer, it should be Ichiro Suzuki. And he has one name and everybody knows who he is. He's Ichiro, man. He's a one-name celebrity. That should get you into the Hall, He should have been a unanimous selection. Sanctimonious trolls is a beautiful way to put it, Jake Bayless. Yeah, man, it was really really embarrassing. But did you see the clip of what's his name, Ken Griffey Jr. congratulating him?
Yes.
It was so sweet, dude. It made me so happy to see that. And he was like, "You bring the sake, brother," and he was like, "Hell yeah!" I loved that, man. It made me so happy. So he got 99.7%. Might as well be freaking unanimous, but yeah, he wasn't, because baseball writers, somebody had to be the contrarian.
The thing is, when you look at the people, I think it's Derek Jeter. I know that Ken Griffey's one, a few others who have had highest percentage.
Ken Griffey was 99.7 as well.
99%. I know Jeter was 99 something.
Yeah.
What are we doing, right? To show y'all who may have rolled your eyes during my rant defending reporters that I'm can you equal opportunity here? What are we doing? Who's the reporter who says? And listen, I was never the biggest Derek Jeter fan. I do think if Derek Jeter played in Pittsburgh, he wouldn't be as well, kind of live in baseball lore as he does.
Sure.
Obviously, he played for the most prestigious team. That helps, right? In addition to the rings. But if you gave Derek Jeter one ring and he played in Pittsburgh, he'd be Barry Larkin. Then that's in my opinion, right? Nevertheless, what writer isn't Derek Jeter? What writer doesn't think that Ichiro, the greatest hitter of our lifetime outside of one Barry Lamar Bonds,
for sure.
who doesn't think he's a Hall of Famer, right? Jake Bayless, you make another good point. Yeah,
Andrew Jones didn't make the freaking Hall of Fame, dude.
Yeah, says this right after privilege revoked. Agreed. Jake Bayless and Andrew Jones, clearly a Hall of Fame.
Oh,
clearly
yeah.
a Hall of Fame. CB, yes, Mariano Rivera is the only unanimous one, which Keenan is a bit in mourning right now because of some of the news. I'll let you just address that real quick.
Yeah, man. Some pretty nasty stuff just came out about him. We don't need to get into it too much on the show, but he was covering up some bad things that were happening at one of his camps. You can read about it on TMZ, and it's really ugly stuff. So really sad about that. It breaks my heart anytime I hear news like that. So yeah, we don't need to get into it, but you can read about it on TMZ or Newsweek or wherever you get your news.
Before we close with our guy James Cox's question, I do want to ask you this, right? Because I'm a big believer in the eye test, right? I think I've told this story on the show. I used to debate sports with my dad and his friends all the time, my uncles and whatnot, being a kid, because I was a big I had baseball cards, right, or sports cards. So I'd look at the back and be like, all right, who was player X from, that I wasn't old enough to remember. And I'd look at the numbers. And I remember telling my dad and his people, like, oh, yeah, Marcus Allen, overrated. Not that good. He only ran for 1,000 yards like 3 times, right? not knowing any of the background of like the beef between him and Al Davis and like him like sitting him out and all that stuff. Like Marcus Allen, I think, retired like the first year I can remember watching football, right? So
sure.
Daddy's got laughed out of that conversation, but I still have to say the eye test, right? Mark Burley, you remember Mark Burley, the pitcher?
Yeah, White Sox pitcher.
Yep, and of course CC Sabathia, who was elected to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Who would you just take? Just those 2 names. Who's the better pitcher?
It's closer than people think. I'd still take CC, but I think it's a little closer than people think. I'd be interested to see their stats side by side, but I would say I would take CC, but I think it's probably a lot closer than people would expect.
Ask you shall receive.
Wow. They literally have the stats right next to each other. Okay.
I will read them off for the audience while you get a chance to look at those and see how close they are. For the record, I think CC Sabathia is a Hall of Famer. Just by the eye test, I wouldn't say Mark Burley is a Hall of Famer. And that's why I led it the way I did, right? And WAR, wins above replacement. Both guys, pretty similar. CC Sabathia only 3 points higher. Games pitched, CC Sabathia has got about 50 games more pitched. Wins. CC Sabathia has 250 wins. Mark Burley 214. There are guys.
That's significant.
That's significant. And there are guys who are around that 214 mark, but I think they were significantly more dominant, Keenan, in their prime that were in the Hall of Fame as far as pitchers. ERA. Mark Burley 3.81. CC Sabathia 3.74.
Okay.
Strikeouts. This is the big key in my mind.
Yeah.
Mark Burley was not a strikeout pitcher.
No, he was a ground out guy.
He was a ground out guy. 1,800 strikeouts. CC Sabathia was a strikeout guy. 3,000 strikeouts. You get 3,000 strikeouts, you're a Hall of Famer. That's pretty much how it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you look at the walk percentage, that goes to Mark Burley. So yeah, the numbers here, Mark Burley was a better defensive pitcher. CC Sabathia, 6-time All-Star. Burley made 5 All-Star teams. CC Sabathia was not going to vie with his glove. Mark Burley 4 Gold Gloves.
That's impressive for a pitcher.
That's impressive, and both have equal number of championships. So, it's not exactly egregious, but the tweet I sent you, Mark Burley only got 11% of the vote, right? So, to me, I think that's where the eye test matters, right? Again, I think CC Sabathia is a Hall of Famer. I do not think Mark Burley is a Hall of Famer, but the numbers are pretty darn close.
That's a good indication. It's a good indication of like you have to watch the games.
You have to watch the games. Gonna bring in Zay Collier here. Keenan, I'll give you a chance to answer this one before you get out of here.
Yeah.
What do you think about this whole Jimmy Buckets ordeal? Does he get traded?
Keenan, I think he does. Yeah, I think he's trying to force his way to the Suns, and I don't know if he'll end up on the Suns. It'll be a multi-team trade if he does. And he's really mishandled this whole thing. I think they'll still end up loving him down the road, but right now it's pretty tense between the two parties. I think he's done with Pat Riley. And I think it's going to be like a 3 or 4 team trade, and he's going to probably end up in Phoenix, and they'll use those picks that they just got from Utah. That would be my guess, educated guess.
I agree with you. I think Jimmy Buckets has kind of mishandled this a bit. I understand his POV. If you know anything about Jimmy Butler, he is about respect and pride and all those things. But a 34, 35-year-old guy looking for that next max deal, I mean,
he wants a
tough
ring
one
too,
so, and he wants a ring too, and it doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon in Miami. Keenan, I'm sure you have to go, correct?
I do. Gentlemen, great to see you both. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Well, maybe not Eric, but I'll see you tomorrow, Zay.
Yeah.
See you, Kim.
Peace, brother.
Appreciate it, Keenan. Programming note, yes, Jim Schlossnagel has an availability tomorrow at 12:45. I will be there, so I likely will not be on the show. TBD as far as who will be filling in. Zay Collier, good afternoon to you, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm good, E. Henry. Just living, man. Thursday, can't complain. I'm alive, feeling good. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I'm going to ask you, to give James another perspective here. That whole Jimmy Buckets deal, man. Like, what's your thoughts? Because I was in Chicago. I went to, I think you know this, Zay. I went to grad school in Chicago. So I was in Chicago for the end of the D Rose era, which, by the way, you want to talk about a city that loves an athlete. Derrick Rose in Chicago is the man in Chicago. And then kind of the emergence of the Jimmy Buckets era. And yeah, man, he's a dude who's all about pride and respect, but a 35-year-old aging superstar. They usually don't hand out max contracts to those guys. So I'm just curious your thoughts as a noted hoops guy.
Yeah, I think both parties handled it wrong. Pat Riley, he was wrong with what he said before the season started about Jimmy Butler, doing all the talking that he likes to do. And Pat Riley was like, yeah, I don't think a guy that's not available enough should be talking the way Jimmy does. And it got sour from then. So, yeah, Jimmy trying to get this max contract. I'm sure they could have worked something out to where he gets money that he deserves. Because, Jimmy Butler took these guys to 2 finals. If it wasn't for LeBron and Nikola Jokic, Jimmy might have a couple of rings now. So, Pat Riley, he's been the type of cat that will sour relationships, during the time where he's head honcho of the front office. That's just, if you get D-Wade, like D-Wade wanting to leave Miami to go to Chicago, speaking of Chi-Town, that was weird. It's just, Pat Riley acts like his shit don't stink. And, hey, I get it. He's godfather for a reason. Them Lakers teams were legendary that he coached. Showtime with Magic and Kareem and Worthy. And then he went on and changed his style a little bit in New York when he had Oakley and Ewan and Mason and Harper and those guys. And he went on to South Beach. And, now it's that Heat culture. And, again, he's a legend when it comes to this thing that we call basketball, but I do not think he handled the Jimmy Butler situation. We know Jimmy's petty. We've always known Jimmy's a petty guy. Like, there's a way that you can work with that. You know what I'm saying? And plus, Jimmy Butler, he just lost his pops. I don't know how many of y'all watched the Starting Five, special on Netflix with all those players that they're following. But who knows what Jimmy Butler is like really going through. But yeah, Jimmy's been wilding out. The fact that he wore the purple and orange kicks the other night, trying to indicate that, I'm trying to get to Phoenix as quick as possible. Like, come on, Jimmy, you're wrong. But it's one of those takes two to tango situations for me. And even though Jimmy Butler definitely in the wrong in, some sense, I think Pat Riley, he needs to own up to his faults too.
Zay, this wasn't the direction I was going to go in, but it just kind of crossed my mind as you're talking. Jimmy Butler Hall of Famer?
Damn. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. If we just put Michael Cooper in, speaking of Showtime Lakers, then you would think that Jimmy Butler makes it. I don't know his, credentials and accomplishments, off the top of the dome, but I would like to think he is. If he got that ring, I definitely would throw him in there, but I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Jay, I am not gonna, Zay. Hopefully, Zay doesn't out me here. But as a professional reporter, I am not gonna name the name that you dropped in the chat. What I will say is this: I have seen that person in real life. The body is cold. I'm just gonna say that. All right, moving away from that. Zay, we can talk off here. Hey, it's cold. It's cold. We can talk off here. It's cold. It's cold.
Wow. Yo, I saw Michelle Beto in Vegas when Texas Sports Unfiltered was up there for the Circa event, and she was playing slots, and I had to do a double take. I was like, "Oh, okay, Beto." I was impressed. Yeah, I was impressed. I was like, "All right, Beto, I see you." So I would not be surprised. You might not be upset. You're more professional than me. I'll take the pennies.
I'm a working professional. I can't, at least a reporter. Not that Zay is not a working professional. Zay is.
Oh yeah, but I draw a line there. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta keep it real with the folks. Like Rachel Nichols.
Damn it, Zay.
What? James said it. I didn't say it. That's on James. I don't know. That was a rumor, speculation. I don't know if that's true or not. I heard the rumors too, James. And hey, what happens in the bubble stays in the bubble. But ain't nothing wrong with that.
Excuse my language for those who may be offended. I apologize. Listen, Zay did nothing wrong. Zay did nothing wrong as a fellow, red-blooded male. Nothing wrong with that. My thing is, I might run these people, man, and I don't want to be that person who is doing that. However, Zay did nothing wrong. That's all.
Thank you.
I saw the last comment. This is hilarious.
Yo, Rex be wild. Rex is one of my favorite guys that listens to our shows, man. Like he be wild, and he always makes me laugh. Like we got good people who listen to Texas Sports Unfiltered. We really do.
No, listen, that we most definitely have. Yo, there was a TSU listener who caught me. It's always the awkward. It is the most awkward place to catch someone. You want to have a conversation in the bathroom at Moody Center. But he was shout out that he watches Chip and Zay and our show. So shout out to him. I didn't catch his name, but appreciate it. Where's your man at, yo?
He just said 7 minutes ago, I need a couple of minutes. I don't know what that means. I just, damn, man, that's CP time. I get it. You're from Detroit, bro. But come on. Like, this is.
That's CB time.
Yes.
That's CB time. CB time worse than CP time.
Yeah.
I ain't never met nobody in my life as bad as CB time. So
he'll be on, I guess. We'll see. I appreciate you for rocking with me, though.
Nah, I'm a rock with you. I mean, while we're here, we might as well keep talking. Man, what you think about that trash ass LiAngelo nonsense, man? Because I think that's why the Lions lost.
Well, oh yeah, I wouldn't have had him perform. That was a little extreme, but I'm rolling with it. Like I feel like we talked about this briefly. LiAngelo,
we might have. Yeah.
That's a hit. That's a hit, man. And again, maybe I'm biased because I'm someone who was brought up on early Cash Money and Manny Fresh, one of my favorite producers of all time. Like I love that era. But having LiAngelo come out with Tweaker, I gotta see the next song though. He can't be no one-hit wonder. Like that's
I've heard Zay that 9 Ball is the track I'm supposed to check out. So
okay.
I'm gonna check it out and see. There's like you said, we talked about it. I thought it's kind of trash. I don't think he's on the beat. I think that's a beat that for people who are of you and I think we're the same age. That's an era that we reminisce fondly of, right? And I just would have liked to have seen that beat go to a more talented artist. That's just me. That's all.
I mean, he just signed that contract with Def Jam. So good for him. That's something.
Zay, again, you and I are pretty much of the same era. If they handed out $15 million contracts for that, you and I need to go back to our SoundCloud days, the MySpace days. We dropped a little, I'm sure we all had a little phone, did pass the mic, did a little freestyle. We could get signed. We could get signed. dog.
I'd still have those moments where kind of like Issa Rae Insecure when I'm looking in the mirror, freestyle a little bit.
That's a great reference by Zay. That's an excellent reference by Zay.
You feel me? You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be in you. And even though I feel like my time has definitely passed, seeing somebody like LiAngelo, who is a felon, let's just keep it a buck. We were stealing in China. Yeah, you remember when he was stealing in China, UCLA?
I forgot.
Bona fide felon, absolutely. Yeah, and maybe that gave him a little bit of street cred. I don't know, because Chino Hills, that's a nice spot. That's a nice spot. Yeah. But, shout out to LeVar. I don't think LeVar gets enough credit because I was tough on LeVar. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know our guy BK bought some shoes. Them things never came in. Oh, yeah, back in the Gap. Never came in.
Joke or for real?
A little bit of both, but
okay. And he
never came in.
BK got hustled by LeVar?
Yeah, I don't know if he got his money back or not, but that was a sad time. But hey, say what you want about LeVar. You got 2 kids in the league doing it big, and your other son, who was a bona fide felon, now he's getting contracts with probably the most popular hip hop label of all time, Def Jam Records. So I gotta salute for LeVar, man. LeVar's done his thing, and we need more fathers like that. The John Browns of the world, who we have on from time to time with Amon-Ra and his kids. Like we need fathers like that push their kids in the right direction, and greatness comes out.
Listen, first off, if you are listening to just join us, you are listening to Zay and Eric. Will take you up from 1 until who knows whenever Chip Brown will be on the line. So that's the show we're listening to. So we're just going to do that show. Now, you know what? I agree with you, Zay, in terms of LeVar. I thought LeVar got a lot of unjust heat, a lot of undue heat. He probably ruffled some feathers, right, with the way he went about it. I know he made a couple, some comments that rubbed, certain women the wrong way and whatnot. I'm not just going to co-sign everything. However, if we want to keep it real, if we want to keep it a buck, LeVar raised 2 kids who got drafted. Doesn't matter where granted they were top picks, but I'm just saying drafted, right? Because getting drafted, that's an accomplishment itself. I don't care if you first or last or made the league, right? They have 2 kids who made the league and has another one who is now finding success, right? Like, I don't think LeVar, to me, I know people might think I'm crazy for saying this, but I think LeVar knew, if we keep it real, Lonzo's not the most bombastic personality, right? LiAngelo can be a little NBA dumb boy at times, but I wouldn't call him the most bombastic personality, right? I think LeVar was like, yo, I'm old school. I come from that era where, you ran your mouth, you talk noise. I'm going to put on for my sons, shine them as much as I can, and then let them have it. Because guess what? The reason why I respect LeVar the most, Zay, is since his boys made the league, you ain't heard from him since. Yeah. It's not like he's like, oh, this is about me. Once he accomplished the goal, he fell back and was like, yo, I'm watching my boys. So I respect that, Zay.
Yeah, they did a good job, too, of kind of separating themselves from LeVar, because you're right. He did say some things that are a little controversial and a little bit much, So those guys, they're grown men now. They're making some serious paper. Like, I'm sure they still hold their dad down for the most part. They're super tight, as brothers and siblings and stuff. So that's always beautiful to see. But it was an interesting time when the Big Baller brand was really popping. And, I never thought LaMelo would be this good. I mean, he hit that growth spurt and he really took off.
Yeah.
And, all those guys at one point were committed to go to UCLA. And then after the Jello thing happened, they're like, UCLA, that's just not the wave. They go to Europe and Australia and all these other places. And Now LaMelo's having one of his best years, and Lonzo, he's still kind of working his way back from the injury and stuff. But yeah, that's what you got to do as a parent. Like, you got to take a step back, and once your kids are adults, you got to let them be adults and let them, make their own mistakes and just try to navigate this game that we call life. And, shout out to LeVar. I think he's done that. But yeah, it was a time. I missed that time. And I'm sure we're going to see more fathers that go that route. I mean, right now you see Jaden Daniels' mom has gone viral. Yeah. Which we were talking about Rachel Nichols and Michelle Beadle. I don't know if you've seen Jaden Daniels' mommy, Henry. Yo, man, top moms in the National Football League. Jaden Daniels' mama, Xavier Worthy's mama. I'm sad we didn't see X's mama around Mo here at the 40 Acres. Why was that? Maybe she was still in Cali doing her thing, but Lord have mercy. Anyway, Jaden Daniels' mama, she's going viral right now for the comments that she made. I think it was on that Prime show where they had with LSU, where they were following Daniels and Livy Dune and Angel Reese around for NIL stuff. And Jaden Daniels' mama was like, yo, these women out here, scandalous. I ain't going to have somebody trap my baby and make a fool out of him to get his mind off the main thing. That ain't gonna happen. Like, she talking about that's just these girls, I got Jaden Daniels pictures on their wall and they mama talking about, I'm gonna get that one day. And Jaden Daniels' mama's like, nope, not on my watch. Like, I'm with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I think she's his agent too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like she's really involved. And hey, I'm good with that. Like, Lamar Jackson's mama, I think she's his agent too. So ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with protecting your son, especially when they're so young, making so much money. Like, a lot of athletes probably would love to have that or should have that don't. So yeah. That's how it has to be, man. Like, ain't nothing wrong with these parents being in their kids' lives a lot, but also understanding that balance of when to take a step back too. Look who it is.
I will give Chip Brown a pass. Go to horns247.com. Check out Chip Brown's latest story. I'm going to do a tease because you need to go to horns247.com. Unless Chip is going to talk about it on the show. Maybe he will. Two sources have confirmed to Horns 247 and Chip Brown that Steve Sarkisian has interviewed an assistant from a major power program. I know the program. Go to horns247.com to find out the program, unless Chip's going to tell you, to interview for an assistant coach job. That was just published 3 minutes ago. So that is where Chip Brown was. So he gets a pass there. So without further ado, I will pass the baton to Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Fellas, y'all have a fantastic Thursday.
Hey, Henry, you're the man.
Appreciate you, Henry.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay. Lots to get into. I need to make sure that we have a link to our man, Lance Taylor. I apologize, Zay, for the delay. Sometimes you can't control when the news is coming down. I will get into this in a little bit because it's I'm still like working text messages and all kinds of stuff. But how are you, my man?
I'm good, man. Can't complain one bit. Beautiful Thursday here in the lovely Austin, Texas. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Lots of stuff over at horns247.com. The Insider, this little nugget.
I just pulled up your article, man. Okay. A lot going on.
Yeah. So for the Insider, talked about the projected too deep for the Texas Longhorns. We can get into that. And then this nugget over at horns247.com about Steve Sarkisian possibly, well, he is looking to add someone to his staff. And we'll get into that in a little bit. But yeah, Zay, I mean, when you look at, let's start with the defense. Project the too deep for the Longhorns on defense. Where are you confident? And where are you, man, I got to see what happens in spring to feel better about that position?
I mean, confident in the linebacker room. Like, feel really good about that. I mean, you bring in, my man from Arkansas, which his name is
Brad Spence.
Yeah, Brad Spence. I think he could be a heck of a player for this Texas football team in 2025. And then just another year under Johnny Nansen and him being familiar with guys like Leon Galafau, who I expect to make another jump. And Ant Hill, we talked about it yesterday. That guy, he could be SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Like he got absolutely hosed being in the runnings for the Dick Butkus Award. Still don't really understand how they allowed that to happen. But yeah, this is probably the last year you're going to see Ant Hill in a Texas uniform. So Longhorn fans, kind of like you were with Kelvin Banks this year, cherish that. You really cherish it, because not too many guys come around that just have the love for the game, type of tenacity, aggressiveness, but also wants to get better. And I still, love what he said during the college football playoff about how, growing up, what helped him become a better defensive player was playing Madden and understanding coverages, by playing video games and understanding, different big time players, because the guys that he was using, he was like, oh, wait, Bobby Wagner, 90 something rating in Madden. Let me go watch this guy's highlights and see what he's about. And then he became a big time Seattle Seahawks fan. So I think those stories are really cool, especially myself being a video game buff also. But yeah, the linebacker room feeling really good about. Cornerback, that's where I'm a little iffy. I like what Phillips and the measurements that he brings in, but who's going to be on the other side of Malik Muhammad? And is Malik Muhammad going to continue to get better? And y'all know, I always give crap Malik Muhammad. Y'all call me out on it. I'm trying to be better. What I'm saying? Like Manny Muhammad, you had to go after someone this year. You got Mookie Tav, Andrew Makuba, Thorpe Award winner, Jahdae Barron. Somebody has to get attacked. So it wasn't like Manny Muhammad was terrible. He just had some tough moments. I think Manny's going to come locked in this year and realize that he's a big voice in that secondary room. And hopefully, Terry Joseph could get him right there. But where it's, Kobe Black, where's he going to be at? Jalen Gilbo. Like, I think Jalen Gilbo could take another step also, along with guys like Jelani McDonald and, guys like Wardell Mack. So even though feeling a little iffy because this past year, that secondary was absolutely money. You just never know what's going to happen, every single season. You hope that the development is going to be there and they're going to be right back in the position they were last year, but that's not necessarily realistic. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting to see where Jelani McDonald lines up, because I heard from a source that he'll probably work a lot at nickel in the spring, which makes some sense. You got Michael Taft back at safety. You got Derek Williams back at safety. You've got guys who can cross over like Jelani McDonald. He can play both. Jordan Johnson-Rubel can play both nickel and safety. And you've got Xavier Filsaime, Santana Wilson. You got Jonah Williams, the number 6 ranked recruit in all of the 2025 recruiting cycle, who's also playing baseball at Texas. So how does he juggle that? Or is he that good that he can just show up and get it? Clearly, Sarkisian and Jim Schlossnagle, who are both very particular about their guys being all in on their sport and their team, are good with Jonah Williams attempting to do both. So Jim Schlossnagle has an availability tomorrow. Might have to see if Cole Thompson can hang for the first hour of the show so I can go talk to Schloss about Jonah Williams, because I'm fascinated. We've had guys do track, but that's not quite the same as baseball, where you got hitting, you got fielding, you got all kinds of stuff. Bond with your teammates, all the stuff that we know coaches want their players to do. What do you think about that, Zay? Because we've had some great two sports stars, Bo Jackson, Dion, Prime, and they were able to do it. And it was amazing to watch.
Takes a special athlete, man. Really special athlete. I mean, my favorite two-sport athlete is Charlie Ward. That guy was an absolute monster. Dude won the freaking Heisman and then went to the NBA and played 10 plus years. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's ridiculous. So,
and those seasons overlapped.
Yeah.
Like, the end of football season is the beginning of basketball season. And Charlie Ward would finish up with football and then boom.
Yeah. Yeah. He was on some good Florida State teams in basketball too, with Sam Cassell and Bob Sura and stuff. So, yeah, again, it just takes a special athlete like Dion, Bo Jackson, Ward, like all those guys. We know Kyler did it for a little bit, Jameis Winston, both of those guys being number 1 picks. Wags, appreciate you, Julius Peppers. It takes a very special athlete to be able to play two sports on the college level. So, Steve Sarkisian, Jim Schlossnagle, they got to do a really good job at managing that and just not overworking him too much to where he won't be available for the other sport, if that makes sense. But also, yeah, man, you got to train. Like you said, Chip, you got to be, completely locked in with where you're at the time. And I know he's doing football workouts in the morning and going to baseball in the afternoon. And there's certain things in football that he can't do. We talked to Hank South and stuff like that. That's going to be tough. But hey, if he's as special as what we think he is, then he'll be able to manage that. But thankfully enough, in that secondary room, especially with the safeties, they don't need him as much, even though we could see him playing very early and being those guys to make an impact. We know Jeff Banks definitely finds something for him to do when it comes to, playing special teams. As far as what Mookie Taft and Derek Williams and Jelani McDonald bring, you're not going to need him that much. We'd like to see him out there, but I don't know. So same on the baseball side. I don't think he'll be used that much unless if he just wows everybody there. But yeah, the kid's definitely going to be in for, a lot of eye-opening moments, and hopefully he can handle that because he still got school. Like, it's not like being at Texas, you just get a free ride. Like, Cam Williams trying to get out of here because he didn't like school, even though a lot of us think that he should have stayed and gotten some more experience. But now he's off to the National Football League. So I like to think that he'll be fine, but easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I'm all in. Love these dynamic two-sport stars, blessed with so much goodness. God in a great mood when he's making those dudes. Like I said about LeBron, God was in a great mood when he put LeBron together, like made him out of polyurethane, because that dude, for as many years as he's played, and I mean, has he ever had a season-ending injury? I know he's missed good chunks of games.
Not really. I know he really hurt his ankle bad a few years ago, and he was never the same. He came back, but nothing where he was just out of there. That's never been a LeBron thing. You always hear guys talking about how when they played him, he rolled his ankle one time. I just heard this from David West back during those Indiana-Miami battles, 10 years ago or so, and LeBron turned his ankle completely, and the normal person would be out for months, and LeBron just laced them things up tighter and end up taking the series. So, yeah, the guys, no one's like Bron. And going back to his high school days, he probably could have played football if he wasn't going to the association out of high school. But, yeah, they're just certain guys that are just athletically gifted and very durable. And I think Jonah could be one of those guys. But it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot on the youngster, and I hope he's ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So back to the point that Jelani McDonald could be playing a lot of nickel. We saw that at the end of the year. He and Jalen Gilbo rotating. And that's good. Depth is good. And you want to get your best players on the field. So if you love Jalen Gilbo and you love Jelani McDonald, then you have them rotate. And if you love Derek Williams and you love Michael Taft and you want them on the field with Jelani McDonald and Jalen Gilbo, then you get them all on the field. And so I'm with you, Zay. I've got the popcorn out for the battle to replace Jahdae Barron, because it's a unbelievable opportunity for a bunch of really talented dudes. You got Warren Roberson, you've got Wardell Mack, you got Kobe Black, you got the early enrollee freshmen, including our guy Cade Phillips, who's got like stretch man arms. And I'm here for it. I think it is wide open. I talked to a source who said, let's get it on. So, yeah. And Malik Muhammad is, everyone's going to assume, and I think Malik wanted Texas to show him how much they love him this offseason. Show me. Don't tell me how much you love me. Show me how much you love me. Show me. So good for him. That's what you got to do. I had an agent say, if I had a player and he had a great year, I'd always tell him, well, go tell him you're getting in the portal, because I hear my market value is soaring.
Yeah.
But
I heard, Jeremiah Smith, you would have to think he's not going anywhere, but they talking about $3 million for him this upcoming season. And that's just the sophomore year. You got to remember 2026 coming too. He going to come back. So Ohio State's not as good this year as they were, this past season, winning the whole thing. And he really dabbles in that transfer portal. like Fat Joe says, the price goes up.
Hey, remember
that's the
AD
game.
Mitchell? AD Mitchell left a national championship winning team. 2. He played on 2 national championship winning teams, transferred to Texas, had a big year, went pro. So Jordan Addison won the Biletnikoff at Pitt, went to USC and turned pro. So I think those, look, the guys who are dependent on the quarterback want to go where the quarterback is. And Will Howard just walked out the door. How good is Julian saying? Who knows? We're all going to find out.
They saying that he's supposed to be next up. Like they saying when it comes to Ohio State quarterbacks, move over CJ Stroud, move over Justin Fields. You know what I'm saying about Julian saying? That's what they talking about, Chip. I'm like, okay, we'll see. Because Will Howard was there 1 year, and now he'll probably never have to pay for a meal in Columbus ever again for 1 season. That's it. So Julian saying what everybody is talking about and saying he is. All right, we'll see. It's going to be a hell of a match. And that game can't come, soon enough. Like football season just ended, I'm ready for it to start back again. Like it's going to be a tough few months getting ready. I mean, not here on Texas Sports Unfiltered because I have a blast with you folks every day, but just waiting in anticipation for that game. That's going to be brutal. But yeah, I'm trying to see what Julian Sand's about.
Well, let's see what Lance Taylor is about. LT in a car full of peeps. Where are we going, LT?
We have got a meeting, the loveliest village down in Auburn. So I don't know if you guys, Zay, I don't know if you've been to Auburn. Chip, I don't know if you've ever been to Auburn. I remember I came to a Texas game down here. I think it was in 1983 when I was a youngster. Back in the Fred Akers, Pat Dye days.
How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, let's get in the Wayback Machine and take Zay to a year he's never even thought about.
Hey, and by the way, where does my man Jerry Gray rank amongst the all-time cornerbacks for the Texas Longhorns? Because he was great for my Rams.
Amazing. 6'3" corner, could run like the wind.
I mean, who is the best cornerback in Texas history? I mean, he's got to be in the conversation, right?
Oh yeah. He's way up there. He's probably number 1.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you got a bunch of dudes, but none like that.
Only significant now. Hopefully, Jordan Whittington's going to make these kind of contributions. But trying to think of great. I know your audience really wants to hear this. All-time Ram former Texas players, and I can't really think of anybody but Jerry Gray.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep. Not Malcolm Brown, the running back. Just kidding. Okay. So I don't even know where to begin. I'm still picking up the pieces from the weekend, but let's start with Ohio State, Notre Dame. That played out about the way I predicted it. I said 24-13. It was 34-23. Your thoughts on that one, Lance?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more 31-7. We got that score at one point. Just Mike Denbrock, great play call, running it right down their throat, controlling the clock. I mean, the absolute perfect drive for Notre Dame football to begin that game and converting a couple of 4th downs and going up 7-0. And then once Ohio State took over, you kind of knew that they weren't going to be able to be stopped. And, outside of the Ibuka fumble, like that thing probably gets out of whack. I loved Ohio State for, from whenever that game was listed. But I decided to tag along and play the under 45.5. So ended up splitting on the game, had a bigger play on Ohio State, but I thought that they would completely dominate. And, after that fumble, that's when Ryan Day got really conservative. And I don't know how you guys felt when they cut it to a touchdown and that 3rd down came up, and that was a ballsy call going up top to Jeremiah Smith. But, if they don't convert there and they end up losing that game, I can't even imagine what the mindset is for Ohio State fans. There was so much pressure on Day coming into the season to win a national championship with this $20-30 million roster, wherever you want to put that number, and them to lose, in the regular season to Oregon, forgivable 1-point loss. But then the way they lost to Michigan, that was completely blamed on the coaches, which it should have been. And then if you were to blow that game after being up 24 points in the second half, boy, that would have been devastating. But they didn't. They hung on, and not only did they win, late field goal there, they eked in the right upright for the cover to win by 11. So, great year for Ohio State, I guess. You still lose to Michigan, but won a national championship. I don't think we're going to look back and say this is one of the greatest teams we've ever seen. But in 4 postseason games, they win all by double digits over top 5 teams. So it was a great postseason run.
Yeah, do those window-licking Ohio State fans still want Ryan Day run out of town? I mean,
not right now, Chip, but maybe next October, depending on how the season goes. Do you guys think he ever wins another one? I asked this question the other day. If you had to tell me who wins another one first, Kirby Smart or Ryan Day, who would you put your money on?
Probably Kirby.
I think Kirby, yeah.
Y'all answered it pretty quick. I mean, we had a little hesitation just because, this version of Georgia did look different. And, you're relying next year on Gunnar Stockton. Now, Julian Sayin is a guy that we haven't seen, former Alabama transfer. So who knows how good that guy will be. And pretty amazing. And Ryan Brown, who well, Chip, in the car with me right now, he brought up the point today, without the transfer portal, those are 2 quarterbacks that never have an opportunity to play for a national championship, and Riley Leonard and Will Howard.
Yeah.
But from what I hear, all these way too early top 25s next year, it's already done. Texas, Steve Sarkisian, although he can't win a big game, apparently he's going to win a national championship with this incredible quarterback that sat on the bench all year in Arch Manning. So I can't wait to see Texas' domination just blazing a trail of double-digit wins throughout the SEC next year.
Woo! Light that fire.
Oh man,
Ryan, I see you.
I can't stand it right now. I mean, I appreciate it, Lance. I appreciate the love that Texas is getting, but Sark just gets the extension and stuff, and I just can't get not getting 1 freaking yard out of my mind. Like, you're 1 yard away. Punch that shit in. What are we doing?
Right. Well, hey, it goes back, and look, I'm always going to bring it back to the Rams. You have a first down at the 21 of Philadelphia with all the momentum. All you got to do is score, walk it off in the snow, tell all those, Philly fans, give them the finger. But yeah, 1st and goal at the 1. And I told you guys this last week. Or was it last week? It was Monday. Oh yeah. No. So it was last week. We did talk about that. Like, I didn't want to, like, I knew they were going to score first and goal at the 1. I mean, what is the percentage, 99.9% of getting in there, even against really good Ohio State defense? I just didn't want them to score on 1st or 2nd down. Now, I didn't want them to run wide on 2nd down and lose 7 yards. That's not ideal. That was kind of like the Rams' 2nd down play or 3rd down play. 2nd down play. Yeah. 3rd down play.
Yeah. Who whiffed on the block?
That was a combination of Bo Limmer and Kevin Dotson. It was Kevin Dotson that got us into the situation and backed us up on the 5-yard penalty, which allowed them to sub in. And then Jalen Carter, like, I don't know about this. Like, you probably want to block the most dominant defender in a critical situation like that, but the Rams forgot to do it. So,
yeah.
So, Zay, I'm right there with you, man. You're licking your Texas wounds. I'm licking my Rams wounds. And now it's all Josh at Mahomes.
How about the Lions?
Oof, Chip. Wow.
Like, I mean, were the coordinators even thinking about the playoff game with the Commanders? Or were they already following the movie?
Yeah, this is what I needed from, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. I needed that from Kellen Moore. And you kind of got it. Outside of 3 busted plays, the offense was awful against the Rams. But you're right. I mean, both your coordinators, they looked a little out of it. If you would have told me going into the weekend, you've got to pick one game to stake your life on it, it would have been Detroit over the Commanders. I just didn't see in that frenetic environment, rookie quarterback and Jaden Daniels, as good as he is. And I think moving forward, if I only could select one of the 16 NFC quarterbacks, it would be Jaden Daniels. But I didn't think there was any way in that atmosphere for you guys to turn it over 5 times. And, Goff, outside of the Texans game, the guy did not turn the football over this year. He was unbelievable at protecting the football. And that was just one of those weird flukes. And that's what sucks about, I guess it's in any sport. Basketball and baseball, you've got these 7-game series. So you can have a bad night after a great season and still survive and figure out a way to win a series. But, football, basketball, you have, what are really, really good teams. And, you have one off night and the season's completely over and you got to wait 8-9 months to see your team suit up again. Sucks.
I was scared to death of Jaden Daniels. I had him in fantasy all year. The guy was phenomenal. Is phenomenal. I don't know if defenses can figure him out because he has such good feel for the game and he knows when to run. He knows when to extend. He did it at LSU with a team with no defense. Like this guy's special and scares the crap out of him.
Terry McLaurin's, good, and they've got solid backs, a veteran in Eckler and Brian Robinson, good change of pace guy. But, imagine when he gets, like, LSU skill around him and when he gets more of a dominant offensive line, sky's the limit for this kid. It's crazy how many great quarterbacks you have in the NFL. That's the one weak link for maybe the best roster left, which is Philadelphia, is Jalen Hurts. But when you look on the other side, Mahomes is Mahomes and Josh Allen is just playing next level. And then Jaden Daniels, just great quarterback play.
Yeah. Do you buy into all this Kansas City Chiefs stuff about the refs playing? Yeah.
Yes. How can you not? Everybody sucks off the Chiefs. It's part of it. And it drives me absolutely insane. And I had a guy come up to me last night and he's like, I hated Kelsey, but now I really hate Mahomes based on the fact that this guy is flopping, going for 3 consecutive Super Bowl wins. Like, there's no need for this guy to flop. He's better than everyone else. Like, we don't need you guys getting more calls. But when you look at the 11 games that they've won over, the last 3 postseasons, the fact of the matter, 10 teams have more penalties than the Chiefs have had. The numbers are the numbers. I know a lot of that is, or all those games are in Arrowhead, so you kind of see the home team gets benefit of the doubt a lot. But I don't know. Those numbers are pretty crazy.
Yeah. What do you think of that game? I like the Bills.
Yeah, I like the Bills too. It scares me a little bit. I said weeks ago before the playoffs, I thought it was going to be the Bills and the Eagles or the Bills and the Lions. I really felt it was Bills-Eagles, which kind of lean it's still going to be that. But everybody's jumping on Buffalo right now. So there's a lot of money in basically a coin flip pick game in Las Vegas with a lot of the public money getting down right now on Buffalo. But some of that, I try to read into it. Like, is it Kansas City fatigue? Like, if you're $100 wager, do you put your money on Buffalo just because you want to see new blood? And we haven't seen the Bills in a Super Bowl since 1991. They've obviously never won a Super Bowl, but there's got to be Kansas City fatigue. From, the shots of Taylor Swift up in the box to Travis Kelce doing whatever he does. It reminds me of an NBA guy. Now, you make an argument the best tight end of all time, but it seems like he doesn't really show up now until the postseason. And I guess Andy Reid and the Chiefs probably don't care because, they win all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Caitlin Clark's up there.
She's a fan, Shep. She's a fan.
Yeah. Yeah. What is the Clark girl? What's her name?
Caitlin Clark.
I'm talking about the one in the Chiefs' granddaughter or whatever, right?
Oh,
that's
Grace
Hunt.
Yeah,
Grace Hunt. Grace Hunt.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. No, I'm talking about the ownership of the Chiefs, the little blonde that's running around all the time.
Yeah, Grace.
Yeah, the Hunt girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's a little bit.
Yeah, she looks different than Caitlin Clark.
Yes,
a little bit. Lance, NFC Championship. Who you got? Commanders, Eagles.
I lean the Eagles. I'll be pulling for the Commanders. To me, the Commanders are the only team that, like, I could stomach winning this thing moving forward. Nick Sirianni drives me insane. Nick Sirianni would be the perfect Chiefs coach. Just not a big fan. It's a really good team, though. Jalen Hurts has got to start doing something, though.
He's busted up.
What's that?
And he's busted up.
He is busted up now. My Rams did a good job of that, and it didn't really matter. But I do think the Commanders are going to come in with a lot of confidence. I mean, this offense is popping right now. They've already split the regular season with the Eagles, so I think they believe they can win this game. That's just a team that, boy, coming into the postseason, I did not see them making any noise at all. But they've got a really good draw, and, you know, or I say that. Hell, they had to go to Detroit. You know, they got a good draw to start things off with Tampa, and they were lucky to survive that game. But I lean Philadelphia, but I'm pulling for the Commanders,
Okay.
I think the Commanders win that game. I think
Okay.
it's
I hope
so.
you're right.
I'm thinking the Bills, not because I'm sick of the Chiefs, but because I cannot get the Bills out of my mind when they went into Detroit and just went up and down the field, and how confident Josh Allen played that day. Like, I just get the feeling, I mean, they've got all the weapons you need. I mean, Cook's running the ball. Josh Allen, he's got better chemistry with his receivers now than he did with goofy Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs, yeah. You know, I got brought up on the show today. Buffalo's only turned the football over 8 times the entire year. I mean,
That's impressive.
yeah, it's nearly.
The Lions did it 5 times in one game.
Yeah, because Buffalo now, we're talking, they're going into game number 20. So 19 games, 8 turnovers. That's how you win. I mean, you look back this weekend, you guys were -5, Rams were -2, Baltimore was -3, Chiefs were, you know, even, but, you know, you throw in the refs there, you can make that what you want. But, you know, all the teams that lost were minus in turnovers. You can't win in the NFL. It's impossible.
All right, why don't you like Cinnamon Toast Crunch? One of our listeners.
Okay, yeah. So today there was a question, and it was if you could get rid of one of these cereals, and it was Frosted Flakes, it was Captain Crunch brands, it was Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and what was the fourth?
Cheerios.
And Cheerios.
Any of the Cheerios.
Yeah, any of the Cheerios. If you just get rid of one of them, and I just said, because I had to have my son and his buddy house sit. I had to go out of town Tuesday, and they house sat for me. And so I was getting a grocery list together, and I was like, you know, I'm here. What do you guys want? And they wanted Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And I'm like, such an overrated cereal. So of all those, I'm not a big Captain Crunch guy because it destroys your mouth. But if I can get rid of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, like I like Cinnamon Toast. Like I think that's underrated. Like the regular Cinnamon Toast, like good white bread with buttered up, like legitimate cinnamon, toasted up good. I love that. But the Cinnamon Toast Crunch doesn't do much for me.
See, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is like the Allen Iverson of cereal. It's like bad for you, but it's in the Hall of Fame.
Okay. AI, pound for pound, one of the greatest I've ever seen.
Yeah. Not gonna win any championships, but solid.
Okay, so like what is your we did a cereal bracket years ago, and I think my favorite Lucky Charms won it. Did Lucky Charms win it?
Yeah, I can't really remember.
Yeah, I'm a big Lucky Charms guy.
They may have.
I mean, if you guys had to, you know, one cereal to you know, death row cereal, what is it?
Chip.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Fruity Pebbles guy.
Oh damn! They get soggy too quick. You got to eat that.
No,
I mean,
yeah, you don't even let them get soggy. You got to eat them up immediately.
Yeah.
Cocoa Krispies is pretty
straight
strong too.
I was telling the guys today, I've gone back to whole milk with the cereal. Like I think whole milk is key when it comes to cereal.
Okay. All right. What do you make of 3 offensive linemen from Notre Dame and their tight end in the portal?
It's weird. I'm sure there was no tampering involved at all. I mean, it's obviously, you know, it's a money grab now, and it's, you know, I don't know what you do about it. I mean, it's not going to stop right now with the current, you know, construct that we've got for this. But, I mean, it's kind of like, Caleb Downs, right when Alabama loses to Michigan in the semis last year, he takes off and goes to Ohio State. I mean, I mean, Notre Dame players can't say, and I don't believe I can win a championship here, because they were, down a possession with a couple of minutes to go Monday night. So I don't think you can say that anymore. Like Brian Kelly, I believed it when he said it. Like, he wanted the LSU job because he had been able to get to a national championship setting, but he got run off the field whenever you get to the postseason. So he took the LSU job to win a national championship. I think it's different now. I mean, obviously Marcus Freeman, when it was 31-7, it looked like the old Notre Dame teams in 2012 that, got their brains beat into Alabama. But this Notre Dame feels different. So those guys, it had to have been a money thing. Those guys were playing, obviously. They played for a national championship, went to the highest bidder.
Yeah. All right. So the Lions lose Aaron Glenn to the Jets. I say, if you're the Lions, go hire Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator.
Hey, I think Saleh is a better defense coordinator than Aaron Glenn is. I think Aaron Glenn was a great players coach. I think everybody loved him. I didn't particularly think, and when Aiden Hutchinson went out for the year, I do think, the defense, that dynamic changed a lot. So I do think he was handcuffed with a lot of the injuries. I just never was blown away. Detroit seemed like one of these teams with all the firepower. They would just outscore you. I understood the Ben Johnson. Aaron Glenn seems like a great guy, was a great player back in the day, former A&M guy that played for the Jets. But, I think Saleh's a better defense coordinator, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Last one for me, Lance, before we let you go. Who do you think is going to have more success as a head coach from those Lions coordinator spots? Ben Johnson in Chicago or Aaron Glenn in New York?
Two shitty organizations they've gone to, but we know where the quarterback situation is right now with Caleb Williams. It wasn't a great first season. I think he was sacked over 50 times. I do believe now the tricky thing there is that division is so good because you had Detroit, you had Minnesota, and you had Green Bay all in the postseason. Now they were all one and done, but that's still a really difficult division. New York's hamstrung because, what are you going to do at quarterback? Either it's Aaron Rodgers coming back, that's kind of a shell of himself, or you got to go out and draft. And if you draft one this year, I don't know if there's a franchise guy out there, whether it was Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. So I think it's going to be a little more difficult for Aaron Glenn. I think Ben Johnson, we'll see, how great of an offensive mind he is. Jared Goff flourished under him, but I think he has got a really, really good quarterback, the potential to be a really good quarterback, a franchise quarterback in Caleb Williams. So I'll say the Bears, but I honestly don't think either one of those guys makes it 4 years.
Yeah, those are terrible organizations.
Yeah.
McCaskey family's been screwing up the Bears for years. They don't even know what offense is. Even when they have good offense, they screw it up. Oh my God, Roma Dunze was running around with no confidence this year. What's going on over at lanceslock.com?
Yeah, good start to the week. 19-7 this week. So we've been slaying hoops, both NBA and college. We've been doing it all year. We give you a free winner every day. Just go to lanceslock.com. You can get it right there. We have, I think it's 5 total plays up for tonight. So jump on board, win with us. Again, it's $100 for everything. College basketball, NBA. We'll have AFC and NFC championship game sides, totals, player props, everything available. lanceslock.com.
Yeah, Georgia last night, worst beat in basketball history last night.
Yeah, I had Georgia +1.5. I don't know if you guys saw how that thing ended.
Yeah.
Terrible. All right, let me ask you this, Mr. Ramley. Matt Stafford. You still excited about Matt Stafford? What, will he be 37 next year?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. Then why are people saying Jared Goff is toast? Goff is 30.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm good with
because in the biggest moments, like I'm trying to think, the NFC Championship game in 2018 where Zerline walked it off against the Saints. Great memory there, Saints fans. You dog out these window lickers from Ohio State. Hang out with some Saints fans for a little bit. Trying to think outside of that. Off. 2018.
Oh no. Oh no. We're having such a good conversation.
Really good. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, he was over time. He was a few minutes over time, so
maybe his timer went off.
Yeah.
Joy. I love reliving that nightmare.
Old memories. That's yeah. That's what's going to
Brutal.
put me in an early coffin. Reliving
Brutal.
old memories like that, but yeah,
Okay.
Matt Stafford, 4 broken ribs, man. It's a different type of toughness.
That is.
It's always cute to see him hug his wife and those 4 girls that he has. Always like that. That's wholesome to me. You know, I love. They're always wearing the same outfit. You know, his kids and stuff, and that's
I
a
think
cute
Matt
moment.
Stafford is like the most chill dude. You know, his wife's like a hummingbird all over the place, and he's just like, yeah, whatever, hon. You know?
Yeah, she trapped him. Remember? We talked about this. She trapped him into the relationship. Date the backup, get Matt all riled up to where he locks her in the car and says, "You ain't getting out till I say what I gotta say."
A really healthy relationship.
Real healthy. I mean, she found it attractive, so whatever works.
Hey,
let it be me.
There you
Popo's
go.
getting down on my ass if I try to pull anything like that. But when you're a potential number 1 pick, like Stafford was, I guess you get away with things like that.
All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Like for passive.com/Texas One Fund, kids. The Arch Manning podcast is up. And passive.com/Texas One Fund is giving you a 10-day free trial of the podcasts. And listen, the bottom line is, if you're a Texas fan and you want to contribute to NIL with the Texas One Fund, but you want something in return, this is where you go. You go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and you see all the stuff they have going on. They've got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast, $25 a month. And you get all these podcasts with different UT student athletes, including the Arch Manning podcast that is up right now. So get over to passes.com/Texas One Fund and sign up to get those podcasts, because you're getting something in return. And the Texas One Fund is getting your contribution for NIL. That's simple, folks. Bookmark that. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. Cover 3, love Cover 3. I could really use some brick chicken and mac and cheese from Cover 3. Cover 3 is great for the late lunch too, because you can go sit at the bar, you're watching the TVs. You got, Riley, who's the great bartender there. It's just my jam. I love that place. It's my vibe. It's where I love to meet up with the fellas and eat great food. Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly says, is one of the best in the state of Texas. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich and their frozen margaritas are not to be messed with. You will love him. Get to Cover 3. Anderson Lane, up there in Round Rock off Old Settlers. And, of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Love Cover 2. That's a neighborhood bar right there. Got a bunch of regulars in there. So much fun. Yeah. And AV consultations. Look, we're in the new year. Kids, are you ready for the big screen of your dreams? Let's go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions, and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Yeah, make love to whoever the hell you want. Unless you're married, then you should make love to your spouse.
Obama. Y'all hear that rumor going on?
Oh, Zay Hilton is out there, got his big spoon out. Is this from a credible source?
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah. Go easy on Michelle Obama. She went to Princeton with my sister, and my sister Jenny loves her. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what you're talking about.
44 apparently been wilding with a certain actress that was on a legendary 90s show that involved 6 friends. Just saying. There's a rumor going around.
Aniston? Courtney Cox?
No, you go back. Go back to where you just were. Yeah, that's just a rumor though. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Felicia Rashad says Rex.
No, not Claire Huxtable.
That's hilarious.
No,
all right.
Claire.
Well, that's a tease if Zay wants to come back to it in the right call. But we talked about the Texas defense too deep. Where's the big question mark? Obviously, the defensive line. You're putting a lot of eggs in the Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard basket, but you got really good young talent coming in. Justice Terry, you hope these guys are worth their weight in NIL dollars. Let's put it that way. Justice Terry, Myron Charles, Josiah Sharma. You need all 3 of those guys to hit and start rotating in this year, which is doable. It's doable. You got Alex January. We know Alex January is on the rise. We know the coaches like and trust Alex January, even though he only played 94 snaps. If those 3 youngins come along this year, oh my God, it's going to be angels singing for the next 3 years. Because it's just such a hard position to get right. But you get it right and you're in the playoffs. I mean, I've said it. Clemson, what was the common theme in 16 and 18? Yeah. Dexter Lawrence and Christian Wilkins. So in Georgia, Jalen Carter, Jordan Wyatt, and Deontay Wyatt, sorry. And Jordan what the hell? Jordan. Jalen Carter, Jordan, and Deontay.
Yeah, we get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
So if Texas can lock that down, then oh boy, that's monstrous. But when you look at the offensive side, Zay, Cole Hudson becomes a central figure here. I don't think people ever appreciated Jake Majors as much as they should have. That guy did his job. And you know what? His snaps were flawless. That dude, you expect the center to be able to make a snap to the quarterback without danger, turbulence, blah, blah, blah. It's amazing how many centers screw the quarterback at one point or another. with a sloppy snap, and Jake Majors never did it. I thought it was like his greatest trait, in addition to being able to identify defense, change protection, all that, and just get leverage, wall off guys. Okay, he didn't maul people like Creed Humphrey at OU or Creed Humphrey with the Chiefs. Those guys are rare and they're worth their weight in gold. But Jake Majors is a good player, man. So now here comes Cole Hudson. Neto Umazulu has been waiting his turn. One of the most amazing things to me, Zay, is Kyle Flood's been able to hold on to all those guys while they've been waiting their turn. Neto, he came in 2022. He only played 81 snaps this year, but they were good. He's got good Pro Football Focus grades, 81 rating as a pass blocker, solid run blocker. You got a couple of young guys, Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker, who haven't really had to wait much. And then, but you've got, these Connor Robertson came in 2022. He's still with the program. Malik Agbo, he's probably the backup left tackle to Trevor Gooseby. He came in 2022. So kudos to Kyle Flood and keeping all those guys, because those guys are usually coveted.
For sure. I mean, the Pancake Factory, it's alive and well, and they've been doing a hell of a job of keeping those guys in and keeping them happy, because we know this era of the transfer portal, we saw what happened with the defensive line, especially on the interior. Like, all those guys jumped in the portal as soon as they got the chance to. So the fact that you're keeping all these offensive linemen, even though they don't have as much experience as this 2024 team, is definitely special. And look, all the losses this year, the offensive line really struggled. Both Georgia games and then in the Ohio State game, it was just, Quinn was on the ground way too much. And those key moments like Jack Sawyer completely demolishing Cam Williams to get the scoop, sack, fumble to ice the game at the Cotton Bowl. You want to get rid of moments like that. And as good as Kyle Flood has been, here we go again. You got to be better this year with the guys that you have. And yeah, Cole Hudson is going to be different for him, even though he started, back in 2022 and changed out with DJ Campbell a lot of this season. Like, being the center, completely different than being the guard and the responsibilities that you have. And I'm right there with you. I thought Jake Majors, he should have got more love this year. It's just nobody gives love to the big fellas because they're not those specialty positions that you see in the end zone all the time. But when it's time to win in the trenches, you need those guys as much as anyone as the position groups go. So I'm excited to see what these guys are about. And again, I'm glad DJ Campbell's back. Neto, we'll see what he's about this year. Baker and Trevor Gooseby. I'm glad Trevor Gooseby got the reps that he did. Definitely necessary coming into this season. But you heard Lance, like, Texas is getting a lot of love already. And there's been a lot of turnover. And all this love that they're getting, does it match the turnover? I don't think so. I'm going to need to see it, starting that spring day and the spring game and stuff. And up until that first game in Columbus, I'm going to have to see the proof because, again, we thought this last year's team, even though they were good, they had their moments. Again, Georgia game, both times, horrible, absolutely horrible. And then they had their moments against Ohio State, which, you lose to the national champs. It's hard to really knock you, but there's a standard here at the University of Texas, and there were just times they didn't meet that standard, even though they're going to have a lot of guys picked in the draft like Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams. So for these guys that are next up, hey, man, let's get it going early. Like, make sure you're right with Torrey Becton, and we'll see what happens there.
Torrey Becton. Let's get some Olipop for Torrey Becton, because Torrey Becton, man, that dude's been approached by the NFL a couple times. Sark, doing a good job of holding on to him. I think Torrey Becton's done a really, really good job. I mean, they don't have soft tissue injuries. The big guys get bigger. The fast guys get faster. Gunnar Helm might be his best work. Gunnar Helm went from sturdy inline blocker to hurdling dudes.
Yeah.
They're trying to make the same transition right now with Spencer Shannon, trying to get him a little bit more bendy and athletic. So it'll be interesting. I've talked to a source who's not sold on the answer already being on the roster at tight end. So we'll see how the spring goes. Notre Dame's tight end is in the portal, by the way.
I saw that.
But Texas doesn't have like Damon Walker, who destroyed Texas at Georgia this year. He's out. He's out the door. Like, Texas doesn't have that. They don't have guys that they want to keep leaving. Notre Dame, 3 offensive linemen, the tight end are in the portal. It's like, damn, Marcus Freeman. You figure everybody wants to play for Marcus Freeman.
South Bend, Austin.
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh.
South Bend's a horrible place.
Horrible. Have you been there?
No, I won't be going. Maybe Texas plays Notre Dame in the college football playoff early rounds. Those are the type of places that I'll be good not seeing.
The only thing in South Bend is that campus. The minute you drive off that campus, you are in like the white trash mecca of the Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's run down, man. It is run down. There's nothing going on except touchdown Jesus. So, but yeah, I'm glad you said that, because my dad had a restaurant, a burger joint in Niles, and the equipment store was in South Bend. So had to go to South Bend to get equipment for it. Awful.
Yeah.
Just awful. If you're off that campus, there's nothing else going on. So, yeah, that's rough. Okay, let me ask you this. What's your level of concern about tight end? You lose the single season record holder for receptions and receiving yards in Gunnar Helm. Amari Niblack heads off to A&M. You got Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, a couple of freshmen.
I'm a little nervous, not going to lie. I mean, again, I was nervous last year, but also I had a feeling that Gunnar Helm would have the year that he did. But it was when you lose JT Sanders and the caliber player that he was, and JT, it wasn't like he was, Shannon Sharp himself. Like, he had his flaws too, especially in the blocking game. But yeah, Gunnar Helm, he erased all of my doubts very early. Now this year, I don't know, man. Like, I want to believe in Spencer Shannon. I think the measurables stand out. Like, what, 250, 6'7"? Like, it's hard to find guys like that just hanging on trees. And then you got Jordan Washington, who has tremendous upside. Will Randall, a package deal. We know what that was, him being Arch Manning's teammate back at Isidore Newman. But yeah, we'll see, man. I was really high on Amari Niblack, which that still hurts. Like, for him to go to the enemy of all places, like, and of course he'll probably try to go crazy that last game of the year when those Aggies come to DKR. Like, of course he'll probably try to go for $150, 8 catches, 2 touchdowns on us. Like, why didn't that work out? Where was the disconnect there? You know, whether it was money, NIL, or him feeling slighted that he should have got more reps in 2024 and maybe played over Juan Davis. I don't know, but not keeping that guy, that might bite you in the back when it's all said and done. So maybe that's it. Maybe they're just so high on those guys that were already in the room. Amari didn't fit what Steve Sarkisian wants to do, which you got to be a complete tight end here. You can't just be a receiving tight end. You can't be the Kyle Pitts type of player, even though Amari Black has a lot of good attributes that Kyle Pitts has. That just doesn't fit in what Steve Sarkisian likes to accomplish for his offense. So I a little nervous there, but again, what we've seen from Steve Sarkisian in the tight end room and Jeff Banks, they usually figure it out, and I'm very hopeful that Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, and those guys in the room already, that they could do that.
What about your level of concern at the receiver position? You got Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore back, who were big-time contributors. The rest of the guys are inexperienced, unproven. You know, Parker Livingstone, Aaron Butler, and then the 3 big-time recruits. I mean, big time. Michael Terry, Khalid Lockett, Jamie French, all top 50 national recruits. Love me some Khalid Lockett. That dude is like liquid. He's kind of a cross between Worthy and A.D. Mitchell, honestly.
Yeah, he's a lot bigger than what he looks like on tape. And I think that's a compliment just because of the way that he moves. Yeah. He's like 6'2", like the guy 175, which I think he could put on weight. I'm feeling good about the wide receiver room. I do. Like, I think those guys that have been on campus and were in the locker room this past season, like Livingstone, DuBose, and Butler, I think they could bring something to the table. And I think that DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo, like, we're going to see Ryan Wingo battle for, you know, that popularity that Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams get. Like, I think he could be one of those guys, especially with his bond with Arch Manning. Like, his only 2 touchdowns this year came from Arch Manning. Like, that's something, you know, that's weird. That's a weird stat to me. Like, hearing that the other day, I was like, word? For real? Like, he didn't get in the end zone with Quinn back there slinging that rock? Like, no, he did not. So I expect Ryan Wingo to be big time this year. I did think that he struggled at times. Just, it's a lot. Steve Sarkisian's playbook, it's a ton that he throws at you, especially with the responsibility when it comes to blocking and just everything that you have to do, being available at, you know, X, Y, and Z. We know Sark could care less about the letters. Like, you better know every position. And I feel like Ryan Wingo, just with the, you know, we weren't expecting Isaiah Bond to be in and out of the lineup this year. Like, Ryan Wingo wasn't necessarily, you know, I don't know. Even though he's very good, I feel like he was over his skis at times because he had to get thrown into the fire. So as good as he was, he could have been better. I think with him having another year with the playbook and Sark's system, he's going to be absolutely dynamite. And those guys in waiting, you know, Lockett and Michael Terry, who's going to be a Swiss Army knife, Jamie French, you know, Dalen McCutcheon. I think Dalen McCutcheon could be really good. Like, I think they're going to be fine. Like, I don't really think that they have to go in the portal. It'd be nice if you got some more experience back there just because depth is good. And we know the whole Jonte Cook situation and how that soured in Texas and now UW. You know, he's looking for a job, which Navarro Junior College, I'm sure they're going to be calling very soon.
Back state, like baby.
Yeah, that looks like the route that Jonte is going to go. I'm sure that.
Me and Ajay Hall can form the tandem at Sac State.
Yeah. But the wide receiver room, again, DeAndre Moore, big jump last year. Like, he was absolutely terrific. And I think those guys that have been waiting for their turn, they could be just like that.
Yeah. Notre Dame lost Al Golden, who's going back to the Cincinnati Bengals to be the defensive coordinator. It's weird. It's just weird. But
so let me ask you this. Have you heard the Jim Knowles, defensive coordinator for Ohio State, going to Oklahoma. Rumors.
That's let me see what the latest is on that. Because
what?
Right.
Why? What's why would you do that?
That might be a family thing. Like, his family may hate Columbus. It's easy to hate Columbus.
Okay, come on.
Although,
let's relax here. You just won a national championship. You should be getting a raise. That's what happens when you win. Like, Steve Sarkisian didn't win, and he just got a raise. Like, he won enough, obviously, but I'm sure everybody's pockets got a little fatter in Columbus winning that natty. For Jim Knowles to go down to Norman when, that's Brent Venables. That's his side of the ball. Like, he's a defensive guy, and maybe he wants to be a little bit more of a CEO. But that's a weird rumor that's being thrown around college football right now. Jim Knowles, after winning the natty, possibly going to Norman and dealing with that crap.
there is it is not it's not happened at this point. So we'll see if Ohio State can hang on there, but there have been rumblings of this even before the national championship game, which was what made me think it might be a family thing. Like, they were at Oklahoma State and then they go up to Ohio State. If you're going to leave, the time to leave is after winning a national championship. Your stock is never going to be higher, and you just lost your entire defensive line. You could be losing both linebackers. The only starter you might have back is Caleb Downs, which is a great starter to have back.
Yeah.
I wonder if Caleb Downs is like, hey, anyone want to break the bank for the best safety in college football?
He gonna get what he deserved. That's for sure. Like, that guy, talk about special. Like, you compare him to Earl Thomas. He reminds me of a little bit of Ed Reed. Like, just any ridiculous safety that's played the game, Caleb Downs has a little bit of that in him. So, yeah, Ohio State, they thought they spent money this year. Shoots. Money that they gonna keep spending. Hope they got it.
Man, if Jim Knowles leaves and Ryan Day, if I'm Ryan Day, I'm like, you know what? You Ohio State fans can have it. I'm gonna go somewhere where I'm appreciated. I'm gonna build a monster somewhere else. That would be hilarious. I would love that. Yeah,
I'll take it. You know, Ryan Day, what's the word I'm looking for? With
New
his
Hampshire?
beard. No, supposedly he dyes his beard.
Yeah, that they were talking about that. That thing is so jet black. He's got to have a little Just for Men in there.
Probably more than Just for Men. The money that he getting. Like, come on, what's wrong with the gray? Does his wife not like the salt and pepper look?
Right. She wants him to look like Dracula. Like he's from Transylvania. I come to suck your blood.
Oh, man. That's.
I like
did feel
Ryan.
for that guy. I like him too. I like him a little bit more now. Like, when adversity strikes and you're able to put yourself over it, I respect that. And adversity, it couldn't have hit him harder than it did after that Michigan game. So for him to come out of that and win a national championship where everybody had him on the hot seat, including myself, like, I was like, yo, you don't win a natty, who gives a damn about that winning percentage? You might not be the guy. You can't beat that team up north. And you can't win a natty. Now look at him.
Yeah, Jack's wondering, hey man, if everything fell into place, that would be crazy. That's like the Hatfields leaving to join the McCoys. I mean, we'll see what Sharon Moore can do with Dave Portnoy throwing his cash around. That stuff, I think it's like on the surface, it sounds great, but you better have a coach who can control the culture in that locker room, because Jimbo Fisher got all the recruits, the highest recruited class ever. And how'd that work out?
Yep.
Like, if you don't have the culture and the buy-in player to player, you're asking for fire. You're asking for a gas burner to go up in your face. So,
I miss those times for the Aggies, man. Those guys were smoking weed in the locker room. They were driving all crazy in the parking garage and stuff. Fun times.
Denver
Fun
Harris,
times.
now he's at UTSA.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
change.
Jeff Traylor went from getting his guys picked over to kind of becoming the halfway house. Remember how Eddie Sutton used to take the guys who were down to their last strike? That point guard Cherry, who came over from like North Carolina, and everyone's like, Eddie, why you take all those transfers? He's like, because they're down to their last strike. So I know I got their full attention. Of course, now with the transfer portal, that's out the window. But back in the day, if you transferred, that was where you were going to be.
Yeah.
Now the coaches are like, can we get some of that again? Can we make it where you get to transfer, but you get to transfer once? Second time you got to sit out. That's the way it's been.
Yeah. I love those Eddie Sutton teams, man. They were tough.
Oh,
Always.
Tony Allen.
Yeah.
Tony Allen.
Tony Allen and
Rick
John
Barnes. That team
Lucas.
they had like little John Lucas. They had dudes, and Rick Barnes would always be like, Tony Allen. Tony Allen is the hardest guy to deal with in the Big 12. He's like, he takes your best scorer out of the game.
Yeah.
Just locks him up and throws away the key.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Joey
Tony
Graham and Desmond Mason.
Tony Allen gave Kobe some fits here and there.
Oh, yeah. That's who Kobe said before he passed. That was the toughest defender that he ever faced.
Yeah.
Tony Allen, man. Like, Tony Allen, junkyard dog. He wasn't the biggest guy, just crazy athletic and hard.
In your face. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's that guy now? Who's the guy who's always talking? He's up in years. Played for the Rockets, played for the Clippers. Defender, always running his mouth.
Rockets, Clippers. Did he go to Oklahoma State?
No.
No, okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Played for the Raptors. Great defender.
What era of the Rockets we talking about here?
Like pretty recent.
Pretty recent.
Clippers, Raptors. I mean, he's been around. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about. Dylan Brooks?
No.
Okay, somebody said that on the color text line. He ain't play for the Raptors or Clippers, but yo, speaking of Rockets, look out. I don't know if we're going to talk to John McClain tomorrow, but Rockets second in the West. I saw them about 3 weeks ago when LeBron came into town. Shout out to my wife and sister-in-law for getting me and my brother tickets for that. Oh, Pat Bev.
Yeah,
Patrick Beverly. There we go. Yeah, appreciate your quad and Roy. Yeah,
way to go.
Yeah,
Patrick Beverly.
Yeah, he locked up. Yeah.
Wait, what's he doing now?
No, I meant he locked up as in good defender, not as in penitentiary.
Right.
No. Now that's Glenn Big Baby Davis, who apparently is having a ball in prison. He keeps posting these photos of him laughing and smiling with his fellow inmates. It's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie, but
Glenn Big Baby Davis stepped on my laptop when he jumped on the scores table.
Yeah, that laptop. Oh,
yeah. When LSU beat Texas in overtime to go to the Final Four, LaMarcus Aldridge, God bless him, was 2 of 14 in that game.
that's a good game.
Glenn Big Baby Davis jumped up on the scores table with a feather boa. He was like, yo, let me get that laptop out from under your 300-pound ass. He didn't give a F. He and that Python who went number 2 in the draft.
Ooh, Tyrus Thomas?
Tyrus Thomas.
I don't think he went that high. That's high. Ain't no way. Tyrus Thomas went number 2.
Didn't he get traded? He and LaMarcus got traded.
They got traded for each other? Yeah, because LaMarcus went number 2.
Right. And then he got traded. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, look at Glenn Big Baby Davis. Happy. This is some male version of the Orange is the New Black type stuff. Real black.
And that's in prison?
Yeah, that's in prison. You see these brothers? Yes. That is as prison as of a photo as we're ever going to see. Yes. Like, why are you smiling? Why are you so happy? You just hit the NBA for fraud on trying to get like health benefits and stuff that you don't deserve. Yeah. I feel like it wasn't just him, but he was the one driving the boat. And yeah, Glenn, he looks like he wants to stay in there. Like whenever he's eligible for parole or whatever, he said, you know what? I'll just do my time. I'm having a blast here. Probably selling cigarettes, getting food on the low, probably making meals, Goodfellas style. You remember in Goodfellas when those guys were cooking dinner and stuff in the pen?
I mean, he's an intelligent guy. Hopefully he's writing a really good screenplay. No?
Glenn Big Baby Davis intelligent?
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying he's no dummy, but I feel like there's smarter folks out there.
Rodney, you can tell which one's the pin cushion. Oh, you hate to be the pin cushion in the prison. Oh, all right.
Great Bucky Godbolt says, I do everything in my power to stay out of jail. Everything. Seeing that photo there, I don't need much when it comes to motivation to stay out of prison, but seeing that photo there, that's just another thing that checks the boxes on me living a very clean life because I ain't trying to be like that at all.
At all. All right, let's get to the commentary. Before we get to the chip shot, how about I tell you about Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and the scallops at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Melt in your mouth. Melt in your mouth. The thing I love about Salt Traders is the flavor explosion. Jack Gilmore is the best in the business. He has created menus for some of your favorite restaurants in Austin. And then he finally got to open his own restaurant, Jack Allen's Kitchen. And it is amazing, as you all know. And then he went around the world experiencing his favorite seafood dishes and decided, I'm opening Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. So you get Jack Gilmore's favorite seafood dishes from his travels. And it's amazing. And here's the thing. I mean, I talk about the happy hour all the time just because I love the happy hour menu. It has some great staples on it, like the crab cake, the mussels, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. And yeah, you go in for happy hour, you get $5 off the beginnings menu. But the specials at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, like this is date night. This is date night layup, fellas. You need to have a nice night out, or ladies, nice night out for date night. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. No doubt about it. Check it out on Zilker, Rollingwood, and Mopac, and up north at Old Settlers in Round Rock. All right, Zay, here's the thing. Get over to horns247.com. We got all kinds of content. And right before the show, the reason I was a little bit late is because it appears Steve Sarkisian is looking to add a defensive ends coach. And there just happens to be one at Ohio State who is like a hot property rising star. And so check that out. I like if this comes about, I think it would be a really, really great addition. Young up and comer. His name's Alan Clark. Trains defensive ends, has worked with Jeffrey Simmons, has worked with Danielle Hunter of the Texans. I mean, his client list is top notch, and he's from Baton Rouge and can recruit the hell out of Louisiana. So we shall see if this comes together or not. But Steve Sarkisian has interviewed Alan Clark, assistant defensive line coach, whatever they're calling him, at Ohio State. So stay tuned.
Okay. So Pete Kwiatkowski, we know he was handling the edge rushers along with his responsibilities for defensive coordinator. I'm sure that's no conflict or anything, or PK not doing a good job, or just more eyes in the building.
More eyes in the building and recruiting.
Okay.
Like, you got to have beasts in recruiting, and Alan Clark is fearless from what I hear. So I hear he's got ties with Terry Joseph. They're both Louisianimals, they call them. So yeah, I like it. When they posted that job, we were all kind of like, assistant coach, is this for the Kevin Washington position? Kevin Washington just went to Baylor as like their chaplain, and that's a loss. Kevin Washington did a great job at Texas as a player relations chaplain guy. And you talk about culture warrior. That's a position that, Sark he'll get it right because he's got that feel. But interesting day today with Notre Dame. All these guys getting in the portal. Just like, man, if you're a Texas fan, savor the alignment and Texas's ability and probably get over to passes.com/Texas One Fund and take advantage of that 10-day free trial to listen to the Arch Manning podcast and decide to throw them $25 a month so they can keep getting and retaining players. Anyway, let's get to the right call.
Answer this question before we get to the right call, though, from our man Lewis. Tennis question. Said, my son's in junior highs, thinking about joining the tennis team. I wouldn't even know how to get him started. This is a sport I never played. Pointers from a former state champ, Chip Brown.
Well, you got to get him, go ahead and get them a lesson with someone who knows what they're doing so they can evaluate them, and someone who's going to see if your son is into it and hungry and has the skills. Because I remember my mom got me a lesson when I was 5, and the pro told her, oh yeah, let's keep going with him. And thank God, because my dad was like, what? We're paying? Just go shoot baskets out in the park. And thank goodness, because I got in with a guy who knew what he was doing, and I have really good fundamentals. And I would say the same. So rather than throw them into a clinic with a bunch of other kids, go ahead, find a pro that you like, who can evaluate your son and hear from your son about how hard he's willing to work. Because I taught tennis. That's what I did from the time I was 14 to 21. And I had a guy say, my daughter wants to make her junior high tennis team. And I had all summer to get her there. And we got her there. Like, he paid me to give her lessons every day. And we worked. And we got it. So if he's willing to put in the work, he can get there. If he's athletic, man, step ahead of the game. Because, the good athletes tend to pick up tennis pretty easily.
I like it. Helps. That's from a state champ, man. Don't take that. Don't take that lightly. That, just that's some good stuff right there, my friend. Real good stuff. But all right, appreciate you, Lewis and Chip, for the chip shot and those great pointers. For the right call, though, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're in Central Texas and you're thinking about renovating your home, whether it's the dining room, bathroom, kitchen, doesn't matter. McCall Custom Homes are your guys. Over 40 years in the business, and it's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. The father and son duo have a combined experience of over 50 years, and they can make your home into something truly special. Plus, they're Austinites. How can you beat that? You can't. So if you want to see their great work, check them out on Facebook and Instagram. Search McCall Custom Homes, and hit our guy Mike up at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com, and hit up their website, their new website, to see everything they have to offer at McCall Custom Homes ATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go with the guys that have been doing it for over 100 years in the Central Texas area. Our friends at Covert Bee Cave. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, Ram, GMC, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Check them out at covertbeecave.com and be like my wife and I, who love our Buick Encore GT. It's absolutely terrific. Our guy Daniel, Marcus, and Jerome hooked us up, and the rest of the people there at Covert Bee Cave. They're just so kind and friendly. It's not about meeting the quota. It's not about making the next sale. They want you to be comfortable in the car that you decide. So check them out. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, if you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any type of landscaping job, trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants, and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply are your people. 2 amazing locations here in the city of Austin, one down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks, one up north off of Pond Springs, a full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier. Check their website out at leaflandscapesupply.com. And when you make a purchase, let them know 10% off if you mention us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you mention your boy Zay Collier and you heard it from us, 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, man. So the San Antonio Spurs are playing in what's it called? Paris right now. They're playing against the Indiana Pacers. And
to fuel the Wemby.
Yeah, they get it. They get it. You know, Victor Wembanyama, biggest thing since sliced bread. We understand that. You know, the Spurs, they do a good job of traveling, coming to the ATX. And definitely got to check out that Sun Spurs game that's coming up later this year. But look how they got our boy from Mo City. Like, I've never seen my man TJ4 look like this. Shout out to TJ getting that San Antonio Spurs money, being a former Spurs, but they got him in the French. What do they call those hats?
Beret.
Berets, man.
Beret.
Like, yeah, they got TJ in the beret. I think TJ pulling it off quite nicely. Not too many brothers could pull it off.
I think he's pulling it off great. Although he needs it to be a little bit
tilted.
Yeah, usually he's supposed to kind of
a little swagger with it.
Yeah. He's doing good though.
Yeah.
Again, do you think he's happy wearing the beret? I don't know that he's happy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about a dude from Mo City. Like, this ain't the normal Houston Texan native look. But hey, I'm sure he's happy with what they paying him. So you know what I'm saying? I wear that beret too.
Is he over there?
Money. Is who?
Is
he's in France.
Okay.
Yeah, with the Spurs.
They're not
I know he was
in a studio. They're not just in a studio in San Antonio and wearing a French beret to make it look like they're in Paris.
I don't think so. I think they're actually there in France, and I don't know what the score is of the game, but that's a real good gig.
There's some good food over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, just all I could think of is croissants when I hear French food and the bread. And
the bread is amazing, but they've got, I think they pretty much invented escargot.
Okay. My cargo.
Snails. Don't tell anyone that it's snails because it tastes great.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love me some good escargot. Shout out to Biggie Smalls. Escargot, my cargo. But anyway, that's a different story for a different day. Now, we talked about Dan Hurley earlier this week. Dan Hurley.
Okay, real quick though, can I ask you? Did you see the A&M or Ole Miss ending?
I did see that. Yeah, you got to make your free throws, kids. Like, you make your free throws, you're not put in those situations. Like, point blank. You know, dude smokes 2 free throws, down by 2. He would have made the 2 free throws. You go up by 4. That's basically game. A&M comes down, hits a 3, which I'd rather have the A&M team coming off of that type of game winning into the mood on Saturday than A&M losing to Ole Miss. So I'll take that. You know, Chris Beard, appreciate you for giving that game up. But, yeah, got to make your free throws. And Ole Miss didn't, A&M came up with the victory. It was a crazy night in college basketball in the SEC. Like, Florida, they were down by 14, came all the way back and won. Arkansas beat Georgia in the last minute. So, yeah, the SEC is just nuts. survival of the fittest, and hopefully the Longhorns can get another win come Saturday at the Mood against their rival, the Texas A&M Aggies. But all right, Dan Hurley saw the comments that he made during the game that went viral, where he told the ref, "Don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in the effing sport." Well, they asked Dan Hurley after the game about his comments, which this guy, I'm going to play it for you. Tell me what you think, but this guy, he's something else.
I think TV got you saying something like, "Don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in."
Did I say that? No. Yeah. I mean, I know we you know, I'm going to sound like an asshole here. So the TV likes me, camera. I bet you I'm going to have the GAs. I'll release it to the media too. What was the game on today? It was on FS1. I just, you know, I just wish they'd put the camera on the other coach more. You know, obviously I had a moment with Coach Dad Mata today because he was so far out of the box that I figure I would just go over and have a powwow with him and Pat. You know, but like I just wish they would show these other coaches losing their minds at the officials in other Big East games that I'm coaching, where I look going into a timeout when I'm not talking to officials. I see the other coaches as demonstrative as I am. But, you know, the camera, obviously, you know, I've created this for myself. I'm not no victim. But I just wish that they would not have the camera on me 90% of the time, unless they feel like it's driving ratings, and more assholes on Twitter that could put clips of me from a game and say, "Yeah, look how big of a monster he is. He's yelling at a ref again." What a monster.
All right. Come on. I mean, I feel like he's trending towards becoming Bob Knight. And he needs to be funny. He needs to like totally diffuse the situation and say, I'm like, would I say that?
Yeah.
Or I think that was my alter ego. I have this alter ego that I tell to be quiet, and he doesn't listen all the time. Like, you gotta have that quick sense of humor. Bob Huggins is the best at
Huggy Bear.
Oh, that dude can diffuse anything. Now, I'll get fired and stupid stuff, but yeah, Dan, he takes himself way too seriously.
Yeah, again, he's a hell of a coach, man. Like, his basketball IQ is out of this world. The offense that they run down there at UConn, the man is a basketball genius, but he's letting it run to his head. And you're right, the Bob Knight comparisons deserve to be there. I mean, he's not throwing chairs or slapping the hell out of kids, but he's getting pretty damn close. And for him to even call himself an asshole and just like talk about, "Oh, I wish the camera wasn't on me as much and on the other coaches, and y'all try to boost up ratings," and it's like, dude, what you're saying, the refs, is unbelievable. I'm the best effing coach in the sport. Like, okay, like that is swagger, but when you're yelling at a ref and telling them that,
like, right? Like, I see Buzz Williams. He gets mad, but he jokes with him. You know, like at the end of the day, that ref's gotta want to get you a makeup call. And if you're saying stuff like that, the ref's gonna be like, "Dude, you need to get over yourself."
Yeah. And refs, man, they hold grudges.
Oh,
we like to think that all refs are objective and open-minded, and
how about Bob Knight and that Teddy Valentine? Like, we know the name of a ref, Teddy Valentine, because Knight would go in on Teddy Valentine. Teddy Valentine would tell him to stick it. And you don't know any other names of refs, but Teddy Valentine, Google it. Bob Knight, Teddy Valentine. And
yeah,
telling you, Danny Hurley's headed right down that road.
Yeah, Joey Crawford's the one you talking about, CB. That's the one that hated Tim Duncan and them.
Yeah, Joey in the NBA. Yeah, Joey in the NBA. Teddy Valentine was a college ref.
Yeah.
And Bob Knight would lose his mind. And what are you going to do? If you start that fight and you go in on a guy and then you're like, I don't want him reffing my games anymore. Well, you don't get to decide that. So, yeah, Teddy Valentine's going to ref some of your games. And guess what? You're going to lose your mind again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember Tim Donahue, the sketchy ass who was fixing games in the league. That dude, he went on 60 Minutes and said, yeah, I know a lot of refs that hate Allen Iverson, that call horrible Iverson games just because they despise the dude. Like, you got to be cautious, man. And again, AI, we're talking about practice here, but I don't know. But let's bring on the SEC Unfiltered guys, the great Harrison and the great Cole Thompson. That's Cole.
You, Jerry Jones.
I heart you, Jerry Jones.
You know, you have to be a very special kind of stupid to let Shad Khan get praise for his job. You have to be a very special kind of idiot to let a guy who held on to Trent Baalke for 2 years too long to still get more consideration and flowers than you. God bless. I love you, Brian Schottenheimer. Welcome to Big D. I'm so excited for the new era. I am so pumped. It is so... Guys, just remember, you fired a coach that got you 12 wins on 3 different occasions to then move over to Dion, to then settle for a guy that's not even getting interviewed by anybody else or even thought to get interviewed on a team where he was 7-10 and didn't call plays. And didn't even call plays. Thank you, Jerry. You are proving my point. You are proving my point specifically on the hire. I am so happy.
Definition of insanity. I feel for Cowboys fans.
I don't.
I don't.
I don't. Not even a little bit.
As a Lions fan, I kind of feel for.
Yeah, you're laughing inside too.
Chip, I feel for you. I feel for you, and I feel for all Lions fans everywhere. I don't feel bad for Cowboys fans because you've had to live with the reality of knowing that you're going to be a bad team. They still believe that they can turn the corner in Week 7 when they're down 0-6.
And now you got Jaden Daniels in your division, and Dak's making $60 million and can't get out of the first round of the playoffs. Jaden Daniels is going to win the damn Super Bowl. I'm not even calling him by their name anymore. I just call him the Fighting Jaden Daniels because that dude is such a gangsta. He's going to beat the Eagles, and he's going to make life hell in New Orleans, right in LSU's backyard.
Would you say he's the best rookie quarterback we've seen in a long time?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
100%. He's just the best rookie quarterback we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And if
I think when
if he gets to the Super Bowl, there will be no doubt.
Oh, I think that he's already
14-1, but he didn't win the Super Bowl.
14-1, and he went to the AFC Championship. And then a year later, he went to the Super Bowl. So, and honestly, Roethlisberger's numbers were terrible. It was just the run game. It was
different quarterback era too. Way different.
Yeah. Stroud, I think, has a case to where he had an incredible regular rookie season. If you want to just go based off of stats, Justin Herbert's the best rookie quarterback of all time. But Herbert never did this. Baker never did this. Stroud never did this. Jaden Daniels did. And the crazy part is Jaden Daniels did this with a crappy offensive line. He did this with an inadequate run game, one real weapon. And by the way, the weapon that actually deserves to have a quarterback, because we've been sitting here for the better part of 8 years saying, just give Terry McLaurin a quarterback and watch him thrive. You finally do. A defense that can be hit and miss at times. It's secondary that's awful. But yet he's going to finish with over 4,300 total yards of offense and the most touchdowns by a quarterback during his rookie season. Like, it's unheralded. It really is.
Hey, before I get off, don't forget about the Sanchez, man. Everybody remembers butt fumble. Sanchez did his thing.
That was the Jets. Was drafted by the Redskins, not the Commanders.
Hey,
Wait,
Harrison. Hey, Harrison.
Harrison,
Whoa.
this is the
Whoa.
Harrison.
I'm
This
just
is the
saying he's
PG.
been there. I'm saying he's been there so long and hasn't had a quarterback like he had this year. That like, imagine what his whole career would have been like with a really good quarterback.
Who's scary Terry McLaurin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like,
His career is still fantastic. It just would have been better.
yeah, like imagine if he had like a Joe Burrow his whole career. Just things like that. Like,
Well,
never know.
and then the Fighting Jaden Daniels draft, Mike Sanders still at corner. My Lions draft Terry and Arnold, who's terrible Arnold.
Okay, we're not going to go there. We're not going to
That's
do that
what
to Alabama
I say.
players. We're not going to do that to Alabama players. He was the best cornerback coming out. Just give him a full season. You and I both know, Chip. You and I both know the hardest position to transition from the NFL to college is the cornerback. So just give him a year.
But why
One more
Sanders
year.
still picking off every pass and looking like a Pro Bowler?
Why is Jared Goff throwing to Sanders Still's way still? I'm sorry. How about we make two negatives here?
And why did they
Jameson
bring in
Williams.
Teddy Bridgewater? Do they not
Why did
believe in Henry Hooker? So what are you telling me? The Lions are going to draft Quinn Ewers as a developmental guy?
I mean, I'm not saying it's the worst idea out there. I mean, the Rams are the best idea for Quinn, but still. I mean, if you brought in, like, say, a Kyle McCord or a Jackson Dart, is it like the most entirety worst thing ever to happen to the program, to the franchise?
Right.
Cole, I'll see you tomorrow. Chip,
Yes,
I'll
you
see you in
will.
the second hour. Appreciate
always
you.
a pleasure. Y'all take it easy.
Ah, boy. Harrison, how we doing? Are you doing better than Cowboys fans? I really hope so.
I mean, I'm a Falcons fan. How much better can it be?
I mean, you're not hiring a coach that was on a team where he didn't call plays and they went 7-10 and just defined mediocrity. This is why, again, you look at the organizations. Why do you stay bad? Everyone wants to blame the coach. Everyone wants to blame the quarterback. Everyone wants to blame the GM. Everyone wants to blame the drafting. Everyone wants to blame the free agents. It all starts at the top. It always starts with ownership. And Jerry Jones has proven my point once again. Harrison, I have said this a million times. I will say this one more just to make sure the message is bolded and clear. Jerry Jones would rather watch his team never win a Super Bowl, never make it to the big game, never make it to the NFC Championship again, than move his team down from number 1 in ratings to number 16, number 1 in average revenue to number 14, number 1 in annual attendance to number 14, and number 1 in merchandising to number 17. He would rather never see his team hoist up the Lombardi Trophy in his lifetime than not be the most talked about franchise in all of America. He would much rather do that. And he's proven my point exactly correct by going and bringing in Brian Schottenheimer. Congratulations, Cowboys fans. Round of applause to you. Round of applause, you idiots. Cannot wait. Hopefully one day you'll be able to claim a Super Bowl title. It ain't coming anytime soon.
They should have kept Kellen Moore when they had a chance.
No, they shouldn't. That's another one I'm just like, oh my God, are we really? No. You want to go make a damn good hire, trade for Mike Tomlin, go bring in a coach that you believe.
Trade for a coach.
Or bring in Brian Flores and then have him just tell everybody, I'm going to not talk to anyone. You can talk about it.
Brought in Ben Johnson.
The fact that they didn't even interview him is still beyond me. It still is beyond me. And by the way, you fired a coach that had 3 12-win seasons because you said, and I quote, not good enough. And now the only guy that you're actually targeting is a dude that wasn't even calling plays. What does that say about you?
It says you're not a knower of ball to me.
Yeah, that's fair. Welcome on into SEC Unfiltered. He's Harrison Cordell fan. I'm Cole Thompson. We got a jam-packed show today. College baseball is right around the corner. I got my top 10 quarterback rankings coming out for 2025. I'm going to let Harrison debate me, and I'm going to listen to his top 10 quarterbacks. And we got a bunch of other nonsense going on around the SEC. So real quickly, make sure that you like the video, hit the ring notification, subscribe to the channel because we talk college ball every single day. Make sure that also you're following us on the social channels, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter at SEC Unfiltered, and follow Texas Sport Unfiltered at TS Unfiltered. Follow Harrison at Fantavious9, me at Mr. Cole Thompson. Check out all of our great work found at SECUnfiltered.com. And of course, make sure that you download the Texas Sport Unfiltered app. Nonstop action every single day when you listen to TSU. Harrison, what do you want to start today? You want to go with quarterbacks or do you want to go with baseball?
Let's keep it in the pigskin. Let's go quarterbacks first.
Let's go quarterbacks. Okay. I released my top 10 quarterbacks going into 2025 this morning. I have a lot of pushback. Harrison, I'm going to listen to his top 10 quarterbacks if he has them prepared. We're going to debate who has the better list. So Harrison, do you have your top 10?
Top 10 quarterbacks? Yes.
Okay.
Am I going first or are you going
Do you want me to go first or do you want to go first?
I'll go first because
All right, I'll let you go
you're more of
first.
a ball knower than me, so I want you
Okay.
to avoid mine.
Okay,
We're gonna
let's go.
10-1.
10-1.
I'm not saying I'm not confident, but I don't know how much you're gonna love my list.
Here's it's the way too early list. I promise you, I'm going to nitpick the crap out of it, and I'm going to be wrong at the very end. I promise you. So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna go at 10. I'm gonna go Taylor Green, Arkansas.
I don't hate that, but explain.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot more potential there. I mean, he was banged up versus Tennessee and Ole Miss, and I mean, I think he played well against LSU. You know, I think there's more in the tank for him, and you got to prove. Obviously, you have to prove it in this league, let alone any league in college sports. But I mean, I think 10's a good spot for him and good place to start my rankings with him in Arkansas. Just Arkansas, obviously, just what they are as a program. I mean, big win over Tennessee, but there's obviously a lot of room of improvement there. So starting there with 10, 9.
Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna go back and forth. All right, so I like number. Okay, so Taylor Green. Here's the thing about him. He is the definition of a 2 a.m. cigarette. If you're drunk, it's a really good cigarette. You want to intake that. Oh, you cannot help but enjoy the nicotine. It's fantastic. And he's throwing touchdown passes, and he's getting the deep shots, and he's delivering strike after strike, and he's getting a 76 completion percentage in the game and 149.2 passer rating. But when you're sober at 2 a.m. and someone's like, here, have a cigarette, and you're coughing up your lung and wanting to keel on over and die, yeah, that's Taylor Green as well, with the inconsistent throws, the erratic turnovers, the inability to kind of hit his receiver downfield, the overshots. I really like Taylor Green's upside. I think another year in the system with Bobby Petrino is fantastic. But what version am I getting? I called him the roller coaster of emotions of quarterbacks in the SEC because if there was just so much to like and so much to hate, all within a span of 60 minutes of football. That is Taylor Green to a team.
All of his touchdowns, 20-something of touchdowns came against unranked teams.
Yeah. There was one touchdown he had against a ranked team, I think.
Yeah, I think it was LSU.
I think that was the only one he had to rank, and I think he ran it in too.
Yeah,
every game, it was bad. Number 10 for me is John Mateer from Oklahoma. Number 1, I love the fit with Ben Arbuckle coming on in. They were basically running the Pac-2 or the Pac-12, wherever you want to call it, out in Pullman last year. Dude led the country in touchdowns. Just doesn't matter the level of competition. Led the country in touchdowns, 44. His completion percentage was fine. He knows the system in and out. He carries himself with the type of pedigree of, I know I'm talented, but I'm going to prove to you why you will respect me on the football field. It reminds me a lot of the early days of Lincoln Riley and Baker Mayfield. Just having those two in Norman with the up-tempo passing, with the vertical approach. They were speaking the same language. They knew the dialect. They knew what was needed to be successful. And they carried that on over into college football playoff appearances and a Heisman Trophy finalist. A Heisman Trophy presentation. I believe that Arbuckle coming on in benefits more by having Mateer as his quarterback. The thing that I'm wondering is how quickly will this offense adapt? How quickly will the wide receivers be on the same page as him? Because having a guy like Mateer, it's like having a substitute teacher or an assistant coach. They're going to be teaching you the ins and outs because he already knows what they're looking for in the offense. So that benefits him. I will say it was against Mountain West competition. So now it's the SEC, and it's still a daunting schedule in the SEC with games against Texas, with games against Alabama's defense, with games against South Carolina, with games against Ole Miss. You're going to be up for a task. I still think that if you look at what John Mateer can be as a quarterback, the upside's through the roof. But I got to see it against actual SEC competition before I move you higher.
Yeah. You make a good point with that. That's fair. So for number 9 for me, I'm going to go Ole Miss, Austin Simmons.
Ooh, okay.
I think what we saw in that drive when he came in relief for Jackson Dart helped lead to one of the biggest wins in Lane Kiffin's career. And if that's anything of what, he can be in a full game, full season, there's a lot of upside, a lot of potential there. But obviously we need to see more of it. And he transferred from LSU. He was, viewed as this is the next guy that's going to make, 2025 not a rebuilding year. There's a lot of potential there, but got to see more of it, right? So that's, I think 9's a good spot for him. Who's your 9?
I'm going to get a lot of pushback for this one. I genuinely don't care. I have Arch Manning. I have Arch. Okay, here's the deal. I love Arch Manning. I think Arch Manning by the season's end is going to be a top 5 passer. I believe that Arch Manning is going to be the reason why Texas is playing for a national championship within the next 2 years. I also believe that Arch isn't going anywhere after 2025. I think that he is in for the long haul. I think that when you look at the Manning pedigree, how they put an emphasis in a close-knit circle of people they trust to actually work with, that's going to benefit him with AJ Milwee coming on back, with Kyle Flood coming on back, with Steve Sarkisian calling the shots. I don't have any concerns about him getting better. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to pull a Nico Iamaleava. So all last year, I heard nonstop from people left and right, how dare you say that Nico was going to be a problem out in Knoxville, which I didn't. What I said is that I think we're putting way too much pressure on Nico to be the guy from week 1 because of a bold performance against Iowa. And everyone said, no, he's going to ball on out. Well, he didn't ball on out. He had a solid, good first season, but nothing to write home about. He was a quality quarterback that was able to lead his team and get better along the way, but it was a defense and Dylan Sampson-led style that led them to the college football playoff. There were mistakes made by Arch. Arch had several errant passes in the Mississippi State game. He had several underwhelming plays against Louisiana Monroe. He will get better. He will learn now knowing he is locked in as QB1. But I'm not going to glaze on over and say when I look at the proven production coming back in college football this year, that Arch Manning belongs in the same category as some of the guys that are already listed inside my top 5. He could get there. He absolutely could get there, but he's got to earn it a little bit more. The potential is through the roof for being number 1. I'm being cautious and putting him at number 9.
I want to say that's not even a floor. That's just a safety net at 9. It feels like for me. I mean, obviously I have mine higher than that, but we'll get to it when it comes up. But I understand the reservation. But like you said, there's no reason he can't be a top 5 passer in the league at the end of the season.
Yeah. No, if you told me that he's number 1 and he's winning the Heisman Trophy, I'm not gonna be shocked at all.
You're gonna be clipped off, remembered though for it. But you're saying, but then you're gonna come back and say, hey, I remember I said it wouldn't surprise me if. So
yeah. No, again, it will not surprise me if he ends up being number 1 at the end of the day. I just cannot today put him at number 1 or even in the top 5.
All right. Number 8 for me. I'm gonna go Marcel Reed, Texas A&M.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain this one. You're gonna have to break this one down for me.
Okay, I think you can say the end of their season was disappointing, but I think the way he played with a lot of poise, a lot of guts, and just the way his moment of resurgence, I guess you could say, against LSU was the biggest win in 10 years since Johnny Manziel was there.
The A&M unranked game against number 1 Alabama was probably the biggest, but it was up there. It was one of their bigger games.
One of the biggest, yeah, right. And just I think the way that he's led the offense then, and they finished the year number 1 in scoring in the SEC versus conference, right?
I think they were number 2, but yeah, they were top 2.
Yeah. But to do that and just I just liked a lot of poise and confidence in him, and just go out there and just leave it all on the field, leave it all on the line, right? I mean, obviously there's things that he doesn't do as well. But I think there's upside there too. In another year in the system, I think he can continue to improve and get better in areas. So I'm fine with 8 for him.
I believe that he can be at the end of the year a top 10 passer. My concern is how much better is he going to be now as QB1? Because the first thing is he wasn't QB1 out the gate. He was already just behind Connor Wigman.
Mm-hmm.
Comes on in because of Connor Wigman gets hurt. He plays better than Connor Wigman, so he gets to start. The LSU game you brought up, the problem that I have with you is that, yes, he ran for 62 yards and he got in the end zone 3 times. He had two pass attempts, 2 for 70 yards. If that ends up being your calling card, then unfortunately it becomes a very nuanced, one-dimensional offense to where you're predictable. And there are teams that will be able to combat that. And we saw that 2 weeks later when South Carolina said, no, if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us through the air. You can't do that, so we're going to win by 20. And so that's my only concern when it comes to Marcel Reed is that.
Yeah. I mean, he did lead A&M to not a win, but erase 2 double-digit deficits against Carolina and Auburn.
He did.
Not strong. I mean, Auburn's, not strong by any means, but do that in the SEC on the road. I think there has to be some, appreciation for that. But yeah, I think it's also easier to improve the passing game than it is the running game for the quarterback.
Sure.
Running game, you either have it or don't.
They'll be fine at the running back position. They'll be fine at wide receiver. I like the addition of Casey Concepcion. I like Mario Craver. They have this kid, Jerome Miles, that's coming on in. He's a really good route runner. They still have several young up-and-comers, Terry Bussey, Isaiah Williams. He's got to be better. He has to be better than what he was last year if A&M's going to make that next jump. I would have him outside of the top 15. I understand where you are when it comes to having him inside your top 10. I'm not. It's a point of emphasis. Let me see a little bit more of him. I'll figure it out. Number 8 for me is Drew Aller. For me, the big thing with Drew Aller is he has the prototypical NFL size. If you were to sell me on him as an NFL draft prospect and get him into a league that allows him to flourish in a system, I would buy into it. I also believe that he has great arm strength. I think his mechanics are actually pretty sound. I think he throws with anticipation. I think he does a really good job of maneuvering outside the pocket when there's pressure. He was one of the fewest sacked quarterbacks. If you look at his numbers over the last 2 years, he has 59 touchdowns and over 8,000 passing yards. So he's shown me a lot. The problem is he's never had that it game. Like, go back and look at his career and what's been the it game where everything was working. You could argue probably West Virginia in 2023 when he earned his first start. 3 touchdown passes, a 68% completion rating, 285 yards. He has 3 300-yard passing games. I mean, 2 300-yard passing games. And then one of them was USC, where they had to go to overtime because he had 2 interceptions in that game, and one of which led to both of which led to scoring drives. The Big Ten championship, yeah, he was able to bring the offense to life. He was able to give them a little bit of gusto against one of the best defenses in Oregon. He also had a completion percentage of 58%. He also had multiple turnovers. He also had multiple moments where it was third down and he couldn't convert with his wide receivers. And at some point, it comes to an arrow in the road, or a fork in the road, where you're done blaming just bad wide receivers or inconsistent play calling, and it falls on the quarterback. There right now just has not been a single game in the career of Drew Allard where I look back and go, difference maker. Even he had some really good throws in the Boise State playoff game. He had a couple of good throws against SMU, but they didn't win because of that. They won because of defense. They won because of their rushing attack. So it just feels like he is an oversimplified game manager that I have a lot of hope for to get better with another year in Kolindicki's system. But I'm just not ready to put him in that same category as the other 7 I have ahead.
That's fair. A lot of good points. And I think the consistency in which you get from Drew Allard, I had him at, 7's next? I had him at 7.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So good spot. I think he's one of those veteran guys in the game next year, right?
Sure.
I mean, he's got over 3,000 yards this season. I mean, he's projected for probably another 3,000 next year. I mean, he had 6 rushing touchdowns too. Like, I think just a poison, having that mature veteranness in a quarterback is not, I don't want to say rare, but not as common in today's game as it used to be. To have that is going to go a long way for a team, let alone the team that, you're staying with. It's not like you're bouncing around either, right? So I think it's going to go a long way for him. And, he's only going to get more comfortable, I think, if that's even possible, how long he's been, a starter and how well he's played. But he's starting to draw a lot, more and more attention from NFL scouts. So I like where he's at. And a lot, having weapons around you is obviously a plethora is only going to benefit you more.
If you told me that he was a top 7 passer, I'm not going to argue it that much. I can see the point. I just have him on the outside because I think that the other 7 are probably a little bit better. Number 7 for me, and I feel really bad putting him here. Honestly, if I go back and do a reevaluate, he would probably be in my top 5. It's Sam Lovett from Arizona State. I love Sam Lovett. Just simply based off of vibes, that is the guy I take a quarterback and I say, I need his persona to lead my team. Like, I don't care about his throwing motions. I don't care about his mechanics. I don't care about his mobility. I don't care about his change of pace. I don't care about his pre-snap motion. Just straight up moxie to go say before facing off against the number 1 defense in the country, yeah, I'm going to show you why I'm a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers. Like, just to say that so confidently, and then also put on a performance where you didn't get to be better than Quinn, but you damn sure made it a contest. I need that type of charisma leading my team. Last season, phenomenal first year as a starter. I think he had a 29 total touchdowns, 6 interceptions, over 3,000 total yards of offense, 61.5 completion rating, 150.2 passer rating. He went 4-1 in ranked games. So he knows how to beat the big time competition. In those games as well, he had 1 interception. 1 interception against ranked opponents last year. 2 interceptions, my apologies. 2 interceptions. He's going to get better. You have another year to work with Kenny Dillingham and Marcus Arroyo, your offense coordinator. You get back Jordan Tyson. Most of your offensive line is the same. I love the kid Kanye that they brought in from Army. It's going to be a different culture shock going from West Point to Tempe, Arizona, like literally the biggest party school in America. But still, it's a winnable conference, and you can put up numbers. I honestly think that I probably underrated him, but I did this last year with Noah Fafita at Arizona. I don't want to get myself caught in a rock and a hard place, so I'd rather put him at 7 right now. But just sheer from a standpoint of building my team by persona, Sam Levitt is QB1 for me.
All right.
He plays with the integrity of moxie and on Adderall and bath salts. Like literally, that is the way he plays football, and I love that. I love that, like eye popping, like he's got like pink eye, like literally foaming at the mouth type of alpha dog mentality. Like that's the dude I want leading my team.
Yeah, that's fair. So what, we're on 6 right now?
6.
So I think you're not gonna love it. I had 2 at 6, kind of like a
okay, that's fine.
And I'll tell you the 2, and then I'll tell you the one I picked. So it's Diego Pavia and Nico Iamaleava.
Okay.
And I went with Nico.
Okay.
Just because I think from a skill set standpoint, better and just more talented, more upside. And there's not anything he's incapable of doing, right? I think that he has all the tools to be successful. He's also the only quarterback in the SEC that for 2025 that can say he led his team to the playoffs. Just saying, right? I think there's a lot, more in the tank for him and things he can prove at, but the upside is still there. I think there is, and with the weapons that he'll have, at Tennessee. I mean, you're going to need to get more with Dylan Sampson leading the NFL now to have to replace that. But I think he's in a really good spot where he's comfortable and can excel even more next year. You get another year in the system. I think he's only going to get more comfortable. And like I said, he's been in the playoffs. He's been in those big moments. I think he can continue to improve. And so right now I have him at 6.
I also have Nico at 6. So I don't hate that at all. No, I don't hate that at all. You bring up a lot of good points. I think at the end of the year, he was not the problem because you go back at the very beginning, he was overshooting wide receivers that were running perfect routes. He was playing underneath pressure and he never felt comfortable behind the line of scrimmage. But by the season's end, he was delivering clean strikes. I mean, he was hitting receivers in stride, and unfortunately, receivers were dropping balls. Like, we focused so much on how many wide receivers made bad plays in Georgia last year, and they did. But it's not like Tennessee ever had an elite playmaker by any means. You had a couple of big-time drives with Dante Thornton, a couple of big-time plays with Miles Kitselman. You had a few big catches from Chris Brazel, from Brew McCoy. But you also had a ton of drops in that span, too. And Squirrel White, same thing. So you're not going to have the same run game. You will have 3 capable running backs, but this is going to be now your offense. You have to take the next step forward. You have to be more comfortable running the show and delivering the clean strikes. And we kind of saw the growth from Hendon Hooker year 1 to year 2. And I could see something very similar. He delivers a clean ball. He's accurate. He doesn't throw with anticipation. He throws with anticipation. He doesn't miss his reads that often. He's in a very good spot when it comes to his footwork. I think that right now, if you can build off a season where you still had, 22 total touchdowns, a completion percentage above 62.5%, there's a lot to like about Nico. There's a lot to say, well, it's a good building block. And I'm not ready to sell my stock. Like, if you want to sell the Nico stock, go ahead. I'll buy it tomorrow, and I'll buy it at a very low rate, and then I will be rich because of it next year. I still don't know if Tennessee is going to be a favorite to go to the college football playoff once again, but I still believe in him. I mean, like, if you told me that he ends up throwing for 36 touchdown passes, a completion percentage above 63.5%, and 3,600 yards, I could buy into that. I really could, because I don't think that you're going to still have the same run game with Dylan Sampson now going off to the pros.
Yeah. Okay. I feel really good that we matched on that one. I was hoping we hit at least 1 or 2 that we had the same spot, so I'm liking that. Number 5 now for me, I got to go Lenore Sellers.
Okay.
And I think that he's only going to get better. He's only going to get better. I mean, I know his interceptions were high this year. I mean, he's about 20 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. I mean, but the rushing aspect that he brings, and obviously, not being healthy the entire season, but just the upside that he showed, throughout the season, but week after week, it felt like he was constantly getting better throughout the year. I felt like as a whole body of work, and another year in the system. I know we say that for a lot of guys, but it's crucial in the game of college football, I think. And just to do what he did at South Carolina, I think there were certain people that are high on him. Certain people are like, oh, just another South Carolina quarterback, right? Like just kind of mid. But I think he went and proved a lot of people wrong and proved that he is an elite tier quarterback with a lot more upside, Cole.
I don't hate that because if he's in my top 5 too. So we can go with that. But I have DJ Lagway at 5. It's a lot of a flash right now. Like if you told me, okay, the way I view DJ Lagway is his freshman year was like seeing a preview of a movie and kind of getting most of the cliff notes and then piecing it all together when you actually go see the movie. Because there was so much where you're like, beautiful throw, incredible anticipation. This is why Billy Napier's job is safe. This is why he's not going anywhere. He had some mistakes. I mean, 9 interceptions, that's a bad number. You never want to have 9 interceptions against 12 touchdowns. But there were just so many throws that he made, especially under pressure, especially in big time moments. Like the throw to, who was the tight end? I think it was Boddington, with like 30 seconds left against Tennessee. Like, to me, that's a throw that only a veteran can make when they're sending a cover 0 blitz. And he made it look easy. He had such good anticipation playing against Ole Miss, playing against LSU in back-to-back weeks.
That ended their hopes for the postseason too.
Yeah.
The playoff.
And even when he was playing injured against Tulane, I mean, he had 2 touchdowns, 305 passing yards. He showed you everything that you want to see. And this is also, keep in mind, with a team that was missing 2 stars on the offensive line, their leading receiver in Trey Wilson for most of the year, and he wasn't really supposed to play. And so if you're telling me that I'm getting this version of him double next year, and that he's going to play with this type of confidence moving forward, and he's no longer going to be in this quarterback rotational system, I can buy into DJ Lagway. From the evaluation standpoint, he has everything that is so pure about a quarterback that I feel like that if he hits on every single level, this is QB1 at the end of the year. There's so much to like about his potential. There's so much to like about what he brings to this style of offense. And more importantly, he's got the buy-in from the players. And so as long as you have that buy-in and people treat you like a leader despite being 19 years old and you got a bunch of 22-year-olds on the team, that already gives you, I think, another strength in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, he led Florida to 4 consecutive wins to close the season. And I think, 3 of them are against 9-win teams or more?
Let me see.
2 or 3 of them are at least against 9-win teams.
2 were against 9-win teams. Then he was in an overtime loss to Tennessee, which would have been another 9-win team.
Well, you nearly like come back there, right? And really,
honestly, if they go for 2, they finish 9-4 on the year.
Yeah, I mean, he has the potential to be, he was Gatorade Player of the Year in high school.
Yeah,
he has every.
I got to watch him play when he was in high school. Willis is only about 20 minutes away from me, and you could tell immediately, just a man amongst boys. And this was against the highest level of competition in the state of Texas. Man amongst boys. Literally no one could bring him down. He was making it look stupid. They would pull him at halftime and they would give reps to the second teamers and then he would go back in just so he can catch his breath. Like literally that's how he played football down at Willis High School.
Yeah. To do that in Texas too. That's crazy. Because we all know how competitive Texas high school football is. It's not just a sport, it's a religion.
The fact that he never won more than 2 playoff games is still mind-baffling to me. Like, that's how bad Willis was without him.
All right, so we're on 5 or 4 now?
4.
4? I'm going to go Sam Leavitt, Arizona State. A lot of same reasons you said. I just think what him and the offense that they had and what they did, like, he said 4-1 against ranked teams, right?
Yeah.
And he had an overtime loss against Texas in the college football playoff. Like, what the poise that he just showed all throughout the year. I mean, it had a 4 touchdown outing in the conference championship against Iowa State. His final moment, on a national stage before going to the playoffs, right? Just the upside through the roof with Kenny Dillingham for next season. It's like there's no reason he shouldn't be a top 5 quarterback in the not in the conference, but in college football as a whole next year. I mean, was it just under 3,000 yards? I think he had. I mean,
he had 3,000 total yards of offense, 2,600 passing.
Yeah, and almost 500 rushing yards. I mean, he'd be able to use his legs and expand plays. He had 5-6 touchdowns rushing. I mean,
6 or 7, yeah.
Okay, 6 or 7, yeah. I mean, it just he had. I think he had more rushing touchdowns than interceptions.
Either it was the same or it was one
more.
Yeah.
And you got easily 25 touchdowns. I mean, it just. What he's grown, I don't want to say out of nowhere, but just to the national spotlight that he is, it looks like he still has more in the tank in being another year and just being, more poised. Like, I mean, next year I see him probably throwing 30 touchdowns, at least 3,100 yards and probably 7 or 8 rushing touchdowns and over 500 rushing yards. I mean, just the skill set is there and he's going to go out and prove it again next year, I think.
As Jake Bayless says, he annoyingly extended so many plays against us that we should have sacked Bastard like 10 times. You should have. Like, honestly, people want to go back and look at how bad That one throw by Cam Scatterby led to a 4th and 2 conversion that led to a 40-yard score. The fact that you just allowed him to continuously make plays with his legs, that was more effective than I think anything that Cam Scatterby did. Number 4 for me, this feels high. It's not high, but it is high, but it's not high. And I want to talk myself out of it, but I won't talk myself out of it. It's Carson Beck. It's Carson Beck. Like, okay, we're going to figure out pretty quickly who was Carson Beck this year because there's so much to like about him. He threw for 3,400 yards. He threw for 3,400 yards with a team that led the country in drops. He had 3 games of over 365 passing yards. He had 3 games of clean football. The problem was that when he threw 1 interception, a second one was not that far behind. On top of that, he felt rattled behind the line of scrimmage. He also never really even took that step forward as an elite game manager. And so those are all things that concern me with Carson Beck moving forward. However, Miami has a good offensive line. They have a very stable offensive line for at least ACC play. And they bring in 5 stars left and right because of Mario is able to sell them on the program. They still have good wide receivers there. I don't know if they're going to be a lot of drops, but you bring in CJ Daniels, you bring in Alex Bauman, the tight end from Tulane. You still have Sam Brown back for another year. You have a good run game. You're asking to be a game manager, and you're saying, hey, put the ball right on the needle. Make sure that you're not messing up and letting it be thrown into double coverage. If you do that, we're in a really good spot to win the ACC, go to the college football playoff. They're paying you to win the ACC. I think that there is a broad negative around Carson Beck's game because of how many interceptions he has. If you go back and you look, 5 of those interceptions were on drop balls by wide receivers.
Deflections. Yeah,
they were on deflections. They were off the receiver's hands. And 3 of them were perfectly thrown balls. So I'm going to go ahead and say he had 7 interceptions that were just dumb bonehead plays that absolutely were on him. He had another 5 that came against him because if he was playing with wide receivers with cement hands. All of that aside, I can move him down and feel very comfortable. Honestly, I probably should have had Carson Beck at 7 and Sam Levin at 4. Like looking back, that's probably where my heart is.
I like that better. So I don't have him in my top 10, but just to kind of like spoil that. But I think a lot of it's predicated on some of the things you said. But coming back from a UCL injury, there's no guarantee.
Yeah,
there's no certainty. And like you said, they're paying him $6 million in NIL to not only win the ACC, but go deep, but make the college football playoff and go deep in the playoff.
Yeah.
Chance the national championship. I mean, you're basically trying to buy a championship through Ohio State did, right? But I just think the concerns around, like you said, a game manager, like a quarterback, he has to be a general. And I don't think he is that as often as he should or needs to be, let alone just the injury and just, being a new system, new offense, new everything. I have a lot of worries about it, a lot of things that could go wrong. And to get all those ducks in a row is not going to be easy.
Very fair. All right, who you got 3?
I got 3. I have Arch Manning. I know you probably think it's a little high. I mean, he's going to be year 3 in Sark's offense.
I know,
and he's going to get every single opportunity, right? And I mean, what he can do with his legs that Quinn Ewers, I don't think can do fully on a full body work in the season. I mean, every time that Arch went in, I felt comfortable watching him. Like he looked comfortable. Everyone around him felt comfortable. And to be the general of offense, I think he's going to know this offense better than the back of his hand. And he's just going to be able to see things from all the reps he's witnessed, all the things he's learned. The sky is the limit for him, right? I mean, I'd say he's probably going to have 3,600 passing yards at least.
Sure.
At least 32 touchdowns probably. I think he'll have 8 rushing touchdowns and over 500 yards rushing. I mean, tell me that's not a top 3 quarterback.
It is. The problem is that I still think that the other guys are going to have as good as seasons, if not better seasons. Yeah. And so I also have seen them play. Like I've seen them actually play 11 plus games. Yeah, that's my reason.
A whole new group of pass catchers. Well, I think a couple of new offensive line.
It's 4 new offensive linemen and it's 3 new pass catchers.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have a Matthew Golden coming to save your ass. You don't have a Gunnar Helm across the middle of the field. Like that's the other thing that like is really big. You're going to see some of these players. You have either some intangibles that are unteachable or you have weapons around you that are just dudes that will bail you out of trouble.
Yeah.
Number 3 for me is Lenore Sellers. There is no player who improved more from week 1 to week 13. Like by the season's end, that was a guy that you could send to New York City and go, yep, totally understand why he's here. They had the hottest stretch in the SEC to close out the year because 16 turned the corner and said every third or fourth quarter, okay, I'm going to become an elite football player. I'm going to be what Cam was in the early part of his career, and I'm just going to take over games. South Carolina went 6-0 because they had a stable run game with Rocket Sanders, but because they had a quarterback that played unrelentlessly, unequivocally his standard of football. And you got to carry that on it. They're not going to have the same defense that's going to bail him out of trouble, so he's going to have to step on up. But if you just look at the way that he plays the game, just simply his version, I think that he's going to be one of the more dynamic passers. I think he's going to be great when it comes to decision-making. You know he can run the football. I mean, there are very few players who stand 6'3", 242 pounds, and can move like him. With the cuts, with the ability to play backwards, with the ability to go through contact. He's got to play, I think, more of a clean version. He can't throw into double coverage inside the red zone like he did against Clemson, but you can always be bailed out of trouble. The one thing I will say that I really do like is that Mike Shula has experience working with a quarterback built like Lenore Sellers and Cam Newton. And they built the offense this year to bring in pieces around him that are very similar to the Carolina Panthers back in 2015. They have two solid running backs with Rasul Faison coming on in. They have a good tight end in Jordan Dingle coming on in. They have an emphasis on what worked for Cam en route to winning an MVP now in Columbia. I think that you're going to have to see him take another step forward, a major step forward. But still, if I'm going straight off of how the season ended, I may start my program with a guy like Norris Sellers because there are just things I can't teach.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like you said, the potential's there, and there is no better team or more improved per player that we both agreed on than Lenore Sellers at, I think, any position.
Yeah.
And just imagine what another offseason and then season the system is going to do. I mean, obviously being healthy is going to be huge. I mean, do you think there's a doubt that they lose this LSU if he's not hurt?
Oh, I think if they win, then they're in the college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, they should have. I mean, the whole blindsided block on Garrett Nussmeier, they called back on the pick six, 100-yard pick six, was absolutely ridiculous in and of itself.
100%. But
that cost him it.
But that doesn't matter, in my opinion, because I don't think that they even lose that game because Lenore Sellers is playing.
Exactly.
That's my
such a game changer that, like you said, it doesn't matter.
Like, I remember when he had the forced fumble and he got the strip sack by Harold Perkins. What did he do on the ensuing drive? One play, 78 yards to the house. Like, he's 19 years old, and he just turns off. Oh, okay, you know what? Screw it. I made a bad play. Whatever. Hi, I'm in the end zone now. Bye. Screw you. Like, that's the way he plays. And I think that, again, if you can keep that moxie and that persona, it's going to be really hard for me to not put you inside the top three. I've seen some people put him at 1. I think that's a little bit too rich. I really do.
Did they go to South Carolina?
No, that's the sad part. Upside is there. Like, the upside, number 1, totally can see it. Right now, I am playing hesitantly optimistic.
Yeah. All right. So 2 for me. Now we're on 2.
Yeah.
You might have them flipped.
I think we have the same 2. But
but I hope you have them flipped. I have Garrett Nussmeier too, LSU.
Okay.
I mean, you could put either one in either situation. I mean, he could potentially be a number 1 overall pick, first quarterback on the board, obviously. And just LSU is just absolutely produced at the skill positions and at quarterback now. I mean, he had over 4,000 passing yards, 30 touchdowns. Obviously, too many interceptions, double-digit interceptions, but every skill set and everything on the field that's possible, almost, he can do, right? I want to see him use his legs more. I mean, obviously not going to be Jaden Daniels, but he just seems like the most poised. I don't want to say accomplished, but just confident and just, I think, trustworthy one of the top 2 trustworthy quarterbacks in college football next year. And he's going to be leading LSU to a playoff run, whether they fall a game short or make it and go deep. It's going to be led and carried by Garrett Nussmeier. And I see him probably at least 3,800 yards passing next year. I'd say 35 touchdowns. And I'm hoping he can keep it under 9 interceptions. I mean, if you're having 500 tips under 9 interceptions, I think that's a good spot for him. And I think he's all of capable of doing that. And I think Brian Kelly desperately needs it.
He's number 2 for me too. He is. Look, everything you said is 100% right. When he's on point, he's the number 1 overall pick. Like when he is on point, he is right in line to be the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NFL draft. When he is off, There's a reason why Jaden Daniels was able to keep the starting job, regardless of there being a quote unquote competition at times. There was you can clear as day see it. The turnovers have got to be corrected. They have to be. He is throwing so many ill-advised passes at the wrong times of the game. But the upside, he plays with this confidence and this unrelenting swagger of, I know that I come from a quarterback family. I am not afraid with the ice in my veins to deliver a dart. 4th and 5 against the number 1 defense in the SEC at the time. You need to convert to get yourself a win and just keep your season alive. Boom, back of the end zone, Aaron Anderson. They beat Ole Miss because of it. The throw that we saw against to Kyron Lacey at the back of the end zone on the very next drive. Those are the type of throws that I'm talking about when it's like it is a difference maker. More importantly, the thing that I love most about him is that he's going to have a cast of weapons that he can work with. Berrien Brown, CJ Anderson. You also throw in Xavier Thomas back. Chris Hilton's back. There is so much to love about what this offense is. And he's going to have another year as QB1 with Joe Sloan. So it's the same play calling. Nothing's changing. I think he is going to throw for 4,000 yards. I think he's going to lead the SEC in passing yards next year. I think he is the reason why LSU makes it to the college football playoff.
Yeah, I think they have to. Brian, like you said, they have to. And I don't see, unless they blow some games, why they don't, obviously. So I think at the end of the day, he's going to be at worst top 3 in college football. At worst. I mean,
all right.
Unless he gets injured or something happens. But number 1, Cade Klubnik.
It's a second.
I mean, just what he's able to do with his legs as well as with his arm. I mean, just he's talking about field general, Garrett Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik. Field generals. Just absolute veterans in the pocket. Quarterbacks just, 3,700 yards, 36 touchdowns, under 8 interceptions. I mean, I think next year I'd love to see a little bit more rushing, and just if he can goes to 500 rushing yards in 7-8 touchdowns rushing this year. I think next year he's got all the potential, all the tools to do it. The talent around him, the system, it's all there for him to be taken to be the best college football quarterback next season, in which I think he will be. I think 4,000 passing yards, 40 touchdowns maybe, hopefully about 5 interceptions, but I want to see 400 to 500 rushing yards, I think is all but he can do, and then 5 rushing touchdowns would be lovely. I think he's one of the most talented quarterbacks, if not the most talented quarterback in college football next season.
Name the starting quarterbacks who have 300 passing yards against Texas defense.
Cade Klubnik.
That's the list. That's the list.
Yes.
That's the list. That's why he's number 1. He was able to make it a game in his backyard against dudes that are going to be playing on Sundays. He evaded pressure. He stepped up in the pocket, 3 passing touchdowns, nearly ran in a touchdown as well. 60.5 completion percentage, a passer rating of 144.5. He had multiple games where he trusted his legs. He single-handedly came back to beat Pitt by himself. 3 total touchdowns on the day there. Completion percentage 6 times over 63%. I think that also when you look at it's another year in the system. Like the thing that bothers the crap out of me with everyone is we come into an idea so set that this player has to be a certain way immediately. And if they're not, they're overrated. And they bring in Garrett Riley as the new offensive play caller. And everyone wrote off Cade Klubnik going into the year. He's another DJU. He's in over his head. He's not that talented. We got to move off of him. Because of that, okay, we're moving forward. And so it's like, oh, that's cool. Now he's leading the ACC. He's leading a comeback against SMU. He takes his team to the college football play. And in front of his home fans, because remember, he's from Austin, has just as good as a game as Quinn, if not a better game. Like,
I think a better game.
That's the talent that we're talking about. So for me, 100%, I got to go with Cade Klubnik. I think that
he threw 3 or more touchdowns in 9 different starts last season, which is tied for the most in college football with Cam Ward.
Yeah. No, he was fantastic. He was top 5 in every single category in ACC quarterbacks. I think he is arguably far and away not the most complete quarterback, but I think when you look at intangibles, upside, and the impact of the role that he could have.
Is he the Heisman frontrunner preseason?
I think it's Garrett Nussmeier only because it's the SEC, and I think that when you look at LSU's weaponry, it's a little bit more proven. I would have Cade at number 2, though. I would have Cade at number 2. If you put 1 or 2, either one, it doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't matter. I think they're both flip. All right, so whose list did you like better? Harrison's, mine, let us know in the comments section. Harrison, we got preseason baseball to talk about. We have tons to break down, naturally. Let me ask you, what do you think about the sleepers? Who, when you look at the preseason, what is it? All-American, the Baseball America top 25, who's a little bit too high up for you?
So for which rankings? Because a perfect game is a little different than Division One, D1 baseballs.
I think I think D1's usually the one that I look at the most.
Yeah, let's go with D1s. Obviously, I think that's the right way to go.
Sure.
I think so. Perfect game has Auburn in the top 25 and I think 23 or 24. Division One baseball has them just barely out.
Okay,
but it's obviously preseason, right? Everything changes. And, who do you want to put it in where, right? It just depends. But what I was really questioning and trying to figure out is why is Georgia ahead of Tennessee?
Okay.
Or sorry, Georgia's ahead of Tennessee in perfect games. D1 has, I think, better. Tennessee's 4 and Georgia's not, or 8. But I think the top 5, 6, it's A&M 1, Virginia 2, LSU 3, Tennessee 4, Arkansas 5, North Carolina 6, Oregon State 7, Georgia 8. And I think it's a really good list. I think LSU is going to be the biggest jump because last year they ended unranked. But the talent that they recruit consistently and the player development program that they have as a whole is top 5 in the nation, I think, as a whole body of work, decade body of work. And so a team I think that, maybe ranked too high preseason is Mississippi State, maybe for D1's rankings.
Really?
Because they're replacing Drangelo Sinja, the both-handed pitcher. Then you have Cal Stevens. That was their 1 and 2 workhorse on the mound that guided them through the season and absolutely shoved every Friday, Saturday when they started. I think they're replacing a lot of innings on the mound. It's going to be interesting to see. I think Texas worries me a little bit. It's just the whole year one of new coaching staff, new everything, it feels like. You have a lot of, talent on the offensive side. You're not getting a lot of pitching back. Guys that have started a lot or have a ton of innings on the mound. That always worries me. There's no, dominant arms on the mound, veteran arms on the mound, like a lot of other programs. So that kind of worries me a little bit too. So I think I'd say those 2 or 3 are the biggest kind of takeaways so far.
What do you think about Auburn? Because I know that Ike Irish is still there for something. God bless the kid. I remember when he was a freshman.
I can't believe he didn't transfer.
I'm just shocked that he's still in college. I've known him for so long. Is it really just kind of him and then everyone else on the team? Does he carry a lot of the weight?
Yeah, absolutely. It's you have Cooper McMurray too as well. But he is. I put him in. I think I don't think D1 or anyone put him in top or preseason first team or second team. I think he should.
Yeah.
He's that much of a stud. I think he's so talented that he could be top 10, prospect by the end of the year, if not already. The numbers that he's putting up is ridiculous. And it's been better each year and just an absolute workhorse and grinder. He is just the pedigree of, blue collar college baseball player. I think he's slept on a lot just because of, Auburn not being great the past couple of seasons. I know they went to Omaha recently, in the past, 4 or 5 years.
4 years ago. Yeah, Sonny Char was on the team. That's all I remember.
Yeah. But no, the offense definitely revolves around him, Cole.
When you look at Texas A&M, they're favored. They're number 1 in the country for both perfect game and D1. They have all the All-Americans. They have Jace Lavalette in the outfield. They have Ryan Prager on the mound. They have Wyatt Hensler. They have Gavin Grahovic back. They have Justin LeBron coming on in. Just is there something about the team that you feel like this is made for them, kind of like Tennessee last year, where everything is just clicking at the right time? It doesn't matter that they lost Slosh. It doesn't matter that they lost some of their pitchers. It doesn't matter they lost players to the draft. What they've been able to retain by just keeping Michael Early as their manager, that's enough to where you'll say, yep, they're going to be in Omaha. They're going to be the favorites to hoist up the title. And they've earned it at this point.
Yes and no. I think Michael Early has done a phenomenal job since getting the head coaching job of keeping a lot of key players, because Jace Lavalette, I think he's the best player in college baseball by far. He should be a Golden Spikes front runner by far, probably plus 400, and second is probably plus 900 if anything. Gavin Grahovic, one of the best freshman seasons I've witnessed, and he's only going to get better. He batted 300 with 23 home runs as a
leadoff.
As a leadoff in the SEC, and just the poise of talking to him and watching him play, just so poised. He played, it looks like a third-year starter in the SEC, right? You guys have that. You have Wyatt Hensler too. A veteran guy, senior, batted 360, 22 dingers. I mean, you have a lot of studs in this lineup, and keeping the talent like those guys and Ryan Prager coming back, absolutely monumentally crucial and huge for Michael Early. It just shows they rallied around Michael Early and wanted him to be the head coach. They vouched for him. So they have the talent piece around it. You know, you lose a couple of guys on the mound. A big thing for me that I'm worried about and curious to see is kind of the pitching side of things, you know, with some new arms, but also without Max Wiener there. What he did in 1 year with the staff, unbelievable. I mean, I'm just wondering to see, and going to be curiously monitoring that, how, you know, statistically, but also kind of the approach to pitching. Because, Chris and I were in Omaha. I talked to Max Wiener after several games just about his approach and how they kind of, work hitters or how they utilize guys in their bullpen and the studs they have in their bullpen. That's what I'm worried about a little bit, and just excited to see as well, because every year in college baseball is different. You know, this isn't like a dynasty you're building the Yankees in the 90s or the Braves in the 90s, right?
Sure.
It's new guys, new heroes, new storylines, which we all love, and which makes college baseball so great in what it is. But I'm not saying I would throw any preseason money on them to win it all, just because, I can't remember the last team that went back-to-back. But also, preseason number one overall, everyone's, got you on their bulletin board. Everyone's hunting you. I talked to Tennessee. They said, we were the number one team in the nation. We felt hunted, but we were hunting everyone else still.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one, but I definitely think they're in the mix to absolutely make Omaha in return and try to win their first program national championship in baseball.
It would be very shocking if they didn't, especially with what they have returning. A lot of the younger guys are going to have bigger roles this year.
Yeah.
I think that also the fact that none of them transferred. That's a big, big deal. Hayden Schott comes back in, whether that be at your DH spot or in your left field position. That's going to do wonders for the middle of your lineup. Michael Early was able to retain a lot. They still recruited. I think that they were the number 4 or number 5 recruiting team in the country this past year. So, they've done a good job of bringing in still young talent that can have a bigger role moving forward. Max Koffer's still there.
They got, what was it, Gavin Cash from Texas Tech to transfer in?
Yeah, Gavin Cash transferred on in. I love Prager as the frontline starter. I think he can be the Friday guy, and it's going to work because he did it last year, and he was phenomenal when he was on point.
Yeah.
There's always been there's always been one team, and it feels this way whenever you talk about college football and you talk about college basketball, and even in the NFL, where it feels like the moment has passed. Like you had your opportunity to close out the season, get to the championship, hoist up your title. And now everyone has made changes around you, and now you're kind of middle of the pack. Am I crazy to think that Dave Van Horn at Arkansas, it's over? Yes, you can still be a quality team in the SEC, but us thinking that you were actually going to bring home a title to Fayetteville is off the radar. I can't buy into the Hogs anymore.
I don't think so. He's one of the best coaches in college baseball. I think he's top 5 SEC coach at minimum. And they're just a factor of putting out, guys in the pros, studs. Andrew Benintendi, people don't remember he went there. He won Golden Spikes from there.
Yeah.
Then you have just studs. You had guys, they had a closer almost win Golden Spikes, basically. He was like a high leverage reliever closer. They're a factory for producing pitchers too. It's just you drop one fly ball in foul territory behind first base and you feel cursed. Everyone thinks they're cursed, that they were.
Are they not cursed? No, are they not?
I don't think so. I just think they got some sweet new threads. If you saw the all whites they got,
yeah,
beautiful. Hopefully they're not wearing those losing in a super or a regional at home. Hopefully I see them in Omaha this summer. But Dave Van Horn's one of the best, a pro's pro, and will run this organization like a franchise. And I think he's going to get the best out of a lot of guys, as he always does.
Before we get on out of here, I do want to ask you, I for some reason believe that Mike Bianco should have gone out when he won the national championship. Just end it right there, because if everyone else was leaving at the same time, you had a good buy-in from the culture. Who was it? Tim Elko goes out on top as the captain.
With a torn ACL.
Yeah. That was your legacy. Is he the one on the hot seat? Of all the managers coming back next year, is he the one that we're going to be talking about?
I'd say, yeah. Because going into last year, it was Mississippi State and Mississippi.
Yeah.
Both Mississippi schools, because of just, they both won back-to-back national championships. Obviously, I think Mississippi State's was better just because they were a better team, because Ole Miss won this last four in, last one out. Incredible run, right? But I think he's definitely in the hot seat. And he could have, and I think no one would have complained about it if he retired after that. But he is a leader of men and knows how to run an organization in college baseball, and just it's got like a lot of pieces to click, and it's not easy to do in the SEC. And I think that just proves to it. But hey, anything can happen in SEC baseball, let alone college sports.
Okay, well, they were also the team that was the very last in and the last one standing. So I mean, like,
last one in, last one standing.
It's possible. Where do you even go with that? Like, is Mississippi still viewed as a prime job compared to like other schools? Now with Texas and Oklahoma joining?
I think so. I think so. I mean, Oklahoma's been in the College World Series too in the past 5 years. It was 2022. I mean, you got Texas been there, done that. Sloth's been there, done that. But the SEC is just loaded yet again. We know that every year, Cole, but it's loaded. I don't think it's as loaded, and I will admit I don't think it's as loaded as it is on the hardwood this year. But the SEC, Omaha, the College World Series, the national championship in baseball runs through the SEC. Leave it at that.
All right, so now we're no longer a football conference, we're just a baseball conference. He's Harrison Cordell fan. I am Cole Thompson. That's going to do it for us on the show today. I will not be back tomorrow. Dave will and somebody else will. But Bucky and BK will be here in the morning. Before you go see them, make sure that you like the video, hit the ring notification. Takes all of 2 seconds. Subscribe to the channel. That way you keep this content free every single day. And while you're at it, go on over to SEC Unfiltered and subscribe over there because we talk college football, college baseball, college basketball every single day. Follow Harrison Cordell fan at Fantavious9, me at Mr. Cole Thompson. Check out all of our great work found at SECUnfiltered.com. And of course, make sure that you go to the App Store and pick up TS Unfiltered, Texas Sport Unfiltered every single day, the app that you need for your Longhorn content. For Harrison Cordell fan, I am Cole Thompson. Bucky and BK back tomorrow morning. We will see you soon. Remember, you only live life once. Stop taking it so seriously. You're not getting out alive anyways. Peace.